Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. If the killer is really Takawaga, then he has a gun. Did you just let a middle school girl and a primary school student go rescue people? After hearing Megure Juzo's reprimand, the police quickly realized what they were doing, put on their equipment, and ran off. Select 4, complete, reward issued, agility +3, temporary skill card X1. Select 5, complete, reward issued, specific card X1, Uchiha, who was walking toward Hata Yashitaki's private exhibition room, suddenly heard the sound of the system in his head. Turns out the two options can actually be done together. In other words, if I use a temporary skill card or a temporary feature card along with a specific card, I can choose the skill or feature to use at will. It's only been an hour, but it's been quite good. Uchiha thought in his heart. As for the other 3 agility points, Uchiha didn't feel them as strongly as when he gained physical strength. Maybe it only shows when you exercise. Soon, Uchiha arrived at Hata Yashitaki's private exhibition room. After seeing the regular visitors in the exhibition room, he knew that Takawaga's matters had definitely not been exposed yet. Of course, it's impossible to simply expose it. Uchiha wasn't worried at all that Takawaga would go out and ask for help after he left. First, he had been injected with morphine and couldn't shout or move freely. Second, he still needed to endure the strong withdrawal reaction caused by the opioid antagonist naloxone. His physical condition was different from ordinary people to be able to remain conscious, let alone perform strenuous activities. Third, of course, Takawaga was a drug dealer and had just killed someone with a weapon. Asking for help would accelerate the process of his own arrest. Speaking of which, what has Hata Yashitaki been doing during this period? If Takawaga wants to make sure his plan is executed smoothly, he must ensure that Hata Yashitaki doesn't have an alibi during this period. In this case, Yashitaki Hata must have revealed the itinerary to Takawaga in advance. So, did Kusagakure Tsunkazu not die because of Hata Yashitaki? While Uchiha thought in his mind, he once again arrived at the door of Hata Yashitaki's private room. He reached out and knocked on the door, then whispered, "Mr. Aga, Mr. Hata, are you here? I'm Uchiha and I have an appointment with Mr. Aga at 1. Of course, there was no response from inside. Uchiha knocked on the door again and at the same time raised his voice and shouted again. But still, there was no movement inside. After hearing Uchiha's voice, several tourists looked at him in confusion and then continued visiting the exhibition room. After confirming that there was no response, Uchiha reached out, grabbed the door handle, and prepared to open it. But as soon as he turned the door handle, he heard hurried footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. Uchiha instantly became alert and looked back suddenly. But upon seeing who was coming, he suppressed his subconscious urge to avoid them. because the person coming was Yoko. Yoko grabbed Kaikawa Kyajuke's wrist and ran toward it, then dragged him forcefully away from the door. Yoko and Kaikawa Kyajuke hid in front of the wall next to the door of Hata Yoshitake's private room. After waiting a moment to confirm there was no movement inside. Only then, under the surprised gaze of many tourists, Kaikawa Kyajuke was dragged out of the exhibition room. What? What happened? Kaikawa Kyajuke showed an expression of surprise, as if he was confused by Yoko's sudden appearance. Don't you know there was a murder? Why are you still here? Yoko didn't answer Kaikawa Kyajuke's question, but stared directly at him and asked. It was only then that Kaikawa Kyajuke noticed that Yoko's face had turned pale and that there was still a panic on her beautiful cheeks that hadn't subsided. Her pupils are dilated, and her face is pale. She's really scared. My forehead is also sweating. Are you very anxious? By observing Yoko's micro-expressions, Kaikawa Kyajuke judged that Yoko was extremely uncomfortable at that moment. Mr. Raga said he wanted to introduce me to Director Hada, so I came. Kaikawa Kyajuke avoided Yoko's gaze and softly replied. In front of him, Yoko's eyes instantly turned red after hearing the words. After not speaking for a long time, she finally swallowed the words that came from her lips. Yoko sighed deeply, grabbed Kaikawa Kyajuke's arms with both hands, and then pressed her head against his chest. Just be safe. Kaikawa Kyajuke heard Yoko's sigh of relief, as if she had finally been freed from the 1,000-pound burden on her body. However, Yoko's voice no longer had the same vitality as before. Instead, it became a cry of obvious guilt. Kaikawa Kyajuke also felt that Yoko's hands that were holding his arms were still trembling. Tears fell from Yoko's cheeks to the ground, causing many tourists around them to open their eyes. She really is a sister who cares about her little brother. Kaikawa Kyajuke could see that Yoko was truly worried about him. Even if it meant danger, a person rushed in. After confirming that it was because of her that Takawaga attacked her, she actually felt this guilty. But how did she know Takawaga would be in danger? Kaikawa Kyajuke looked at Yoko's trembling body in front of him and thought in his heart. It will be on sale tomorrow, and I hope to continue receiving support from all the readers. Comments on the release are awaiting publication. Chapter 96, Miss Yoko. Mr. Kaikawa. A girl's shout came from the side. Kaikawa Kyajuke turned around when he heard the sound. Then he saw Mori-ran, Suzuki Sanoko, and a Takura Misaki quickly running toward him. After hearing Suzuki Sanoko's voice, Yoko quickly reached up to wipe her eyes and then moved away from Kaikawa Kyajuke. However, this scene was clearly seen by Mori-ran and others, who were rushing over. The two girls looked at each other and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Ran, did you see that just now? Suzuki Sanoko said in shock, her cheeks red. I saw Miss Yoko hugging Mr. Kaikawa just now, and she seemed to be crying. Mori-ran also widened her violet blue eyes, and shyness and extreme surprise appeared on her delicate cheeks. Is this really the famous star Yoko they know? Miss Yoko, Mr. Kaikawa, what exactly happened? Kaikawa Kyajuke's agent, Miss Takura Misaki, quickly ran over. It was obvious that her physical strength wasn't as good as Mori-ran's and Suzuki Sanoko's, and she was breathing heavily as she spoke. I don't quite understand the situation either. Kaikawa Kyajuke showed a confused expression and looked at Yoko. Yoko fixed her blue eyes on Takura Misaki and asked softly, why is Miss Takura with Miss Mori and Miss Suzuki? When Yoko asked Takura Misaki, her tone was as gentle as always. But still, Takura Misaki was stared at by Yoko's still red eyes, and she felt like she had done something wrong and was afraid to look Yoko directly in the eye. She had promised Yoko's advice and didn't allow Kaikawa Kyajuke to continue having contact with Suzuki Sanoko and the others. As a result, she had broken that promise. At that moment, the sound of fast footsteps was heard again. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Saramasumi running quickly. Behind Saramasumi was Conan, a primary school student in a suit and tie, along with a group of officers from the Metropolitan Police Department. The cute girl sighed in relief after seeing that Yoko and Kaikawa Kyajuke were safe and sound. She didn't waste time, looked at Kaikawa Kyajuke, and went straight to the point. Mr. Kaikawa, I heard that Takawaga invited you to meet him here. What's going on? This morning, after Miss Takura and I watched the movie written by Oda, we ran into Mr. Raga, who was also leaving the screening room. After Mr. Raga met me, he invited me to come here at 1 p.m. saying he would introduce me to Director Hada. Kaikawa Kyajuke's cheeks still showed confusion because he didn't understand the situation and told Saramasumi the truth. Kaikawa, Are you saying that Mr. Raga also watched the same movie we did? Conan, who had also listened to a Kaikawa Kyajuk story, suddenly spoke up and asked a Kaikawa Kyajuk. Yes. Really? Although it sounds simple, a Kaikawa Kyajuk was invited by Agatakao. But Conan still extracted a lot of key information from these two sentences. Ms. Sarah, do you remember the air conditioning in the director's private lounge? Remember, our director's air conditioning was set to 32 degrees Celsius. This means the culprit wanted to accelerate the body's decomposition and the oxidation of the blood. Saramis Yumi nodded. In our judgment, our director was murdered between 9:30 and 11:10, and the killer wanted to mislead us into judging the time of death to be earlier. The killer's purpose in doing so must have been to create an alibi when committing the crime. And Takawaga watched the same movie we did, and had a clear alibi between 9:00 and 10:30, so his situation aligns with the behavior of the murderer who turned on the air conditioning. Conan nodded after hearing this. Through a Kaikawa Kyajuk's words, he also confirmed another thing. It seems that Mr. Raga had an impromptu idea after seeing a Kaikawa-kun when he left the screening room, so he chose a Kaikawa-kun as a target. His main goal is to blame director Hada. After Conan finished speaking, he silently looked at a Kaikawa Kyajuk, who seemed surprised and confused by his words, and couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, a Kaikawa really has terrible luck. Before, they considered him the murderer in the car accident, and then they almost killed him when he acted at the Empire Theater last time. This time, he was attacked again by a stranger. What kind of luck is this? What Conan didn't notice was, after hearing his analysis, Okanoyoko's eyes shifted slightly. Who are you blaming, Conan-kun? What are you talking about? A Kaikawa Kyajuk was shocked when he heard Conan's words and then asked Conan in a panic. Thanks to Mr. Akaikawa, Miss Yoko stopped him in time. If he had really gone to meet Takawaga, I'm afraid they would have already killed him. Ah. A Kaikawa Kyajuk opened his mouth wide and stood there stunned for a moment. Saramis Yumi was about to continue speaking when she suddenly seemed to feel a penetrating gaze. She turned her head slightly and saw Okanoyoko gazing at her gently. There was no sharpness in her eyes. Ms. Sarah, what happened this time has nothing to do with a Kaikawa-kun, right? And as a detective, it wouldn't be good to reveal the case to the general public, right? Okanoyoko's tone was gentle, as if kindly reminding Saramis Yumi not to casually reveal the case information. It really doesn't matter much. Once Takawaga is caught, it will be enough to have Mr. Akaikawa and Miss Itakura's testimony. As Saramis Yumi said this, she saw that Magyar Juzo had brought the police to disperse the tourists. Ms. Sarah, are you saying that Mr. Raga is in the exhibition room? Akaikawa Kyajuk asked. Yes, didn't you set an appointment with Mr. Akaikawa to meet here? Saramis Yumi replied. Then why was there no answer when I knocked on the door just now? And the room's door is locked and can't be opened. Akaikawa Kyajuk said with some confusion. What? Akaikawa Kyajuk's words made both Saramis Yumi and Conan shout in surprise. Saramis Yumi, who was about to walk toward the exhibition room, suddenly turned her head and looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk with wide eyes. Mr. Akaikawa, are you saying that Miss Yoko didn't stop you outside, but that you already knocked on the door and even tried to open it? If that's the case, then it's truly a miracle that Akaikawa Kyajuk survived. Yes. Akaikawa Kyajuk nodded. He looked at Saramis Yumi and Conan, his delicate cheeks full of confusion. If Mr. Raga is still in the room, why didn't he open the door for me? Chapter 97 25, Akaikawa Kyajuk's statement is undoubtedly contrary to Conan and Saramis Yumi's reasoning. It also raised the vigilance of the two detectives. If the killer is really Okawa Takao, then there is no reason why he wouldn't open the door for Akaikawa. Could it be that some accident occurred that prevented Takawaga from opening the door for Akaikawa? Conan's thoughts were disturbed by Akaikawa Kyajuk's words, and for a while, he couldn't understand the development of the situation. Both detectives felt that something was wrong. Then, I quickly entered the exhibition room of Hoda Yashitaki. Several detectives were standing in front of the closed door to Hoda Yashitaki's personal room. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. And the room was locked from the inside. There should be someone inside. But we've been shouting for a long time, and we haven't gotten any response. Magyar Juzo told Saramis Yumi and Conan. Saramis Yumi walked up to the door and found that there was nothing wrong after checking it. It is actually locked. She also tried to open the door with gloves. It turned out that, just as Akaikawa Kyajuk and Magyar Juzo had said, the door could not be opened. Something's wrong. Saramis Yumi whispered softly. To prevent the clues from being destroyed, Saramis Yumi decided not to break the door violently. Instead, they waited until the official festival staff arrived with the keys, and then police officers with sophisticated equipment stepped forward to open the door. A group of criminal police officers searching for the 3 series of criminals held their breath and prepared. Yumi and Conan also hid to the side to avoid potential gunfire. Finally, the detective responsible for opening the door turned the key twice and opened it. A group of heavily armed detectives rushed in. However, what they saw in front of them surprised many people. What they saw was a man lying on the ground. The man was dying, as if he had exhausted all his strength and collapsed. His cheeks were covered with traces of tears and mucus, and there was a puddle of vomit on the man's clothes and the floor beside him. Yumi recognized at a glance that it was Takawaga, who had worked with him to administer first aid to Kusagakure the night before. However, his embarrassed appearance now was very different from his appearance yesterday. Juzo quickly sent the police to arrest Takawaga and search him. However, no gun was found on Takawaga. After confirming that Takawaga was incapable of acting, Juzo ordered the police to lower their guard. After calling an ambulance, they sent people to search the room. Not like poisoning, but more like withdrawal symptoms. Yumi looked at Takawaga's appearance and made a judgment. She thought to herself and then turned to look at Conan. They saw Conan bringing his fist to his mouth, looking at Takawaga on the floor, making a thoughtful gesture. Then Conan raised his head, looked at Yumi, and nodded toward her. The 2 detectives made the same judgment. What Takawaga was showing at that moment were withdrawal symptoms. Officer Magure. At that moment, a voice sounded from a police officer who was searching the room. Everyone looked at him and saw the officer looking at the back of a cabinet in the room. Juzo approached and saw a gun hidden behind the cabinet. Juzo was surprised and quickly took the gun to confirm. Then he removed the bullet and, after looking at it repeatedly, said in a deep voice, "This is a Sig Sauer P226, 9mm caliber. The bullet is also the same bullet that killed Ryo Sogaban Myosoma. At least, this should be. It's the murder weapon." Then, Juzo handed the gun to the forensic officer standing by to compare fingerprints. The striation must be sent to the laboratory for comparison, so there is no way to do it right now. During this period, Yumi had been observing Okawa Takau's reaction. But she discovered that Takawaga did not react at all when he heard the police say they had found a gun. Why is he so calm? Does he trust that no trace of him will be found on the gun? Yumi thought to herself. At the same time, another detective who was searching the room made another discovery. He found a cardboard box and a syringe in a glove compartment of the room. There were also many vials containing liquid inside the box. Yumi glanced at it and sighed in relief after seeing the label on the vial. Medicinal morphine and naloxone hydrochloride. Indeed, my guess was correct. Kusagakure and some others were abusing opioids. Yumi's words seemed to strike like lightning in Agatakau's mind. The shock made him dizzy for a moment. He was a bit confused about the situation. Obviously, Kusagakure autopsy report has not been released yet. Why did the previous Akaikawa Kyujuk and the current Yumi do it? Did everyone guess so accurately that Kusaka and the others were abusing morphine? Agatakau did not understand at all what made Yumi realize the clues. He opened his mouth and tried to refute Yumi's words. But he was unable to refute. Because once he spoke, it would be equivalent to admitting that he knew about Kusaka and his morphine abuse. Then I don't understand. How did it end up like this? Juzo made a confused sound. He looked at Takawaga lying on the ground like a corpse and felt puzzled in his heart. According to Yumi's earlier reasoning, this Takao should be the killer. But as the killer, why does it seem like he was killed now? There must have been an accident. Yumi said. Before the door was opened, the room was always in a locked or secret room state. In this case, unless the movie exhibition staff with the key committed the crime, it can only be Takawaga himself who caused the current situation. Apostrophe. After hearing this, Takawaga suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness rising to his head. Given the circumstances at that time, besides locking the door, did he have any other option? They had deprived me of almost all my mobility due to the morphine and naloxone. If I hadn't locked the door at that moment, once someone discovered his condition, the medicines and gun left in the room would immediately reveal the fact that he was the killer. Not to mention, at that time, Akaikawa also said "see you later," meaning he would soon return to Hata Yoshitake's personal room. And the only thing that can separate him from the devil who seems to have the ability to see through people's hearts is this little door. But Takawaga did not expect this. He didn't expect the devil to return, but due to his own behavior of locking the door, he distorted the direction of the detectives to solve the case. But it doesn't matter. There are no traces of me on either the gun or the pillbox. As long as I kill you and refuse to admit it, they shouldn't be able to do anything to me. Takao thought to himself. Chapter 98, Lunatic Akaikawa Kyujuk stood in the hallway leading to Hata Yoshitake's personal lounge, observing the situation inside the room from a distance. When he realized that the gun and pillbox were no longer on the table in the room, he knew that Takawaga had once again dug his own grave. Takawaga wanted to protect himself when his mobility was compromised, so he did everything he could to isolate himself from the medicine and gun. But by doing so, he couldn't accuse me of injecting him with morphine and naloxone. Takawaga seems to still be clinging to luck, thinking he hasn't been identified as the killer. He thinks he can get away with pretending to be the victim. But that would be underestimating the skills of the detectives. Akaikawa Kyajuk could tell at a glance what Takawaga had done during his absence and what was running through his mind at that moment. However, despite being injected with so much morphine and naloxone, he still had the strength to hide the gun and pillbox. Mr. Raga's physique is clearly better than that of an average person. Akaikawa Kyajuk mused to himself. Speaking of which, I wonder if he's noticed that the paraffin has disappeared from his hands. Akaikawa Kyajuk looked at Takawaga lying on the floor and couldn't help but form a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Just as Takawaga was cursing Akaikawa Kyajuk in his heart for ruining his plan, he suddenly felt his line of sight blocked. Struggling to turn his head, he saw the elementary school student he had seen during dinner the previous evening, Saramis Yumi, crouching beside him, staring directly at him. Just as Takawaga was trying to figure out what was going on, the elementary school student next to him suddenly began removing his clothing. After a moment, Conan's artificial voice echoed in the room. "Ah, hey, that's so weird. Mr. Raga's arm looks injured." Takawaga was stunned upon hearing this. At first, he thought the elementary school kids beside him were just causing trouble. But now, he realized the other party had long since determined that there were needle marks on his body. In other words, the detectives had already deduced that he was showing symptoms of withdrawal. Everyone followed Conan's pointing finger and indeed saw a needle mark in the crook of Takawaga's elbow. Saramis Yumi stepped forward, gently pressing the area around Takawaga's elbow, and after observing carefully, she remarked, "This is fresh, which means Takawaga had an intravenous injection not too long ago." With this, the cause of Mr. Raga's current condition becomes clear. Saramis Yumi then turned her gaze to the two used vials on the room's floor, which had previously contained morphine and naloxone. She explained to everyone, first of all, Mr. Raga's current state must be severe withdrawal symptoms caused by the simultaneous use of morphine and naloxone. When Takawaga heard this, he sighed internally, marveling at the depth of Saramis Yumi's knowledge. At the same time, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Maybe he could claim that someone else had injected him with morphine and naloxone without having to say anything himself. However, Saramis Yumi's next words made Takawaga's heart stop. "I've confirmed that Takawaga arranged a meeting with Mr. Akaikawa in Hata Yoshitake's personal lounge at 1 o'clock. So, to ensure that Mr. Akaikawa wouldn't arrive early and find no one in the room, Mr. Raga must have come to the lounge in advance to prepare. It was likely during this time that Mr. Raga experienced withdrawal symptoms. So, he decided to inject himself with morphine. Perhaps he made an error and injected too much morphine, making it unbearable for him. Then he decided to inject naloxone to counteract the morphine overdose and block its effects. Ultimately, this overdose of naloxone caused severe withdrawal symptoms. If my assumption is correct, there should be another needle mark on Mr. Raga's body. Unlike morphine, naloxone doesn't require intravenous administration. We should focus on finding a site suitable for intramuscular injection, such as the gluteus maximus or the deltoid muscle in the upper arm." Sara's words felt like a thunderbolt to Takawaga. The detective had only been in the room for a few minutes, but could they really deduce that he intended to target Akaikawa Kyajuk? They even speculated that he had arrived early at Hata Yoshitake's lounge to prepare. If that were the case, Sara's previous reasoning was terrifyingly precise. Still, the subsequent reasoning was slightly off the mark, completely missing the truth. Takawaga felt Sara's deduction was utterly absurd. For her theory to hold water, she would have to prove that the pillbox containing the morphine was connected to him. And that was impossible. Moreover, he had to prevent that from happening. Upon hearing this, the officers from the Metropolitan Police Department began inspecting Takawaga's body. Soon, they discovered another needle mark on the upper part of his arm. At that moment, Takawaga could no longer hold it in. What kind of garbage reasoning is this? Don't assume the morphine is mine just because you see it. Wasn't it found in Hata's lounge? What does that have to do with me? Takawaga shouted furiously. Oh, so Mr. Raga disagrees with my reasoning? Then let me ask you this, if you didn't inject yourself with morphine and naloxone, Mr. Raga, how do you explain your current state? Saramis Yumi looked at Takawaga, smiling faintly. Sara's question instantly silenced Takawaga. He realized he couldn't respond to her question at all. He truly wanted to shout the truth, that he had locked the door to keep Akaikawa Kyajuk out, only for that lunatic to inject him with large doses of morphine and naloxone, torturing him. However, he couldn't do that. After Akaikawa Kyajuk left, he was left with only two options. Either leave the gun and pillbox on the table, waiting for the police and detectives to find him and judge him as a murderer. Or hide the gun and medicine and do his best to pretend to be just a victim. With all witnesses dead and no fingerprints on the gun or medicine to incriminate him, there was still room to maneuver. While it seemed like there were two choices, there was, in reality, only one. To escape blame, Takawaga had no choice but to pick the latter. But after making that choice, another problem arose. He had no way to accuse Akaikawa Kyajuk of what he had done. From the perspective of the victim, he couldn't have known there were a gun and medicine in Hata Yoshitake's room, where the real murderer was. Thus, the notion that Akaikawa Kyajuk had tortured him became non-existent. If he revealed the truth, it would amount to admitting the medicine was connected to him. Why is that lunatic so fearless? Doesn't he worry I'll expose everything he did to me? The frustration of knowing he had been wronged but being unable to explain made Takawaga so enraged he felt suffocated. He screamed internally, cursing Akaikawa Kyajuk as a madman. And he deeply regretted the decision he made earlier that morning, which had sealed his irreversible fate. Chapter 99, Defeating Hope. Takawaga felt so uncomfortable that his anger and resentment made him a little dizzy. But to avoid suspicion as much as possible, he still thought quickly, searching for flaws in Saramis Yumi's words. I'm the best doctor. If I injected myself with morphine and naloxone, how could I have made a dosage mistake? Takawaga once again loudly refuted Saramis Yumi's reasoning. Since Mr. Raga is so outstanding, you should also know that after a person is injected with morphine, their thinking, judgment, and actions are all impaired, right? Sara asked with a pure smile. But her words once again struck a thud into Takawaga heart. The ampule itself contains an excessive dose of naloxone. In such a case, it's entirely possible for an overdose to occur due to impaired judgment. It's not uncommon to see cases where drug abuse affects someone's ability to control the dosage, leading to accidents, right? Hearing Sara's straightforward words, Megure Juzo and the detectives around them nodded. Sara-san is right. Cases like these are not rare worldwide, there are many, said Megure Juzo. Many drug abusers overdose because they fail to judge the correct safe dosage, which endangers their lives. Such incidents happen frequently across the globe, especially with high-risk drugs like opioids, including heroin. Saramis Yumi nodded slightly and looked at Takawaga again. Morphine is derived from opium, and when refined, it turns into heroin. As a doctor, Mr. Raga, you must be aware of this, correct? Miss, that's absurd. The anger in Takawaga's chest gradually turned into extreme panic. He didn't understand why the detective in front of him could still find a logical explanation for such misguided reasoning. Seeing that Takawaga didn't refute her further, Saramis Yumi continued speaking. Admit it, Mr. Raga. This gun and morphine belong to you, don't they? To frame Director Hata for today's incident, you hid these items in his personal lounge. The reason you shot Director Hata and Soma was to cover up the fact that you supplied them with morphine? And the reason you decided to frame Director Hata must be because you were the doctor who caused his facial paralysis, isn't that right? You believed the police and detectives would uncover what happened back then and therefore concluded that Hata was the prime suspect trying to kill you, so you planned all of this. Sara's straightforward words felt like a lightning strike to Agatakao. He looked at Saramis Yumi in front of him with a horrified expression. He realized that, in his mind, these detectives, whom he had previously considered slightly better than the incompetent Metropolitan Police Department officers, turned out to be terrifyingly sharp. It was evident that the person before him was just a high school student. How could she deduce the truth so accurately when the cause of Kusagakure Tsunkazu's death hadn't even been clarified yet? If she reasoned this way, then this detective must have conducted a detailed investigation into Tsunkazu Kusagakure's sudden death yesterday and investigated today's crime scene of Ryo Sogaban Myosoma. Later, after finding morphine and a gun in Hata Yoshitake's personal lounge where Aga was found, she made her inference. It all seemed logical. But yesterday afternoon, she hadn't witnessed Kusagakure Tsunkazu's death up close. And Akaikawa Kyajuk, who couldn't enter or exit the crime scene at will like a detective, how on earth could he know your motives, purposes, and modus operandi? Could it be that he guessed Kusagakure and others were abusing morphine just from a casual interaction yesterday? How is that possible? Takawaga felt horrified. He realized that his once proud intellect, especially when compared to Akaikawa Kyajuk's, felt like a rusty, poorly maintained machine with clogged gears operating at an extremely slow pace. You claim the pillbox and gun are mine. Do you have any evidence? Just because something is found in Hata's lounge, does that mean it belongs to me? Couldn't I also be a victim? Assuming that my hospital uses morphine doesn't mean I'm illegally supplying it, let alone killing people over it. What nonsense. Takawaga looked at Saramis Yumi and made one final desperate attempt, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. I honestly didn't expect you, Mr. Aga, to still deny it at his point. Regardless, the forensic division officer has already extracted fingerprints from both the gun and the pillbox. If we use the mobile fingerprint comparison system, we'll know the results soon enough. Saramashimi turned to the officer comparing the fingerprints and spoke softly. Hearing this, Takao sneered inwardly. How could there be any fingerprint flaws? It was Akaikawa Kyajuk who touched his pillbox. There should only be his fingerprints. A few moments passed. The forensics officer confirmed the results of the comparison. The comparison results show that only Mr. Aga's fingerprints are present on both the gun and the pillbox. Hearing this, Takao felt his breath catch, as if his heart had stopped. Fingerprints? How could there be fingerprints? You're lying. You're trying to coerce a confession, aren't you? You'll all go to jail for this. After a brief moment of shock, Takao suddenly shouted hysterically, convinced the police and detectives were colluding to deceive him. As he yelled, he quietly rubbed his fingertips, trying to feel for the paraffin wax. But instead of the hard texture of the wax, he only felt the soft touch of his bare fingertips. Takao felt his head explode with a loud boom, plunging him into utter confusion. I'm also a little surprised. At first, I thought Mr. Aga's method of committing the crime was quite sophisticated, but in the end, there were flaws with the fingerprints. Saramashimi said lightly. No, that's not it. It wasn't me. I really don't know what happened. I passed out. I swear I never touched the gun or the pillbox. Someone must have grabbed my hand and forced me to touch the gun and pillbox. You can't falsely accuse an innocent person. Takao panicked, his words becoming incoherent. Juzo, annoyed by Takao's behavior, walked straight toward him. Takao only saw darkness as Maguire's large figure stood before him like a mountain, blocking almost all the light. Takao, according to Sarasen's reasoning, you must have come here immediately after killing Director Soma to attack Akaikawa-san. This means you wouldn't have had time to return to the hotel. Since you deny being the killer, then there shouldn't be any gunshot residue reaction, right? Juzo's words were like the final blow, completely crushing Takao's last glimmer of hope. Chapter 100, Hidden Dangers and Doubt. Saga. Takao's vision went dark, and he fainted from the weight of Juzo's words. Afterward, the forensic section officers conducted a careful inspection of Yashitaka Hata's personal lounge. This box of medication belonging to Takao is designed to hold 8 ampules, but 2 are missing. Judging by the fragments on the floor, one was medical morphine, and the other was naloxone hydrochloride. This matches both the condition of the medication box and Miss Sara's deductions. A criminal officer reported the findings to Juzo. Subsequently, the forensic team shared the results of fingerprint extraction and comparison. 2 sets of fingerprints were found on the inner door handle of Yashitaka Hata's personal lounge. One set belonged to Takao, and the other, as Saramashimi speculated, likely belonged to Yashitaka Hata. Because the festival staff cleaned the venue daily, including the directors' and writers' lounges, the door handles had been wiped clean. Hata visited his lounge this morning, leaving fingerprints on both the interior and exterior handles. As for the outer door handle, 2 sets of prints were also found, though neither belonged to Takao. One set likely belonged to Yashitaka Hata, and the other to Akaikawa Kyajuk. This also indirectly proved that Aga had taken measures to hide his tracks when entering the room. The presence of Akaikawa Kyajuk's fingerprints on the outer door handle did not raise suspicion among the police or detectives. After all, Kyajuk had tried to enter the lounge earlier at 1 o'clock and had touched the handle then. Akaikawa Kyajuk watched as Takao, unconscious and limp as mud, was carried out on a stretcher by ambulance staff. There's still a bit of unease about this, Kyajuk thought. He remembered the moment not long ago when he had entered Hata Yashitaki's lounge alone. Takao had pointed a gun directly at his head. At that moment, Kyajuk realized that Takao must not have had time to cover his tracks after attacking Ryo Sogaban Myosoma. Aga's failure to address the gunpowder residue on his hands was a fatal oversight. However, Kyajuk also noted that Aga, as an excellent graduate of the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine, should have been able to anticipate this problem. This suggested that Aga had been confident he would have time to deal with the residue after his planned actions, but Kyajuk's intervention disrupted this process, leaving behind a critical flaw. In addition to the residue issue, the fingerprints were also questionable. If someone is as intelligent as Takao, leaving fingerprints on crucial evidence seems remarkably careless. Furthermore, considering his intent to frame Yashitaka Hata, he should have avoided leaving any trace of his own fingerprints on the gun or the medication box. But then again, Kyajuk mused, beyond his overconfidence, there's little about Aga that suggests true brilliance. He silently compared Takao to Koichi Nishihara, finding little difference in their recklessness. At the same time, Kyajuk recalled how the handsome detective, as Megure had called him, had deduced the presence of gunpowder residue entirely on his own. This, Kyajuk reasoned, meant the detective had no doubts about this conclusion. Still, the issue with the fingerprints is a bit more glaring, Kyajuk thought. As for whether Takawaga would confess once brought to the Metropolitan Police Department, Kyajuk wasn't concerned. This situation mirrored the case with Koichi Nishihara. The only witness was the perpetrator, whose malicious intent towards Kyajuk was evident. Such confessions held little credibility or weight. Even if the Metropolitan Police detectives investigated Kyajuk based on the confession, he had nothing to fear. After all, there was an overwhelming lack of witnesses, physical evidence, or motive. If anything, confessing might just worsen Naga's situation and increase his sentence, Kyajuk thought. What a shame. If there weren't any detectives here, I would have liked to get my hands on that morphine. With it, I could accomplish quite a bit. Kyajuk sighed internally, touching the lighter and candle in his pocket. In the end, aside from the system rewards, he had only obtained items readily available anywhere. If possible, I still want to improve my physical condition. If I encounter someone with professional training next time, it might not be so easy to deal with them. Kyajuk acknowledged his vulnerability. In a world filled with individuals with severe mental problems, his inability to fully protect himself was a glaring weakness. Hey, kid, let's go. What are you thinking about? Saramis Yumi lightly kicked Conan, who was deep in thought again, and smiled. I still feel there's something strange about this case, Conan murmured. What? Do you think Kaga isn't the killer? No, he's definitely the killer, but many of the details don't add up. Like what? Sara asked. The first oddity is your speculation that Kaga overdosed on morphine due to withdrawal, impairing his judgment, and then injected himself with a large dose of naloxone, triggering severe withdrawal symptoms. While it's true that many who sell drugs become addicted themselves and turn to dealing due to financial need, Takawaga is different. He undoubtedly wasn't short on money. Given that he supplied these substances to prominent figures in the Japanese entertainment industry, I doubt he would use them himself. But that's not absolute, right? For people like him, money might no longer excite them, they seek other thrills, Sara reasoned. Conan didn't dismiss her argument but continued, the second issue is how carelessly he left fingerprints on the gun. Considering his plan to frame Yashitaki Hata, leaving his prints on the weapon and medication box is out of character. Yes, that is quite strange. I even remarked earlier that it was too careless of him, Sara admitted. But perhaps his mental instability left gaps in his plan. Despite her explanation, the furrow in Sara's brow remained. Chapter 101, A Man-Made Accident. After thinking for a moment, Saramis Yumi turned to Conan. If you think the fingerprint issue is inexplicable, kid, then the matter of the gunpowder residue is as well. Takawaga isn't a fool. He should have considered the presence of gunpowder residue after shooting. When he fainted after Officer Megure mentioned gunpowder residue, I can tentatively conclude that he didn't deal with it on his body. Conan listened silently to Saramis Yumi's explanation and slowly nodded. He is an excellent student who graduated from the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Tokyo. He also had access to a gun, so he must have known there would be gunpowder residue after firing. So, I believe the reason he didn't handle the gunpowder residue on his body is the same as why he left fingerprints behind. It was due to unexpected withdrawal symptoms that he couldn't move freely. Naturally, he had no way to deal with the gunpowder residue on his body. Actually, there's another possibility. Conan spoke up at that moment. That is, whether it's the fingerprints or the gunpowder residue, Takawaga's plan was originally set up to be executed perfectly. But because of an unexpected situation, he couldn't follow through. The accident I'm referring to isn't the sudden withdrawal symptoms you mentioned, Ms. Sara. Because, in my opinion, it's incredibly foolish for someone of Takawaga's status to abuse morphine. If we consider that he didn't abuse morphine at all, then it's possible that someone interfered with Takawaga's plan. Due to man-made accidents, he was unable to proceed as planned. After all, if you want to eliminate gunpowder residue from your body, all you need to do is take a shower and wash your clothes afterward. Although it was also an accident, Conan provided an explanation in a completely different direction from Saramis Yumi. Saramis Yumi was surprised to hear Conan's reasoning. A man-made accident? Kid, are you suggesting someone injected morphine and naloxone into Takawaga's body? If Takawaga wasn't addicted to morphine? Conan nodded. My speculation isn't baseless. Akaikawa Kyajuk mentioned earlier that he received an invitation from Takawaga this morning. And after watching the morning film, Takawaga directly went to kill Ryo Sogab and then Mio Soma. He waited in Hata Yashitaki's personal lounge for Akaikawa's arrival. That means he must have brought a gun into the festival venue in the morning, ready to carry out his murder plan. If he was addicted to morphine, wouldn't he have considered the possibility of withdrawal symptoms when planning a murder in advance? Furthermore, the morphine was obtained through his own hospital. So I think the reasoning that Takawaga experienced withdrawal symptoms by accident, ultimately causing the plan to fail, doesn't align with his image as an excellent student. Hearing Conan's reasoning, Yumi found it convincing. However, there was still something she couldn't understand. Then what was his motivation? Why did he do this? That? Conan frowned, making a thoughtful expression. I have a few guesses. First, he was displeased with the criminal and wanted to punish him. Second, he wanted to help us and seek justice. That person might have realized that if Takawaga was allowed to carry out his plan, not only would more people die, but identifying him as a murderer after he eliminated the gunpowder residue would be much more difficult. Third, the person who was originally chosen as Takawaga's target fought back in self-defense. Why do I feel like your reasoning is even more far-fetched? Yumi sighed helplessly. Come on, you have to remember that Takawaga had a gun. According to what you said, this person must have a close relationship with Takawaga and didn't raise his guard against him. And this person would also need considerable pharmaceutical knowledge. Because Takawaga only had 2 injection marks on his body, meaning the other party knew from the start to inject morphine intravenously and naloxone intramuscularly. Is there such a person here? Yumi analyzed thoughtfully. As of now, the only person who fits these conditions is Hata Yoshitaki. Hata Yoshitaki has a close relationship with Takawaga, and he could have acquired relevant knowledge through direct exposure. He changed his plan and returned to the lounge midway. He found out that Takawaga intended to frame him, so he killed Takawaga and escaped again. It's possible. Conan nodded. Anyway, there shouldn't be any doubt that Hata Yoshitaki had the motive to kill Takawaga. If someone really attacked him, why didn't Takawaga directly name the person who attacked him? What was he secretly doing? Because he'd been trying to distance himself from the gun and drugs. Wouldn't revealing this make him look like the killer? That seems reasonable. Yumi thought for a moment before responding. Then she went to Megure to share Conan's reasoning. Before long, Conan saw Megure pat Yumi on the shoulder with his large hand, say something with a smile, and then Yumi returned. How did it go? Conan asked. I feel like Officer Megure doesn't completely believe your reasoning, kid. His attitude is a bit casual. I don't know if you noticed. Yumi sighed helplessly. It would be great if we could observe the interrogation of the prisoner. That's impossible, no matter how you think about it. Conan complained. Beyond that, there wasn't much else they could do. Conan, let's go. Mori Ran's voice called out from not far away. Okay, Ran sister. Conan responded and then ran toward Mori Ran, who was waving at them. Yumi clasped her hands behind her head, casually following the group. She noticed that as soon as Conan reached Mori Ran's side, he reverted to his usual innocent elementary school demeanor. This kid, his acting skills are even better when he's in front of Ran Nichin. Yumi inwardly commented before her gaze shifted to Suzuki Sanoko. She saw Suzuki Sanoko, as usual, looking starstruck after seeing a handsome guy and chatting happily with a Kaikawa Kyuk. If Kagaku-san sees this, I bet he'd be jealous again. Yumi thought, unable to suppress a slight smile. She always found it amusing to see the strong Kagaku Makoto getting jealous of the slender Akaikawa Kyuk. This Akaikawa has such bad luck. He almost got turned into a scapegoat again this time. Her inner musing suddenly stopped. Speaking of which, there seems to be another person who is even less likely to be protected by Takawaga than Hata Yoshitaki. That is Akaikawa Kyuk, who was also chosen as Takawaga's target. The smile disappeared from Yumi's face. At that moment, her green eyes reflected the image of the actor, smiling as he chatted with Suzuki Sanoko. Chapter 102, Could Akaikawa really do it? Takawaga had been staying in Hata Yoshitaki's private lounge ever since he killed Myosoma. If a stranger appeared, he would never have opened the door. Because once it was revealed that he had been in Hata Yoshitaki's private lounge, his plan to frame Hata Yoshitaki naturally couldn't proceed. So, according to the kid's reasoning, if there really was someone who disrupted Takawaga's plan, then Takawaga wouldn't have tried to protect them. Yumi's sharp eyes were fixed on Akaikawa Kyuk in front of her as she continued Conan's line of reasoning in her mind. Akaikawa was Takawaga's target. If he had approached Takawaga beforehand, Takawaga definitely wouldn't have been on guard against him. Speaking of which, did Akaikawa have an alibi for the time of Takawaga's accident? Ranchan and Sanoko were with us at the time, and only Akaikawa and her manager were in the projection room. But is it really possible for Akaikawa to have done it? Facing Takawaga, who harbored murderous intent toward him, did he subdue him with his own hands? Yumi looked at Akaikawa Kyuk's slender figure and couldn't help but feel doubtful. Akaikawa Kyuk's frailty was obvious to everyone. No matter how she thought about it, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't seem capable of overpowering Takawaga. Saramasumi fell back into her earlier mental struggle. That is, the traits Akaikawa Kyajuk displayed made her rationally deny the possibility of him attacking Takawaga. But emotionally, Saramasumi couldn't stop thinking about it. Because she always recalled that slight but possible image of Akaikawa Kyajuk, ruthless at heart, showing no pity for his body to achieve his goals. His acting skills were so exceptional that neither she nor Conan could detect any flaws. He had sharp observation skills and an extremely clever mind. If Akaikawa Kyajuk truly appeared to be a trained agent, Saramasumi suddenly felt he could have overpowered Takawaga with his own hands and, like him, was very familiar with methods of injecting substances such as morphine and naloxone. This possibility is too low, and there are too many inexplicable points. Besides, I can't imagine Akaikawa's motive for attacking Takawaga. I've tried countless times before. No matter how I look at it, Akaikawa is just an actor with limited acting skills but a very immature mental age. Countless pieces of evidence denied the possibility Saramasumi had in mind. But perhaps it was because the previous car accident case hadn't been resolved for so long, a sliver of doubt about Akaikawa Kyajuk still lingered in her heart. I should first ask Akaikawa if he left the projection room during that time. Saramasumi thought to herself. Just as she was about to ask Akaikawa Kyajuk about his alibi at noon, she suddenly noticed Yoko Okino, standing beside Akaikawa Kyajuk, staring at her. Saramasumi then saw Yoko Okino intentionally slow her pace, waiting for her to catch up. "Excuse me, Ms. Sara, is there something you'd like to say?" Saramasumi caught a faint, pleasant scent from Yoko Okino as her soft, melodious voice reached her ears. "Not at all, Miss Yoko. Is there something I can help you with?" "It's nothing. I just noticed, Ms. Sara, that you seem to have been watching Akaikawa-kun for quite some time." Yoko Okino looked at Saramasumi with her beautiful sapphire eyes and spoke with a smile. "Although it's a bit rude to say, I can't help but feel that the way you were looking at Akaikawa-kun earlier was as if you were staring at a suspect. I was wondering if there was something about Akaikawa-kun that made you suspicious, Ms. Sara." Yoko Okino teased Saramasumi. No. Miss Yoko, you misunderstood. That's impossible." Saramasumi quickly denied it. At the same time, she thought to herself that Yoko Okino truly deserved her reputation as Japan's top idol. Her perception was far sharper than the average person's. "Oh, I see. That's quite rude of me." Yoko Okino paused and bowed slightly to Saramasumi. This startled Saramasumi a little. After Yoko Okino apologized to her, she continued walking alongside her. "Speaking of which, Ms. Sara, you're really amazing. You're no less skilled than Detective Mori. Last time at the Imperial Theater and this time at the film festival, it was thanks to you that we caught the real culprit." "Haha, that's too much praise. How could I dare to compare myself to Detective Mori? I'm just a little interested in reasoning. I'm happy to be able to help others." Saramasumi humbly responded to Yoko Okino's praise. Since Yoko Okino had come to chat with her, there was no way for her to question Akaikawa Kyajuk about his alibi. This left Saramasumi feeling quite frustrated. But considering Yoko Okino's relationship with Akaikawa Kyajuk, Saramasumi suddenly thought of asking Yoko Okino something. "By the way, Miss Yoko, may I ask, what's your relationship with Mr. Akaikawa?" "Oh, it's just a simple senior-junior relationship between artists." "Is that really the case?" Saramasumi directly exposed Yoko Okino's lie. "Judging by how much you care about Mr. Akaikawa, and considering the same hair and eye color between the two of you, it must be more than just a senior-junior relationship, right? You're Mr. Akaikawa's biological sister, aren't you?" Saramasumi stared intently at Yoko Okino and softly spoke. She then noticed Yoko Okino's ever-present smile vanish instantly, her clear, beautiful blue eyes widening in shock. Her steps halted abruptly. Saramasumi glanced back and saw Yoko Okino staring at her in surprise before quickly denying it. "What are you talking about, Ms. Sara? Please stop joking." "Don't worry, Miss Yoko. I won't go around spreading nonsense." Saramasumi observed Yoko Okino's panicked reaction after being exposed. She guessed Yoko Okino wanted to keep this relationship hidden to avoid suspicions and protect Akaikawa Kyajuk from rumors. That's all there is to it. Yoko Okino finally admitted with some embarrassment. After looking around cautiously, she leaned in close and whispered to Saramasumi, "Ms. Sara, please don't tell anyone. If people start talking about Chan, it'll be such a headache." "Don't worry, I promise." Saramasumi thought, "I knew it," and reassured Yoko Okino. "Then thank you, Ms. Sara. If you weren't a girl, I might have been quite moved by you." Yoko Okino joked with a smile before quickly returning to Akaikawa Kyajuk and Misaki Itakura. Saramasumi, left blushing from Yoko Okino's words, noted that neither Akaikawa Kyajuk nor Yoko Okino had asked anything further. Meanwhile, Yoko Okino, now back at the front of the group, resumed her conversation with Misaki Itakura and Sanoko Suzuki, smiling as usual. Officer Takagi is so unreliable. He casually revealed my private matters and chans. Yoko Okino thought back to what are Takagi calling her after the car accident, his figure surfacing in her mind. Chapter 103, The Inside Story. Although the true culprit of the shooting, Takawaga, has been captured, the case is far from over. 2 hours after Saramis Yumi and her group, Inspector Megure arrived at the Harbor Royal Court Hotel, where many entertainment industry professionals were staying. Here, they encountered Hoda Yoshitaki, the director who had just returned, and began their interrogation. During questioning, Hoda Yoshitaki recounted the story of his disfigurement. About 10 years ago, I had just finished celebrating the wrap-up of a film I directed. That night, I took a taxi home. I had drunk a little wine and felt thirsty on the way, so I asked the driver to stop at a store near my house. I went in to buy some drinks, and on my way home, I was hit by a car making a right turn. I was rushed to the hospital, and though the injuries weren't life-threatening, the scratches on my face felt like my world was crumbling. At the time, I was still working as an actor. After I was discharged, I sought help at the Tokyo Medical University Hospital. I approached Taiga, who was working there, to perform reconstructive surgery to remove the scars. At this point, Saramis Yumi interrupted. At the time, Mr. Hoda, did you already know Mr. Raga? Yes, we'd known each other for quite some time. I had often turned to him for surgeries or related needs. Understood. Please continue. There was an accident during the operation. After the surgery, I found my entire cheek was paralyzed. It felt like the sky was falling on me. Taiga apologized and asked for a chance to make it right. So, I agreed to a facial nerve transplant surgery. The operation was mostly successful. My cheek mostly recovered, but there was no response around my left eye. Devastated, I decided to give up my career as an actor. As Hoda Yoshitaki spoke, everyone around him observed his left cheek, immobile even as he talked, and his drooping eyelid. A wave of pity swept through the group. Saramis Yumi then asked, after all that, Mr. Hoda, how has your relationship with Mr. Raga been? He voluntarily resigned after the incident and was deeply remorseful. I couldn't bring myself to hold a grudge against him. Saramis Yumi's tone grew sharper. To put it bluntly, Mr. Hoda, have you ever considered that the medical accident might not have been an accident? Everyone around them looked stunned at her suggestion. I've thought about it, Hoda admitted, but I don't believe Aga would do such a thing. If he intentionally caused my facial paralysis, why would he work so hard on the transplant surgery afterward? At that moment, a sharp voice filled with anger broke through. Is that so? Mr. Hoda, you only had minor scratches back then. It wasn't that serious. But your entire cheek was paralyzed because of a medical accident. Doesn't that sound suspicious? All heads turned toward the voice. A woman with an artistic demeanor glared at them, her face stern. While unfamiliar to most, Akaikawa Kyajuk recognized her instantly. It was Oda Ima, the screenwriter he had met the previous day in Hoda Yoshitaki's private screening room. Coincidentally, the movie they watched that morning had been written by her. After introducing herself, Oda Ima turned to Hoda Yoshitaki and continued, furthermore, Mr. Hoda, you claim Taiga worked hard on your nerve transplant. Then why is your left eye still paralyzed? From my perspective, Aga deliberately botched your original surgery and then performed the transplant as a so-called apology. When he conducted the transplant, he deliberately left your left eye untreated, robbing you of the chance to continue acting. Enough. Hoda Yoshitaki's sudden outburst silenced her. Though Oda Ima stopped speaking, her face remained defiant, clearly unshaken in her convictions. Saramis Yumi, observing Oda Ima, noticed something intriguing. When Oda Ima spoke of Aga, she referred to him directly by name, without any honorifics. It was evident that her resentment toward him ran deep. Miss Oda, why do you think that? Asked Saramis Yumi. My woman's intuition. This response left everyone speechless. Who would have thought that a celebrated screenwriter like Oda Ima would offer such a justification? She noticed their reactions and raised her voice again. Mr. Hoda and Aga have known each other for a long time. I could tell from early on that Aga was jealous of Mr. Hoda's success in the entertainment industry. I've seen it before, when Mr. Hoda shared good news with Aga, his face would show a flash of displeasure, masked by a fake smile. In fact, I believe the car that hit Mr. Hoda was arranged by Aga. He knew Mr. Hoda trusted him and would seek his medical expertise, giving him the opportunity to execute his plan to disfigure him. That's enough. Hoda Yoshitaki shouted again, his voice firm. Although Oda Ima went silent, her expression remained resolute. This is all in the past. There's no point dwelling on it now, Hoda said calmly. Actually, Mr. Hoda, I partially agree with Miss Oda, Suramasumi said suddenly. Perhaps you're unaware, but earlier today at the film festival's exhibition area, Mr. Taiga murdered our department head, Soma Mayo, and tried to frame you for it. What? Two voices rang out in shock, one belonging to Hoda Yashitaki and the other to Odaima. Both were visibly shaken by Sara's revelation. To think there's such a dark undercurrent to this case, Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself, glancing at Odaima's pale face from a distance. Chapter 104, Doubt this Odaima. Every time she hears Hodayoshi choosing to trust Tagatakao, she gets extremely emotional. Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was sitting on the side, noticed Odaima's rather peculiar reaction. Odaima not only disagreed that the medical accident involving Hoda Yashitaki was an accident, but she also never considered Tagatakao a good person from beginning to end. However, when asked about her reasoning, she either remained silent or used the excuse of a sixth sense to be vague. Although Odaima claimed to have known Hoda Yashitaki and Tagatakao for a long time, Akaikawa Kyajuk could infer from comparing their ages that it was clear Tagatakao and Hoda Yashitaki had met first. Odaima must have met Tagatakao later through Hoda Yashitaki. Furthermore, while Odaima often argued with Hoda Yashitaki and clearly distrusted Tagatakao, she continued to harbor doubts about the medical accident from years ago. Even though 10 years had passed since the medical incident involving Hoda Yashitaki, Odaima still grew extremely emotional when the topic came up. The unwavering belief Odaima holds that Tagatakao isn't a good person seems worth investigating further. Moreover, Odaima appeared more concerned about the incident than Hoda Yashitaki himself. This situation wasn't too difficult to comprehend. From the first time Akaikawa Kyajuk met Odaima, he noticed signs of a relationship beyond friendship between her and Hoda Yashitaki. Whenever Odaima met Hoda Yashitaki, she deliberately removed the wedding ring she wore year-round. Additionally, the admiration and respect she exhibited when talking to Hoda Yashitaki weren't fabricated. With this in mind, Odaima's earlier reactions became easier to understand. Of course, this matter didn't directly involve Akaikawa Kyajuk, but he couldn't ignore one particular aspect. It was Odaima's reaction upon hearing about Tagatakao's actions. For Hoda Yashitaki, who has always trusted Tagatakao, it's reasonable to see such shock on his face when he learns that Tagatakao not only committed murder but also tried to frame him. However, Odaima clearly dislikes Tagatakao, and their relationship is obviously not close, so her reaction seemed a bit over the top. Ordinary people rarely encounter murder cases in their lifetime. Thus, it was entirely normal for Odaima to feel frightened. But still, although the direct cause of Ryo Sogaban Miyosama's deaths was Tagatakao, the indirect cause lay with Kusagakure. Initially, Akaikawa Kyajuk speculated that perhaps Yashitaki Hoda's desire for revenge against Tagatakao contributed to Kusagakure death. However, after noticing Odaima's reaction, that thought began to change. Did Tagatakao really kill director Sogaban Soma? Why? Odaima's face went pale as she stammered this question to Suramasumi. Suramasumi observed Odaima but chose not to respond. At that moment, Megure Juzo spoke up. Have you heard about Tagatakao supplying morphine to prominent figures in Japan's entertainment industry? What? Both Hoda Yashitaki and Odaima displayed shock simultaneously. Conan silently observed their reactions, though his focus lingered more on Odaima. Morphine? Isn't that a painkiller? Hoda Yashitaki appeared genuinely astonished by Megure Juzo's words. But morphine also induces euphoria and can lead to addiction, Megure Juzo explained. No. I had no idea. He actually did such a thing. Hoda Yashitaki's expression conveyed disbelief. Megure Juzo then turned to Odaima, who offered the same answer, claiming she was unaware of this matter. Please tell me, Odaima suddenly said in a trembling voice. Could it be that our director and Soma were recipients of the morphine supplied by Tagatakao? I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that information, Megure Juzo replied firmly. Odaima's face grew paler upon hearing this response. Conan scrutinized her reaction before hopping off his chair. Conan, where are you going? Mori-ran asked. To the bathroom, Conan replied as he made his way out. Odaima's reaction was indeed peculiar, especially after hearing about the deaths of Sogaburyo and Soma Mayo. There's a high likelihood she's connected to Kusagakure death. But how? Kusagakure clearly died after consuming alcohol, yet there was no sign of tampering. Could Odaima have added something to Kusagakure's drink? But she wasn't even seated at the same table, so executing such a plan would be extremely difficult. Besides, Kusagakure drank alcohol after being injected with morphine, which is strange in itself. Conan's thoughts raced as he walked. Suddenly, he overheard people talking nearby. By the way, why didn't Director Tanaka show up today? and no one can reach him on his phone. Is something wrong? Well, I heard the traffic police arrested Tanaka for drunk driving last night. He's probably still at the police station. What? He drove after drinking? Who knows? Normally, Tanaka wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. He usually avoids drinking if he has to drive. I see. A light bulb went off in Conan's mind. He quickly rushed toward the elevator, pressed the button, and headed to the banquet hall from the previous evening. The banquet hall had been closed off due to yesterday's murder, and everything remained untouched. Conan entered the room and made his way straight to the self-service beer machine. Although the banquet hall had a bartender dedicated to preparing drinks, beer was served in a self-service format. The Suzuki Foundation had provided bottled beer and draft beer for guests to choose from. Kusagakure had drunk draft beer from the self-service machine using a large special glass. Takao clearly knew about Kusagakure's respiratory issues, so it's unlikely he wouldn't warn him about consuming alcohol. Since it's life-threatening, Kusagakure wouldn't have been careless about it. And yet, he still endangered himself by drinking alcohol, which means he didn't believe he was consuming alcohol. Conan's eyes fixated on the beer machine in front of him. He noticed several options listed on the display: Asahi, Kirin, Suntory, all common beer brands in Japan. His gaze stopped at the last button, non-alcoholic beer. Chapter 105, I am at Agawa Conan. A detective Conan brought over a chair and stood on it. He then filled glasses with beer from each type of tap on the self-serve beer dispenser. Carefully, he began observing the beer in each glass. He noticed something peculiar. The amount and duration of the foam produced by the non-alcoholic beer button were no less than those of any other beer. Conan leaned in closer to smell the non-alcoholic beer. The richer aroma of malt and hops hit his nose, but the unmistakable scent of alcohol sent a wave of energy through him. In Japan, minors under 20 are prohibited from consuming alcohol, so Conan had basically never consumed much of it. However, he was well versed in knowledge related to beer. The alcohol content of non-alcoholic beer is usually below 0.5%, and the Foundation Suzuki's non-alcoholic beer here appears to be a legitimate alcohol-free brew. Additionally, after years of technological advancement, the appearance, aroma, and taste of non-alcoholic beer have come incredibly close to regular beer. Unless it's a beer with a particularly high alcohol concentration, it's difficult to tell whether you're drinking non-alcoholic beer or regular beer unless you pay close attention. Conan remembered how once, Ran had replaced Kogro's beer with a non-alcoholic version at home. Kogro hadn't noticed the switch and only found it slightly different in flavor. Ordinarily, the foam in non-alcoholic beer doesn't last as long as in regular beer, but the non-alcoholic beer here shows no difference in foam quality compared to regular beer. Moreover, this non-alcoholic beer clearly contains alcohol. In reality, it's regular beer, disguised as a non-alcoholic option. Conan's thoughts clicked into place as he observed one particular glass. Its foam was significantly less compared to the others. He sniffed it again. This time, all he could smell was malt. There was no trace of alcohol. Conan returned to the leisure area on the second floor of the hotel. By then, Megure Juzo and Saramasumi had finished questioning Hoda Yoshitaki. Hoda looked deeply wounded, as if betrayed by a close friend. When Saramasumi noticed Conan's return, their eyes met briefly. Conan nodded and then turned his attention to Oda-ima, who had just risen and was heading toward the restroom. "Ah, I need the bathroom too," Conan announced, trailing after her. In the restroom, Oda-ima stood before the mirror, gazing at her unusually pale face. She tried forcing a smile, but her reflection betrayed her. Her rigid expression revealed how unnatural her smile looked. Noticing the foundation on her cheeks had smudged from sweat, Oda pulled out her makeup kit. She began touching up her face with precision. She pressed blotting paper against her cheeks to absorb the excess oil and sweat. To her surprise, the paper was much more saturated than usual. As she dabbed liquid foundation onto her face, she realized her hands were trembling uncontrollably. That Takawaga is despicable, there's no doubt about it. He ruined the face of Yoshitaki Hoda, someone I once admired deeply. It's unforgivable. Over time, Oda-ima had also heard rumors about Aga's involvement in supplying morphine to prominent figures. Deciding to put an end to Aga's schemes, she set out to ensure he would never walk free again. However, Oda had only intended to use Tsunkazu Kozaka, another drug abuser, as a pawn to bring Aga down. She hadn't anticipated Takawaga's brutal retaliation, which resulted in the deaths of 2 more people. While Oda tried to convince herself that Ryo Sogaba and Myosoma were also drug abusers and deserved their fate, deep down, she felt overwhelmed with guilt and terror. After all, their crimes didn't warrant death. It took Oda nearly 20 minutes to reapply her makeup. The moment she stepped out of the restroom, a voice stopped her in her tracks. "Mrs. Oda." Startled, she turned around. A young boy in a suit and red bootie was staring at her. Little one, do you need something? Odaima assumed Conan was just another fan and tried brushing him off. But what Conan said next froze her in place. Mrs. Oda, you're the one who killed Director Kusagakure. What? Odaima's panic was evident. She glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby. Leaning toward Conan, she whispered nervously, "What are you talking about, little boy? Don't joke like that." But Conan pressed on, his voice calm yet sharp. "I noticed something earlier when Officer Magure was questioning you. You already knew about Mr. Raga's morphine dealings, didn't you?" Oda's eyes widened, her surprise betraying her. Ignoring her reaction, Conan continued, "You've harbored resentment toward Mr. Raga for years. So you decided to use Mr. Kusagakure as your scapegoat. You knew about Mr. Kusakure's respiratory issues and his fondness for beer. That's why you planned this carefully. You deliberately chose the less popular Shigakogen draft beer and replaced the non-alcoholic version with regular beer. The flavor of non-alcoholic beer is so similar to regular beer that most people wouldn't notice the difference. Mr. Kusagakure unknowingly drank alcohol, exacerbating his respiratory condition, which, combined with the morphine in his system, led to his death. The police will undoubtedly find alcohol in Mr. Kusakure's blood during their investigation. And once that happens, Mr. Raga's illegal activities will be exposed as well. That was your plan, wasn't it? But Mrs. Oda, you never anticipated Mr. Raga's ruthlessness. He murdered Director Sogab and Director Soma to cover his tracks. That's why you were so shocked when you heard about their deaths." Odaima collapsed to the floor, her face drained of color as Conan spoke. He leaned closer, his voice unwavering. "The Metropolitan Police Department hasn't issued a warrant yet, Mrs. Oda. You still have the chance to turn yourself in. But if you wait any longer, the last shred of decency Mr. Oda feels toward you will be completely destroyed." Conan glanced at the faint white mark on Oda's ring finger, a sign of her once-worn wedding ring. With that, he turned to leave, walking back toward Moriran and the others. Who are you?" Odaima's trembling voice called out from behind him. "My name is Adagawa Conan," he replied, turning slightly to face her. "And I'm a detective." Chapter 106, There's Such a Character in Search Class 1. Odaima returned a few minutes after Conan. She walked over to Hoda Yoshitaki with her head lowered and said, "Mr. Hoda, I'd like to speak with you in private." Hoda Yoshitaki nodded. After receiving Magure Juzo's permission, the two went to talk alone. After quite some time, Odaima returned first and approached Magure Juzo. "Officer, I want to turn myself in. I am the one who killed Mr. Kusagakure." Odaima's words left everyone present shocked, except for Conan and Saramasumi. Magure Juzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the screenwriter, a name he'd heard but who had never been involved in the case. "Wait. What? How did this happen?" Magure Juzo felt completely baffled. Odaima then recounted her hatred for Agatakao and explained how she had replaced the non-alcoholic beer with regular beer in the self-service beer machine, which had led to Tsunkazu Kozaku's sudden respiratory failure. "I thought that once the police found the morphine in Mr. Kozaku's system, they would be able to arrest Agatakao. But I never expected that two more people would lose their lives because of this incident." As Odaima finished speaking, she fell to the ground, covering her face and weeping. "And yet another unfortunate artist nearly lost their life because of her," Conan thought as he stood silently on the side, watching Odaima and Kaikawa Kyuk. After hearing Odaima's confession, Magure Juzo sent officers to investigate the self-service beer machine in the banquet hall. Sure enough, it was discovered that the non-alcoholic beer and the Shigakogen beer had been swapped. Additionally, surveillance footage outside the banquet hall confirmed that, aside from hotel staff, only Odaima had entered the hall before the banquet started. Odaima's fingerprints were also found inside the self-service beer machine, matching her confession. With this evidence, the case was concluded. Given Odaima's cooperative attitude, Magure Juzo refrained from handcuffing her immediately as a criminal. Instead, he called for more officers from the 3rd Criminal Investigation Division. "You know, that movie this morning was probably born out of Miss Oda's dreams," Saramasumi whispered to Conan. Hearing this, Conan recalled the film they had watched earlier, written by Odaima. He found its plot filled with bloody vengeance and love affairs. Although the movie's themes had been hard to process, Odaima's willingness to kill to avenge Hoda Yoshitaki, whose career had been destroyed by Agatakao, made Conan view it in a new light. "It's a pity reality isn't as beautiful as the movies. Committing a crime to help someone only ends up hurting more people," Conan remarked as he turned to look at Moriran. He noticed that both Moriran and Suzuki Sanoko were looking at Odaima with complicated expressions, shocked by her crime but also sympathetic to her story. "Miss Oda has to make amends for the mistakes she made," Saramasumi said. "But maybe we can help her in another way." Saramasumi got up and approached Magure Juzo, whispering something to him. Afterward, Megure Juzo nodded, and Saramis Yumi returned. "What did you tell Inspector Megure?" Conan asked curiously. "I asked him to verify the timeline of Mr. Hoda's car accident," Sara replied. "If it's been less than 10 years, the person responsible for the accident could still be investigated. The statute of limitations for intentional harm hasn't run out yet. That's the least we can do to help." Akaikawa Kyajuk observed everything silently. "You're truly a detective. It seems you even figured out Oda-ima's method. That little elementary school Grim Reaper didn't expose Oda-ima to Mr. Hoda directly but persuaded her to confess instead. And now, that sharp detective has gone to push the fat one to reopen the case about Mr. Hoda's accident from 10 years ago. Indeed, in a world ruled by detectives, they are full of wit and justice." Akaikawa Kyajuk sighed inwardly. He then turned his attention to Megure Juzo. "It's just a shame that not all detectives in the Metropolitan Police Department seem cooperative." Akaikawa Kyajuk noticed that, as Megure Juzo listened to Saramis Yumi's suggestion, his round nose twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth tightened briefly. These micro-expressions betrayed Megure Juzo's impatience and reluctance. After all, it's been 10 years, perhaps even beyond the statute of limitations. And the victim himself isn't willing to pursue it further. The police are naturally unwilling to take on thankless tasks. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought about Hoda Yoshitaki, his paralyzed face flashing in his mind. But to think that such a person exists in this world. Despite nearly losing everything because of another, he still places unwavering trust in them. As Akaikawa Kyajuk pondered, a suited man approached the group. Akaikawa Kyajuk immediately recognized him as a criminal investigator summoned by Megure Juzo to escort Oda-ima. The officer appeared to be in his 40s, tall and robust, exuding a sense of professionalism. What stood out most, however, was a striking scar near his right eye. Surprisingly, this detective radiated a warm and approachable demeanor, entirely devoid of malice. Of course, that was only for ordinary people. To think there's such a character in the investigation division. At first glance, I thought he was a combat detective. Akaikawa Kyajuk's heart sighed. This officer's aura was distinctly different from the usual detectives in the first investigation division. Though outwardly amicable, Akaikawa Kyajuk suspected that this man was tougher and more ruthless than anyone else underneath. He surmised this officer specialized in taking down violent gangs, mobsters, and other dangerous criminals. Chapter 107, What Can You Do to Me? 45. The criminal investigator walked briskly yet steadily toward Megure Juzo and saluted. Inspector Megure. Brother Toda, you're here. This is Miss Oda. Please take her away. Megure Juzo glanced at Oda-ima and said to Toda Kyouji. Are you going to use handcuffs? Oda-ima, much more composed after her surrender, looked at the detective named Toda in a low voice. She then noticed the man showing her a kind smile before speaking softly to her. Don't worry. Since Miss Oda has shown a good attitude in confessing her guilt, there's no need to treat her as a criminal here. Before leaving with Oda-ima, Toda Kyouji's gaze briefly shifted to Akaikawa Kyuk. With a faint smile on his face, he escorted Oda-ima out of the leisure area on the second floor. Did that detective just look at me? The behavior of the detective named Toda caught Akaikawa Kyaju's attention. For others, it might seem like a casual glance, but Akaikawa Kyajuk doubted it was unintentional. From the moment the detective entered the second floor, his gaze had been firmly set in this direction. He didn't even spare a second glance for Saramis Yumi, who had solved the case. But he had deliberately looked at him before leaving. Could it be that he knows me? Akaikawa Kyajuk was certain he'd never interacted with this detective before. Given the background of the original owner of his identity, it was unlikely there had been prior contact with a criminal investigator. The only logical explanation was something he had done since traveling back in time that had caught the other's attention. Was it the car accident or the Empire Theater case? In the case of the car accident, two hidden factors came to mind. 1. The fabricated image of the culprit. 2. The detective named Nakajima Takudo who erased the coerced confession recording. Considering this, Akaikawa Kyajuk reasoned that the police hadn't been able to close the case because more than one suspect matched the fabricated image. As for Nakajima Takudo, Akaikawa was confident the detective wouldn't reveal what had happened to protect himself, so there should be no problem on that front. Which left the Empire Theater case. Akaikawa Kyajuk recalled what his agent, Itakura Misaki, had mentioned when the Lost City was being re-released. Koichi Nishihara had attacked the police during his interrogation. Akaikawa Kyajuk was confident Nishihara Koichi had no reason to attack the police on his own. Because Akaikawa had altered the timing and method of the crime, Nishihara would not willingly confess. Considering what Nakajima Takudo had done before, Akaikawa speculated that Nishihara Koichi might have been coerced into confessing, leading to his anger and subsequent attack on the police. It seems I've been implicated in his confession. Akaikawa Kyajuku assessed the situation. Even if a detective suspected him due to Nishihara Koichi's confession, there wasn't much they could do about it. But doubt and action were two different things. Though I might be overthinking this, if that detective truly recognized me, perhaps he was the one who pressured Nishihara Koichi to confess, causing the attack on the officer. Akaikawa Kyajuku wasn't worried about this possibility. Nishihara Koichi's case, much like Takawaga's current predicament, had one key witness, the killer himself. With Akaikawa being the victim, the reliability of Nishihara's confession was weak at best. Furthermore, the physical evidence, the murder weapon, had been destroyed by Akaikawa. Akaikawa's act of worsening the killer's crime through self-inflicted harm defied normal logic, making it hard to establish motive. In other words, even if the God of Death elementary student were here, convicting Akaikawa Kyajuku would be impossible. Let alone a mere detective. Even if he knows the truth, what can he do to me? Akaikawa Kyajuku chuckled to himself, dismissing the thought of Toda Kyoji. Outside the Harbor Royal Court Hotel, Kyoji Toda opened the rear door of the police car and gestured for Odaima to get in. He then sat in the front passenger seat. Another detective sat in the back with Odaima, cuffing her after getting in. Odaima cooperated fully without any resistance. Miss Oda seems to be in high spirits, neither afraid nor panicked. Kyoji Toda, seated in the front, teased her. Yes, because I'm content now. Odaima replied softly. She had just confided everything she had done and felt to Hoda Yashitaki. Though Hoda Yashitaki was shocked by the truth, he had also scolded Odaima for her foolishness in committing murder for such a reason. Still, Odaima could see that Hoda Yashitaki did not resent her. He only felt pity for her mistakes. After confirming his attitude, Odaima no longer had any worries. She had asked Hoda Yashitaki to promise not to witness the police taking her away. As she recalled Hoda Yashitaki's deeply shocked expression, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She felt far better now than she had during her earlier panic. Meanwhile, the detective driving, Nakajima Takuto, glanced at Odaima in the rearview mirror. Seeing her expression, a deep sense of unease crept into his heart. Silently, he glanced at Kyoji Toda sitting beside him. Toda still wore a kind smile, but his grip on the cuffs in his hands was so tight that they creaked. Please stop smiling, Miss Oda. Nakajima Takuto thought anxiously. Miss Oda, you're lucky to have fallen into my hands, Toda Kyoji remarked with a smile. The same goes for Takawaga. Chapter 108, Interrogation. The next day things had taken a turn for the worse for Aga Takao. He had been transferred from Minato Ward Hospital to the headquarters of the Metropolitan Police Department in Chiyoda Ward. In the interrogation room of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Division under the 1st Investigation Section, Takawaga met the detective sent to question him, Toda Kyoji. Let's have a little chat. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Toda Kyoji. I'm the second in command of the Criminal Investigation Department. Kyoji Toda greeted Takawaga with his customary opening remarks. Let me take a quick look at your resume. You're quite impressive, a top student from the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine. Outstanding. After graduating, you worked as a neurologist at the University of Tokyo Hospital for 4 years before transitioning to plastic surgery. Later, due to a medical accident, you voluntarily left the affiliated hospital and opened your own plastic surgery clinic catering specifically to individuals in Japan's entertainment industry. A truly successful individual. Kyoji Toda read Takawaga's personal background aloud, commenting with faint admiration. By the way, if I may ask, could you help me get rid of this scar over my eye? As Toda Kyoji spoke, he looked up at Takawaga, pointing to the scar above his right eye with curiosity. TSK. Takawaga clicked his tongue in disdain. It was clear the detective sitting across from him was deliberately provoking him. As for whether he could remove the scar? Of course he could. With his skills, he could repair even a completely disfigured face, let alone Toda Kyoji's scar. These thoughts ran through Takawaga's mind as he observed the detective smiling at him. I'm just joking. I wouldn't dare ask you for treatment. Who knows? You might paralyze my entire face. What do you mean by that? Takawaga caught the sarcasm in Toda Kyoji's words. Did that guy Hada accuse me of disfiguring him intentionally? It wasn't Mr. Hada, but rather a screenwriter named Oda. Odaima? I knew that woman was just a crazed fan of Hada. Even after all these years, she still believes I intentionally disfigured him. Then, does that mean Miss Oda's judgment is correct? Kyoji Toda rested his elbows on the table, intertwining his fingers, and looked at Takawaga with amusement. Regardless of the facts, do you think anyone would answer yes in this situation? Takawaga retorted with indifference. Actually. Kyoji Toda nodded, seemingly agreeing with Takawaga's reasoning. I don't particularly care about what happened back then, Nor am I interested in investigating it further. To be honest, I'd prefer if that incident was just an accident. Do you know why? Isn't it because the statute of limitations hasn't expired yet? If that wasn't an accident, it might lead to an investigation into what really happened back then. Takawaga dismissed Todekyoji's question. In his eyes, all the officers of the Metropolitan Police Department were fools. No, Mr. Aga, you've got it wrong this time. Kyoji Toda waved his hands in mock disagreement before clasping them again and leaning slightly forward. Because Miss Oda is the murderer who caused the death of Kusagakure Kazu? What did you say? Takawaga's face immediately registered shock. Up until now, he had assumed it was just an accident. Miss Oda believed that you had intentionally disfigured Mr. Hoda. So, she took the opportunity to swap out the non-alcoholic beer at the banquet with real alcohol. As a result, Kusagakure Kazu consumed alcohol, which triggered respiratory depression and led to his death. Kyoji Toda smiled as he watched the shock spread across Takawaga's face. That's why I'm hoping that incident with Hoda was just an accident. She killed Kusagakure Kazu, and you killed Ryo Sogaban Miyosamo because of Kusagakure Kazu? In the end, you two pieces of scum ended up imprisoned, but the cause of it all was a misunderstanding. Isn't that hilarious? As Kyoji Toda spoke, he burst into laughter, clapping his hands loudly. The sharp sound of his applause echoed in the confined interrogation room. Agatakao was nearly trembling with rage at Toda Kyoji's mocking demeanor. How did someone like you become a detective? You're no better than a thug loitering on Custom Street. Before Takawaga could finish his sentence, a deafening boom filled the room. The words in Takawaga's mouth were completely drowned out. It turned out that Kyoji Toda had slammed his fist onto the metal table in front of Takawaga. The smile on Toda Kyoji's face vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister expression. He leaned close to Takawaga and said in a low, menacing voice, I suggest you think carefully before you speak. Don't compare me to scum like you. Takawaga was momentarily stunned by Toda Kyoji's sudden outburst. When he regained his composure, he smirked disdainfully at him. Didn't I just say you're no better than a thug? What are you going to do? Hit me? Before Takawaga could finish his taunt, he felt a sharp, hammer-like pain in his stomach. The agony was so intense it nearly made him black out. His organs felt like they had been turned inside out, flooding his brain with excruciating pain. He drooled uncontrollably as a thick notebook fell from his abdomen with a plop. Toda Kyoji picked up the notebook, dusted off the shoe prints with a smile, and turned back to Takawaga. Before Aga could recover from the blow, Toda grabbed his hair and slammed his head against the metal table. The sound of the collision rang out loudly, and Takawaga's vision blurred. Mr. Aga, it seems you've misunderstood something. You don't seriously think you still have human rights after committing a crime, do you? I'm going to ask you some questions now, and you'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, with just a few words from me, you could be sentenced to death. Drug trafficking, firearm-related murders, attempted framing, and a poor confession attitude. You're a top student from the University of Tokyo. Surely you understand the consequences of your crimes in court, right? Toda Kyoji deliberately emphasized top student as he spoke. Isn't this just torture for a confession? Takawaga shouted angrily. Torture for a confession? Are you joking? Toda Kyoji laughed. The evidence of your drug trafficking and double murders is already solid. Why would I need to torture you for a confession? I'm not interested in how Ryo Sogaban Miyosoma died. But the Metropolitan Police Department heard from another detective that there might be a hidden secret in this case. That's why I was sent to get the details from you. What happened back then that made you break down in Hoda Yoshitake's private lounge? Chapter 109 Motives. When Takawaga heard what Kyoji Toda said, his eyes widened for a moment. He felt Toda release the hand that had been gripping his hair and then unfasten the cuffs that had bound his hands to the metal chair. According to the case file, your original plan was to lure the artist Akaikawa Kyajuk to Mr. Hoda's office at 1:00 p.m., murder him, and then frame Mr. Hoda. First question, why did you choose Akaikawa Kyajuk as your target? Kyoji Toda sat back down across from Takawaga, his tone suddenly much softer. Is he also your supplier for morphine? Agatakao responded to Toda Kyoji's question with silence. As Toda watched him, his eyebrows furrowed once again. When Takao noticed this, panic crept into his mind. Originally, he had believed that the Metropolitan Police Department's detectives were all incompetent, bound strictly by laws and regulations. As long as you wielded the weapon of law, the police wouldn't be able to touch you. But what he hadn't expected was that the detective in front of him was a gangster. Not only did he disregard the law, but he also made shocking statements like, you don't think you still have human rights once you commit a crime, do you? Agatakao realized this wasn't just an act by Kyoji Toda meant to intimidate him. The detective genuinely didn't see criminals as human beings from the depths of his heart. Fury boiled within Takao, But he was helpless because he knew that Toda was indeed the type of man who would hit him. By the way, why did he remove my cuffs? Does he think he can earn my trust by doing this? After what he just did to me? Agetakao couldn't make sense of Todakyouji's thoughts. He finally said, I'm curious. Do you trust detectives too much? You believe everything they say. Don't you think they might make mistakes? But based on current data, detectives have a far higher crime-solving rate than the police. Todakyouji replied. Look at yourself, a top graduate of the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine, and you still fell into the hands of a detective, didn't you? Toda smiled. I hold detectives in high regard. They can deduce the entire picture of a case from a single subtle clue, something most police officers can't do. Of course, blind trust isn't possible. I trust my own eyes and ears more than I trust detectives, which is why I want to hear from you directly before making my judgment. Alright, enough talk. Time to answer my questions. Confess honestly, and there's a chance for a reduced sentence. But if you dare to lie or refuse to cooperate, it will be much worse than just admitting guilt with a bad attitude. As Toda spoke, Takaoga caught sight of the detective's carefully groomed lips, which curved into a faint smile. Though it was just a normal smile, it seemed grotesque in Aga's eyes. If you're a smart person, you should know what's best for you now. I understand what you're worried about. Since the incident with Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't actually happen, you're concerned that confessing will increase your charges. But you should have noticed that the camera in the interrogation room isn't on. This means that whatever you say now has no legal effect, and I can't use your confession to charge you with additional crimes. So feel free to speak openly. Todakyouji leaned back, crossed his arms, and stared at Takaoga. Then I don't understand. What benefit is there to turning off the camera? Aga was baffled by Toda's behavior. Since his superior had assigned Toda to interrogate him, why wasn't the camera recording? What was the point of this interrogation? There are 3 reasons. First, during interrogations, prisoners inevitably refuse to cooperate. At that time, I may have to use some small tricks, and if those are caught on camera, it would give me a headache. You are very blunt. Aga stared in disbelief at Toda, who had just confessed this shocking truth with a smile. Surprisingly, the detective didn't even bother to hide it. I have nothing to hide. After all, you've experienced it yourself. Toda grinned. Second, I've dealt with many criminals, and some people will never tell the truth in front of a camera. For someone like you, who understands the law, keeping the camera on would mean you definitely withhold the truth to avoid increasing your charges. Take your plan against Akaikawa Kyajuk, for example. Since the incident didn't occur, you could avoid being charged with attempted murder by staying silent. So, to get you to talk, the camera has to be off. Third, I care more about uncovering the truth of this case than about fulfilling the tasks assigned by the Memu Police Department. Your drug trafficking and firearm-related murders are already proven facts. Whether or not I complete the tasks given by Memu won't change your case much. But if the truth remains buried and the real criminals continue to roam free because I'm preoccupied with following orders, the loss outweighs the gain. My goal is to protect the safety of the Japanese people. Nothing else matters as much as that. Toda's words left Takaoga deeply shaken. Initially, he had thought Toda's second reason would align with the first, that everything was for his hooligan-like activities. Unexpectedly, he heard such a serious and compelling rationale. Although Takao was now a criminal, he couldn't help but feel his perception of the scar-dyed detective shift. Toda's 3 reasons were incredibly convincing. They also made Aga believe Toda was using his own method to show sincerity. Over the years, Takaoga had interacted with countless people in the entertainment industry and prided himself on his ability to analyze others. Even though he had clashed with Akaikawa Kyajuk before, he was confident that the detective before him didn't harbor the extreme contrasting personas Kyajuk did. This meant Kyouji Toda might actually be someone he could trust. Chapter 110, Definitely a madman. If he's such an extremely righteous type of detective, maybe I can use that to strike a deal with him. Agatakao thought to himself before speaking, sorry, Officer Toda. Although your words are very convincing, I still feel there's no benefit in telling you the truth. After all, I've already been caught. To be honest, whether other criminals are caught or not has little to do with me. And what other benefits do you think you, a criminal, are entitled to? Todakyouji asked with a frown. Help me detach myself from the case involving Kusagakure and several others abusing morphine? You're joking, right? Do you think you're in any position to negotiate with me now? Kyouji Toda smiled as he heard this, an interesting expression appearing on his face. Even his eyes, as they looked at Agatakao, showed a trace of amusement. If that's the case, then I guess there's no need for me to reveal the truth to you, right? Agatakao smiled back at Todakyouji. After all, The smoke reaction and the gun have already tied me to the 2 murder cases. Whether or not the morphine charges stick doesn't really matter, right? Besides, in Japan, morphine isn't even classified as a drug but rather as an anesthetic. Thinking about it, I'll still be punished, but you might be able to identify another potential criminal. Agatakao was deliberately provoking Todakyoji. Todakyoji frowned and seemed to ponder for a moment. After a short while, his expression relaxed, and a smile returned to his face. It seems we've reached an agreement. Kyoji Toda extended his hand to Agatakao. Agatakao also extended his hand and shook Todakyoji's, then said, "Sorry, Officer Toda, please don't call me meddlesome. Right now, the promises between the two of us are just empty words. You'll need to provide me with some guarantees to make me believe you'll keep your promises, right? What if, after I tell you the truth, you suddenly go back on your word, Officer Toda? There'd be nothing I could do about it, right?" Very cautious. Todakyoji smiled. "If you want your confession to lead to an arrest warrant, the prerequisite is that what you say must have legal weight. When I formally interrogate you later, I'll first ask about the morphine and help you review your confession. If you find that I haven't kept my promise, you can then refuse to reveal the facts on record. What do you think of this proposal?" Kyoji Toda looked at Agatakao with a smile. "Fine, it's settled." The two shook hands again, and then Todakyoji sat back down in front of Agatakao. "Please start by telling me why you chose Akaikawa Kyajuk as your target. Do you hold a grudge against him? Is he one of your morphine clients, or, as the detective suggested, was it simply because you saw Akaikawa Kyajuk had no connection to you?" "It's the same as what the detective said," Agatakao replied. "After watching Odaima's movie in the morning, I saw Akaikawa Kyajuk at the entrance of the screening room as he was also leaving. Since he looked foolish and I judged him to be an artist who had just entered the industry, I assumed he came to the film festival looking for a chance to make a name for himself. So I thought about using Hoda Yashitaki's reputation to trick him." Agatakao explained. "That's stupid. How did you come to that conclusion?" Todakyoji asked curiously. "Based on his appearance, because he didn't doubt anything I said. So I thought he was a naive and somewhat foolish type." "I see." Kyoji Toda wrote down Agatakao's statement in his notebook and then continued. "Second question, are you abusing morphine, or are you addicted to it? How is that even possible? I wouldn't touch such things." "Then you're only selling it to others, correct?" Todakyoji chuckled. He didn't doubt it. After all, during his time in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Division, he had encountered many drug dealers. And dealers with any status almost never used the products themselves. Todakyoji recorded this information in his notebook again. Then, lifting his head, he looked at Agatakao. "Since you claim not to be addicted to morphine, the statement in the case file suggesting you suffered withdrawal symptoms is unreliable. So, as the tomboy detective deduced, someone else interrupted your plan and injected you with morphine? Is that correct?" Todakyoji used Agatakao's denial of morphine abuse to confirm that the incident had unfolded as Saramashimi had hypothesized. Agatakao looked at Todakyoji in front of him, found him intriguing, and then nodded. "That's correct. Who is it?" "It was Akaikawa Kyajuk." "As expected." Todakyoji sighed. He had already formed a theory in his mind, so he wasn't surprised at all when he heard the name. "Why? You don't seem surprised at all. Is it possible you know this Akaikawa Kyajuk?" Observing Todakyoji's reaction, Agatakao sensed something unusual. "Yes, there was a criminal in a similar situation to yours. He said he originally planned to frame Akaikawa Kyajuk, but it turned out Akaikawa Kyajuk altered the crime scene and framed him instead. By the way, according to the criminal, Akaikawa Kyajuk deliberately injured himself to worsen his charge. Unfortunately, Akaikawa Kyajuk left no evidence in that case. The only witness was the criminal who attacked him, so..." Todakyoji spread his hands and put on a helpless expression. "Surprisingly, such a thing exists." Todakyoji's words horrified Agatakao. He had long realized Akaikawa Kyajuk was abnormal, but he never expected Akaikawa Kyajuk to be this abnormal. Isn't the first reaction to being framed calling the police, not seeking revenge? This way, it was easy to understand why Akaikawa Kyajuk had taken the initiative to approach him and inject him with morphine and naloxone. Because the other party had sensed his murderous intent and decided to strike first. Even though the other party had time to call the police and even though he had a gun and was in an advantageous position, Akaikawa Kyajuk still decided to risk his life. Madman. He's definitely a madman. He has a mental illness. How can someone like this even exist? Agatakao cursed loudly, trying to conceal the hesitation and fear in his heart. Chapter 111, Awaiting Death. Kyoji Toda stared at Takawaga, who was shouting in horror in front of him, without taking him seriously. He continued his questioning. "You said Kaikawa Kyajuk injected you with morphine and naloxone. Do you have any evidence?" "There should be his fingerprints on the syringe and ampule. Forensics has confirmed that only your fingerprints are present." This. Takawaga was stunned but continued. "I checked the time before he came to me. It was around 12:10 in the afternoon. You just need to confirm a Kaikawa Kyajuk's alibi during that period to prove it. The fact that he doesn't have an alibi doesn't prove he did those things to you," Todakyoji responded. "Since you chose Mr. Hoda's personal exhibition room as the place to attack a Kaikawa Kyajuk from the beginning, then I assume you verified beforehand that there were no cameras near the exhibition room, correct?" Todakyoji looked at Agatakawa and asked. "Yes, there are no cameras near Hoda's exhibition room," Agatakawa admitted. "So it's the same as last time. Apart from the suspect's own accusations, there are no flaws in the witnesses, physical evidence, or motives," Todakyoji muttered, frowning deeply. The biggest difference between a Kaikawa Kyajuk and most criminals he had encountered was that a Kaikawa's motives didn't align with typical reasoning. In other words, without sufficient evidence, establishing intent was incredibly difficult. After a long pause, Todakyoji lifted his head again. "One last question. How did you, an armed man, get subdued by him? A Kaikawa is so thin. Even if you lack combat skills, I doubt he could overpower you," Toda said. I was just careless," Takawaga replied awkwardly. "It was mainly because he caught me off guard. I wasn't suspicious of him at all, so he attacked me unexpectedly." Takawaga concealed the fact that he had drawn a weapon. He felt that admitting this would make the detective mock him. "When I woke up, he had already injected me with morphine and naloxone. While doing so, he kept saying something like based on my rough memory, but his expression made it clear he knew the exact effects of those drugs and where to inject them. A Kaikawa is no ordinary person." The more Takawaga spoke, the angrier he became. But Todakyoji saw through him. Aga's anger was a facade to cover his inner fear of a Kaikawa Kyug. "Alright, enough barking." Todakyoji waved his hand irritably. Takawaga gradually fell silent. "I've finished my questions. We'll now start the formal interrogation," Toda said, standing up. He opened the door to the interrogation room and called in his subordinate, Inspector Takuto Nakajima. When Nakajima entered, he glanced at the notebook and pen in front of Takawaga. Turning, he switched on the camera. "Alright, let's begin the formal interrogation now," Nakajima announced. Takawaga looked at Kyoji Toda, who sat opposite him with a smile. Aga believed a Kaikawa Kyajuk would suffer greatly under this detective. At the same time, distancing himself from the morphine incident felt like killing two birds with one stone. Even though he had killed two people, he thought that admitting guilt with a good attitude would lead to lighter consequences. If drug trafficking and a poor attitude toward admitting his crimes were added to his charges, he might face the death penalty. But now, Agatakawa felt much more relaxed. Todakyoji picked up the case file and read aloud. "Takawaga, you are suspected of recommending and selling morphine to Tsunkazu Takasaka, Ryo Sogabe, Mio Soga, and others. Worried that the truth would come to light, you murdered Ryo Sogabe and Mio Soga with a firearm. You also planned to kill artist Kaikawa Kyajuk and attempted to frame Hada Yoshitaki for the crime. Do you admit to these actions?" Toda's voice made Agatakawa's heart pound fiercely. His expression changed to one of disbelief as he stared at Kyoji Toda, who looked at him with playful eyes. After a few seconds, Takawaga realized that Todakyoji had decided to break their supposed agreement halfway through the process, simply because there wasn't direct evidence. He had never intended to honor their agreement from the start. Aga recalled Toda's earlier words, "I care more about the truth than fulfilling my superior's mission." This meant Todakyoji didn't care about presenting legal evidence on camera. As long as he confirmed guilt, that was enough. Agatakawa realized he had misjudged another person, just like he had misjudged a Kaikawa Kyug. This revelation filled Aga with anger and a deep sense of grievance far stronger than when the detective had falsely accused him earlier. In a moment of madness, Aga grabbed the pen on the table and stabbed it toward Todakyoji's carotid artery. The familiar click sound echoed in the interrogation room, making Nakajima Takuto tremble. He swiftly grabbed Aga's twisted wrist and, as Aga screamed in pain, delivered a solid kick to his face. "Why do so many bastards want to attack cops these days?" Toda shouted angrily. But Takuto Nakajima knew that behind the camera, Todakyoji's face likely wore a terrifyingly fierce smile. "Murder, attempted murder, solicitation, drug trafficking, and evidence tampering," Toda said mockingly. "Now add assaulting a police officer. Just wait for death." Todakyoji sneered before turning and leaving the interrogation room. Chapter 112, The Smoker's Office, 45, Knock, knock. A firm knock sounded at the door. "Come in," a voice called from inside. Takuta Nakajima opened the door and stepped into Kyoji Toda's office. He immediately noticed Toda leaning back in his chair, feet on the desk, a cigarette hanging loosely from his lips. Despite the scar on his right eye giving him a naturally fierce look, Toda's expression was one of satisfaction. Clearly, Kyoji Toda was once again basking in the pleasure of having dealt with criminals in his own way. Is it all taken care of? Yes, Nakajima confirmed. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his concern. Chief Toda, you always act like this. If the Magure Police Department finds out, before Nakajima could finish, Toda waved a hand impatiently. So what if they find out? That scum sold drugs and gunned down 2 people. The laws in this country are far too lenient on such filth. How could I not make them pay a proper price? They aren't even human, so why not have a little fun with them? Toda grinned. But Nakajima hesitated mid-sentence, cut off by the sudden chill in Toda's expression. Don't tell me you still consider them human? Nakajima clamped his mouth shut, unwilling to answer. Toda tossed the notebook containing Agatakau's interrogation notes at Nakajima. Catching it, Nakajima flipped through the pages, his face quickly contorting in horror. Chief Toda. You're still fixated on him? You're familiar with the name by now. This is the 3rd time Akaikawa Kyajuk has shown up. But isn't it? Nakajima trailed off, unsure of how to proceed. He remembered how, at the hospital, Akaikawa had seemed no more threatening than a harmless puppy eagerly seeking attention. Let's not even talk about the first car accident case, Toda began. In the 2nd and 3rd cases, after Akaikawa carried out his revenge, there was no evidence left behind except for the criminal's confessions. No witnesses, no physical proof, and no clear motive. Even if we line up multiple convicts to accuse Akaikawa Kyajuk on camera, it still wouldn't be enough to catch him. His work is airtight. Nakajima hesitated again. But it seems Akaikawa's actions could be seen as self-defense, couldn't they? Self-defense? Toda scoffed. Injecting someone with drugs after knocking them unconscious, do you call that self-defense? But all his targets were criminals. Doesn't that align with your own philosophy, Chief Toda? Let me ask you this, Toda countered. Does Akaikawa Kyajuk have the authority to enforce the law? Who gave him the right to punish criminals? Nakajima bit his tongue, thinking, you're one to talk about authority. But he dared not say it aloud. Besides, Toda continued, the fact that he's been able to commit multiple crimes without leaving substantial evidence proves he's a criminal genius. If he is confident enough to flaunt himself before the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, don't you think that's a blatant insult to us? But apart from those 2 criminals, hasn't he avoided harming civilians? Nakajima asked. That's what you think, Toda cut him off. How do you know he hasn't committed crimes against ordinary citizens? With his ability to leave no trace, even if he had, do you think anyone would find out? Remember the car accident case? All the evidence pointed to Akaikawa Kyajuk, yet no one could pin it on him. In my opinion, he was the true perpetrator in that accident. Nakajima had no response to Toda's claims. Upon further reflection, he had to admit Toda made a compelling argument. But without solid evidence, what can we do to him? Nakajima asked. This was the key difference between Akaikawa Kyajuk and criminals like Agatakau. For someone like Aga, there was undeniable proof of his crimes, giving Toda the freedom to act as he pleased. But Akaikawa was different. As Toda himself admitted, Akaikawa left no trace behind. Legally, he wasn't a criminal but an ordinary citizen. Nakajima doubted even Kyoji Toda could do anything against Akaikawa Kyajuk. Let's not focus on whether Akaikawa has harmed civilians or will do so in the future, Toda said. What's important is that, in the last 2 cases, he committed crimes such as desecrating corpses, fabricating evidence, intentional assault, and violating the Narcotics Control Act. In other words, he is a criminal. And since he's a criminal, we don't need to treat him like an ordinary citizen. The only thing we lack is conclusive evidence of Akaikawa Kyajuk's crimes. If we can obtain that evidence and arrest him at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, he'll face the same fate as any other criminal. Toda grinned. In the Imperial Theater case and the Film Festival case, Akaikawa left no trace. So, the only place we can start is with the car accident case. Wait, the car accident case? Nakajima exclaimed. Even the detectives concluded a third party committed the crime. How can we reopen it? First of all, reopening isn't the right word, the case was never closed, Toda corrected. While the detectives are skilled at solving crimes, even they can make errors when critical information is missing. Tell me this, at the time, did you or the detectives suspect that Akaikawa Kyajuk was anything other than an immature child? Nakajima froze. Even you, the detectives, and Officer Sato thought of him as just a kid, didn't you? But Akaikawa had ample motive, and the murder weapon was found at the scene. The only thing missing was a direct connection between him and the weapon. Now, if I told you Akaikawa Kyajuk was actually a criminal mastermind, capable of murder and deception, wouldn't that change how you see the case? It wasn't that the detectives lacked skill, they were simply fooled by Akaikawa's act. And with his talents, do you really think he was confined to house arrest by his mother? No, the initial investigation into that case by the Metropolitan Police was flawed. Mark my words, the real killer in that car accident case was Akaikawa Kyajuk. Get me the case files, and let's use these few days at the film festival to nail him for good. Nakajima hesitated before heading toward the door. But just as he was about to leave, he turned back and asked, "What if, Chief Toda, your judgment is wrong, and you end up falsely accusing an innocent person?" "With my years of experience in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Division, my instincts don't lie," Toda replied confidently. "That Akaikawa Kyajuk is definitely guilty. And don't forget, he's already committed crimes." Chapter 113, Reunion. Nakajima Takudo once again requested Sato Hueco to provide the case file on the car accident. Out of curiosity, he asked about the progress of the investigation. The result obtained was different from the previous one. The motorcyclists matching Akaikawa Kyajuk's confession had been narrowed down to one person, but the last individual could not be located. "Even if they're found, I'm afraid it will all be in vain," Nakajima Takudo lamented in his heart. Nakajima had discovered this while re-examining the files from the car accident case with Toda Kyoji. Ever since he replaced the image of Akaikawa Kyajuk as a naive child with that of a criminal genius, his perspective on many aspects of the case had completely shifted. First, in the car accident case, everyone believed that the most significant motive for Akaikawa Kyajuk was the 3 insurance policies listing Akaikawa Ryoko as the insured party. The only reason the police's suspicions had been dismissed was that Akaikawa Kyajuk had ingested a lethal amount of sleeping pills. In other words, the act of killing his mother to claim the insurance money contradicted the image of Akaikawa Kyajuk as a child. But if Akaikawa Kyajuk wasn't mentally innocent, then this motive would definitely stand. Second, the most direct element that severed the connection between Akaikawa Kyajuk and the murderer was the lack of fingerprints on the dagger. There are many ways to erase fingerprints from a weapon without leaving a trace. However, the police had originally believed that Akaikawa Kyajuk, having been kept under house arrest by his mother for many years, would be incapable of mastering such skills and knowledge. Now, however, it seemed entirely plausible that Akaikawa Kyajuk could leave no trace. I noticed that the case file states, according to the investigation by the Metropolitan Police Department, there was no indication that the deceased Akaikawa Ryoko had any enemies. And Akaikawa Kyajuk himself never claimed his mother had enemies. There were multiple stab wounds on Akaikawa Ryoko's body. Criminal investigators and detectives determined this was an act of vengeance, that the murderer harbored deep hatred for the deceased. Additionally, the detectives at the time had concluded that the poor living conditions of Akaikawa Kyajuk and his mother did not align with the standards for a vendetta. Based on their judgment, the only person who matched the murderer's profile was Akaikawa Kyajuk. This was what Toda Kyoji said while reviewing the case file. But all of these are subjective assumptions made by the police. Just like the 2 subsequent cases, there's no direct evidence. Isn't it the police's job to find evidence? Toda Kyoji smiled. Then why don't you share this with the detective? If the detective assists, the case should move faster, Nakajima Takuto suggested. And what, let the detective see us tricking Akaikawa Kyajuk into confessing. Besides, relying entirely on detectives for every case, isn't that embarrassing as an investigator? Or do you think I can't make Akaikawa Kyajuk confess? No, no. Nakajima Takudo quickly replied, realizing his words were out of line. He vividly remembered the time he grabbed Akaikawa Kyajuk's hand in a fit of rage, trying to force a confession, only for the tomboyish detective to punch him in the ear. Although it might have been an exaggeration, Nakajima Takudo truly felt that if Saramasaki had punched his face instead, his head might have burst like a watermelon. With that kind of combat ability, I'm afraid the Toda Police Department doesn't stand a chance against that detective, Nakajima mused silently. Alright, the matter has essentially been investigated. Now, it's time to meet Akaikawa Kyajuk in person. As Toda Kyoji spoke, he stood up as well. Elsewhere, in the reception room at the Metropolitan Police Headquarters in Chiyoda District, Akaikawa Kyajuk and his manager, Itakura Misaki, sat waiting. Due to yesterday's shooting, the Hong Kong Film Festival had been temporarily suspended for a day. The festival, which is open to tourists, was set to resume the next day, tomorrow. Akaikawa Kyajuk and Itakura Misaki had came today to give their statements. After all, Kyajuk had been the target of Takawaga's attempted assassination. Since Akaikawa Kyajuk and Itakura Misaki weren't suspects, the police typically conducted these interviews in a more relaxed environment. Miss Itakura, Please follow me to the conference room. Suddenly, a police officer entered and called for her. Misaki Atakura agreed and followed the officer. Mr. Akaikawa, please come with me. Shortly after, another officer called for Akaikawa Kyajuk by name. Akaikawa Kyajuk stood and followed the officer to a different room. Here, Akaikawa Kyajuk encountered the detective named Toda, whom he had met the previous day. It seems Takawaga confessed about me too. If Akaikawa Kyajuk had been unsure the detective knew him yesterday, after seeing the man taking notes for him today, he was now certain that the detective had heard about him through Koichi Nishihara and Takawaga. Hey, aren't you Officer Toda? When Akaikawa Kyajuk saw Toda Kyoji, he displayed a very surprised expression. Seeing Kyajuk's reaction, Toda Kyoji mirrored the surprise. Akaikawa-kun, is it? What? Do you know me? Yesterday, in the lounge on the second floor of the Harbor Royal Court Hotel, I remember Officer Toda was the one who came and took screenwriter Rhoda away. Ah, I see. My apologies, there were too many people yesterday, so I don't recall Akaikawa-kun specifically. Toda Kyoji smiled at him. Kyajuk sat down across from Toda, wearing a gentle smile and appearing at ease. It was as though he felt relieved to see someone he recognized. Even though you remember my name, Akaikawa-kun, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Kyoji Toda. I'm an officer in the Criminal Investigation Section 3, Division 1, under the Metropolitan Police Department. I also report to Inspector Magure. I'll be responsible for taking your statement today, Mr. Akaikawa. Toda Kyoji knew one of his greatest advantages was that Akaikawa Kyajuk was unaware of his true identity or that he already knew about Kyajuk's crimes. Based on Akaikawa's arrogant demeanor, he likely wouldn't expect anyone to figure out what he had done. To avoid raising suspicion, Toda deliberately refrained from mentioning his police rank. After all, having a senior officer take notes for an insignificant individual might raise questions. Alright, that's fine, Akaikawa Kyajuk nodded. He withheld his police rank when introducing himself. Does that mean he's worried that mentioning his rank might arouse my suspicion? So, his rank must be quite high. He reports to that chubby officer named Magure. In other words, he's a senior detective. The detective, Nakajima Takuto, who tried to trick me into confessing, held the rank of chief inspector. And that beautiful officer, Sato, who investigated the car accident case, held a higher rank than Nakajima. Considering Sato's strong sense of justice and her distaste for coercive confessions, it's unlikely she ordered Nakajima to trick me into confessing. Given Nishihara's attack on the police and the fact that this detective clearly knows my details, the answer is clear. He's the superior who directed Nakajima. The rogue cop from the Metropolitan Police Department who doesn't hesitate to use illegal methods on suspects. Akaikawa Kyajuk silently evaluated the kindly-looking Toda Kyoji seated across from him. Chapter 114, Surprised then, without further ado, let's begin the formal investigation now. Kyoji Toda opened the records from yesterday's film festival case and spoke in a low voice. Akaikawa, when did you meet Takawaga? Miss Yoko introduced him to me during the Suzuki Foundation dinner 2 days ago. What is the relationship between Okino Yoko and you? Miss Yoko is a senior artist at one of my companies. Akaikawa Kyajuk gently averted his gaze and answered softly. The act has begun. Toda Kyoji observed Akaikawa Kyajuk's overly realistic reaction. It was exactly like someone who was a terrible liar, trying hard to cover their tracks. Toda Kyoji had read the car accident case file and knew that Okino Yoko was Akaikawa Kyaju's sister. It seems Akaikawa Kyajuk places great importance on Okino Yoko. What we don't know yet is whether Akaikawa Kyajuk approached Okino Yoko to conceal his identity, or if the two have always been connected. To avoid alerting Akaikawa Kyajuk, Toda Kyoji chose not to expose his lie. He continued asking Akaikawa Kyajuk about Kozakatsun Kazu and others while taking notes on paper. Finally, they reached the Tropic of Takawaga. Akaikawa-kun, can you recount the full story of how Takawaga invited you? Akaikawa Kyajuk narrated the events of being invited by Takawaga after the morning movie screening. So, Akaikawa-kun, you left for Hoda Yoshitake's private screening room 10 minutes before 1 p.m. correct? Yes, and then I found that no matter how much I knocked or called, there was no response. Afterward, I realized Director Hoda's room was still locked. Then Miss Yoko dragged me outside, and I met Miss Suzuki and the others. Akaikawa Kyajuk explained. That's all. Thank you, Akaikawa-kun, for your cooperation. Kyoji Toda put down his pen and expressed his gratitude to Akaikawa Kyajuk. He then stood up and escorted Akaikawa Kyajuk out. As they walked, he casually chatted with Akaikawa Kyajuk, but speaking of it, Akaikawa-kun, your luck is really bad. 2 days ago, Miss Hueco introduced you to Director Kusagakure at dinner, but an accident happened. Yesterday, you thought you could meet a new director, but you were almost targeted instead. Yes. My luck is truly terrible. Uchiha Kyajuk displayed a disappointed expression. I suppose Uchiha won't be attending the next film festival, will you? After all, so much has happened. Well. No, I think I'll still come tomorrow. After all, I want to try my luck and see if any director might discover me. That's the spirit. I believe, Uchiha-kun, you'll succeed. Toda Kyoji gave Uchiha Kyajuk another kind smile. Thank you, Officer Toda. Uchiha Kyajuk thanked Kyoji Toda and then exited the conference room. Toda Kyoji watched as Uchiha Kyajuk left the reception area with Misaki Itakura, who had also finished her questioning, then closed the conference room door and sat at the table. At that moment, Nakajima Takuto entered after lightly knocking. This was per Kyoji Toda's earlier instructions. After Uchiha Kyajuk and Misaki Itakura left, Nakajima was to come in. That Uchiha said he will continue participating in the Minato Film Festival tomorrow. This means they'll likely choose to stay at the Harbor Royal Court Hotel tonight as they did the previous 2 nights. Get an unmarked car, follow them, and see if they go straight back to the hotel. It's almost dark now, and if they intend to check out, it won't take long, so wait there for a few hours. If you find that Uchiha decides to leave, either they've noticed our intentions, or something's on their mind. Inform me immediately. Be careful not to get discovered. Nakajima Takuto nodded and left the conference room. On the other side. After Uchiha Kyajuk followed Misaki Itakura out of the Metropolitan Police Department, he asked her about the questions she was asked. It turned out the questions weren't much different from his own. Uchiha Kyajuk originally assumed Kyoji Toda would send Nakajima Takuto to question Misaki Itakura about his alibi during Takawaga's murder yesterday. Instead, he discovered that this didn't happen. Moreover, the detective in charge of questioning Misaki Itakura wasn't named Nakajima but a detective with the surname Nishimura, someone he'd never heard of. When asked if they inquired about Misaki Itakura's future itinerary, the answer was no. They're more cautious than I thought. It seems they're wary of raising my suspicions. Or perhaps Kyoji Toda has already judged that even obtaining my alibi would be of little use. Uchiha Kyajuk thought to himself. He and Misaki Itakura hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed to the Harbor Royal Court Hotel. After returning to the hotel, Uchiha Kyajuk and Misaki Itakura took the elevator to their floor. Itakura Misaki whispered to Uchiha Kyajuk, Mr. Uchiha, when I finish packing, send me a message, and I'll take you home. No, let's stay here one more night. Eh? Misaki Itakura was greatly shocked to hear this. She looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then lowered her voice and whispered, Mr. Uchiha, didn't you say this afternoon that you wouldn't attend the next film festival? A murder happened here. Aren't you scared? You were almost attacked, Mr. Uchiha. Misaki Itakura had already packed her belongings and didn't expect Uchiha Kyajuk to change his mind. I'm scared, but hasn't the murderer been caught? Besides, isn't Miss Hueco still participating in the film festival? So I think I should work harder. Maybe I can really establish a good relationship with Director Hoda or other directors. Uchiha Kyajuk smiled. When Misaki Itakura heard this, she suddenly showed a surprised expression, her eyes changing as she looked at Uchiha Kyajuk. Wow! Mr. Uchiha, you're actually working so hard, I'm a little surprised. Then, you're not leaving? Misaki Itakura confirmed again. After hearing Uchiha Kyaju's confirmation, Misaki Itakura bid him farewell and returned to her room. She suddenly felt that her artist seemed to be working unusually hard. Chapter 115, Should I Call You Uchiha or the Criminal? Wow, that's shocking. Sanoko, Sarah, look, among all the works at this film festival, the one with the highest media rating is The Sound of Silence by Miss Soma. At the restaurant on the 3rd floor of the Harbor Royal Court Hotel, Mori Rand's surprised voice echoed. That's ridiculous. Isn't she a drug addict? How can someone like her make an award-winning movie? Suzuki Sanoko grabbed Mori Rand's phone and looked at it, her eyes widening immediately. Sanoko, let me clarify that morphine isn't considered a drug in Japan, it's an anesthetic. Saramis Yumi quietly added from the side. Either way, it's not something good. I can't believe people addicted to those things can create great works. Suzuki Sanoko voiced her disbelief. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with whether you can create good works or not. Conan, who had just taken a bite of Western-style scrambled eggs, mumbled. Stephen King had a history of drug and alcohol abuse in his early years. Stephen King? Who's that? Suzuki Sanoko looked blankly at Conan upon hearing this. The author of The Shawshank Redemption and The Shining, he clarified. Oh. Now I get it. Sanoko suddenly realized. That said, I'm kind of curious about Miss Soma's movie now. Sarah, Ranchan, and Conan, do you want to watch it? But aren't Miss Soma's and other screening rooms and exhibition halls out of service? After all, a murder just happened. Conan pointed out. Oh, that's just one phone call away, Sanoko said confidently, patting her chest with a smug expression. We already reserved seats this morning to watch Sakura Rain, directed by Tanaka. After that, I'll call them to arrange a private screening and book the theater for us. Wow, as expected of Sanoko. What incredible ticketing power. Sarama Yumi remarked in awe. Speaking of which, why don't we buy some rice balls to take with us? Today's the first day the film festival is open to visitors, there'll definitely be a crowd. Ranchan, you have a point. It'll also save us time to watch more movies, Sanoko agreed. As the girls chatted, they finished their breakfast. The Harbor Royal Court Hotel offers a breakfast buffet from 5:00 to 10:30 a.m. every morning, and the entry time for the film festival exhibition area starts at 8:30 a.m. Since the exhibition area is only 500 meters from the hotel entrance, Mori-ran and the others leisurely finished their breakfast by 8:20. The 3 girls and 1 elementary school student picked up their trays, bowls, and chopsticks, preparing to return the utensils to the hotel restaurant. But as Suzuki Sanoko turned around, her eyes suddenly lit up. She spotted a familiar figure. Mr. Akaikawa. Akaikawa Kyajuk and Takura Misaki, who were also dining, looked up. Ms. Suzuki, how are you? Recognizing Sanoko, Akaikawa Kyajuk greeted her politely. We're sitting so close, and I didn't even notice. Maybe it's because Ms. Suzuki was too absorbed in the conversation, Akaikawa Kyajuk replied with a smile. Well then, Mr. Akaikawa, would you like to join us for a walk today? Suzuki Sanoko warmly invited him. Itakura Misaki, who had just taken a sip of milk, froze upon hearing this. She recalled Okanoyoko's eyes from yesterday and quickly intended to decline. However, before she could say anything, Akaikawa Kyajuk spoke first. Sorry, I'll be busy greeting directors and screenwriters today. I won't have time to watch any movies. Oh, I see. That's such a shame. Next time, then. Hee hee. Suzuki Sanoko waved to Akaikawa Kyajuk while holding her tray with one hand. But because the cup on her tray suddenly tipped over, she nearly lost her balance. Fortunately, Sarama Yumi reacted quickly, using her knee to firmly catch the falling cup. As expected, this cool detective is incredibly skilled. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself, he hadn't eaten anything that morning, only drinking a bit of water. After Itakura Misaki finished her breakfast, the two prepared to leave for the film festival's exhibition area. Before leaving, Akaikawa Kyajuk briefly returned to his room. When he was ready and entered the film festival exhibition area with Itakura Misaki, it was already 9:30 a.m. Perhaps because the exhibition area hadn't been open to tourists for the past 2 days, the shooting incident from 2 days ago hadn't dampened the tourists' enthusiasm. The venue was packed with visitors, comparable to a theme park. Akaikawa Kyajuk noticed that Itakura Misaki seemed a bit distracted since they entered the venue. And he knew exactly what she was thinking. If Miss Itakura wants to see Miss Yoko, then go ahead, Akaikawa Kyajuk said. No. That would be far too incompetent as an agent. Although Itakura Misaki said this, her expression was conflicted. I'll be chatting with Director Hoda later. There's nothing much for Miss Itakura to do, so there's no need for you to stay. Are you sure that's okay? Itakura Misaki asked hesitantly. It's fine. Then I'll go. If you need anything, call me, I'll definitely answer. Itakura Misaki said to Akaikawa Kyajuk before heading off. After parting ways with his agent, Akaikawa Kyajuk went alone to Hoda Yashitaki's exhibition room. There, he met the director with the expressionless face he had encountered just 2 days ago. After waiting for Hoda Yashitaki to have some free time, Akaikawa Kyajuk chatted with him for a while before leaving the personal exhibition room. As he walked through the film exhibition area, Akaikawa Kyajuk recalled his meeting with Todekyoji yesterday. Yesterday, before I left, he confirmed if I would continue participating in the subsequent film festivals. When he asked, his pupils dilated. Additionally, Todekyoji's eyebrows and the corners of his lips were slightly raised. All of this suggests that he was genuinely curious about my answer. If you're not very curious and are just making casual conversation, your micro-expressions would be entirely different. I stayed at the hotel during the opening ceremony and the night of the murder. Whether I went home yesterday also depends on whether I attend the film festival today. As a criminal investigator from the 3rd Division, it's not difficult for him to get information about the residents of the hotel where the murder occurred. Assuming he asked me these questions with that information in mind, His purpose was to confirm whether I'd go home and determine my future itinerary. And I said I'd come today to continue participating in the film exhibition. I believe Officer Toda won't miss this opportunity. Also, now I'm still in a state of being alone, something he must have worked hard to achieve. Akaikawa Kyajuk pondered deeply. This was a test. If Toda Kyoji harbored ill intentions toward him, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The outcome of this test would also determine Akaikawa Kyajuk's future attitude toward Toda Kyoji. Just as Akaikawa Kyajuk was walking toward the next exhibition hall, he suddenly felt someone tap him on the shoulder. As expected, what an eyesore! Akaikawa Kyajuk thought and turned around. Sure enough, he saw Toda Kyoji, dressed in a suit, his scarred right eye making him look sinister. He was smiling at him. Hey, what a coincidence. Should I call you Akaikawa-kun or the criminal? Chapter 116, Plead Guilty. Obediently Toda Kyoji looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk and turned his head. After hearing what he said, the smile that had originally appeared on Akaikawa's face froze instantly. Dilated pupils, slightly open mouth. Indeed, this sneak attack was quite effective. Toda Kyoji chuckled inwardly. When a person is shocked, surprised, or emotionally overwhelmed, their body automatically produces certain physiological responses. Examples include pupil dilation caused by the activation of the sympathetic nervous system and facial muscle reactions triggered by the amygdala, the brain's emotional center. These physiological responses, collectively called micro-expressions, are extremely difficult to actively control. Typically, they appear and disappear in less than a second. This is also a critical criterion for determining whether someone is acting. Toda Kyoji noticed that the astonished expression on Akaikawa Kyajuk's face was almost fleeting. This demonstrated that the emotions Akaikawa Kyajuk showed were not fabricated. Then, a look of confusion and bewilderment quickly appeared on Akaikawa's enviable, handsome face. Officer Toda, what are you talking about? Akaikawa Kyajuk's tone was slightly hurried, as though he was frightened. Now the performance begins. He truly is a competent actor. Toda Kyoji silently remarked, feeling a bit odd. He didn't criticize Akaikawa Kyajuk's acting skills outright because what followed would test Akaikawa's disguise. Don't make a sound and follow me. Toda Kyoji reached out, grabbed Akaikawa Kyajuk's slim shoulder, and spoke in a deep voice. He also noticed Akaikawa's body stiffen instantly, with obvious fear in his eyes. This reaction was too realistic. If Toda Kyoji hadn't already confirmed Akaikawa Kyajuk's extraordinary acting abilities, he might have thought that this was just a scared child overwhelmed by his own intimidation. Toda Kyoji was certain that Akaikawa Kyajuk wasn't someone who only acted when necessary. Instead, Akaikawa immersed himself in his roles almost every moment. Such individuals were harder to expose than those with merely excellent acting skills. But they also had weaknesses. Specifically, they were easily trapped by the roles they played. Just like now. Without an arrest warrant, even as a criminal investigator, I have no authority to enforce the law, let alone use force. To the criminal genius Akaikawa Kyajuk, my commands hold no weight, and there's absolutely no reason for him to obey. However, you are no longer a criminal genius. Instead, you're a child who has been confined at home by your mother for more than half your life. You wouldn't know anything about the law. Toda Kyoji looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk in front of him with a smile. The other party either disobeyed his command, exposing a mind not as innocent as it appeared, or continued to play the role of the child and obediently followed him. No matter which option Akaikawa Kyajuk chose, Toda Kyoji had a plan to counter it. However, he believed Akaikawa Kyajuk would choose the latter. Because Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't know his true identity. He certainly couldn't know that he understood him better than anyone else in the world. In this situation of informational asymmetry, Akaikawa Kyajuk would undoubtedly try to maintain his external persona. After all, he was confident in what he had done. Toda Kyoji watched Akaikawa Kyajuk avoid his gaze. He then asked Akaikawa to turn around, extending his hand from behind and firmly gripping his shoulder. Stop talking and follow me. Toda Kyoji began to push Akaikawa Kyajuk toward the exhibition hall he had previously scouted. There were many people at the movie exhibition site. But no one cared about the odd pair of Toda Kyoji and Akaikawa Kyajuk. Toda Kyoji walked with Akaikawa for a full 10 minutes before arriving at a closed projection room. Go in. Although the exhibition hall and projection room were closed, the projection room's door was only shut, not locked. Toda Kyoji grabbed Akaikawa Kyajuk's shoulder, letting him enter first. Once inside, Toda Kyoji shut the door behind him. He then felt through Akaikawa Kyajuk's jacket and pants pockets. Taking out Akaikawa's phone, he confirmed the recording function hadn't been activated beforehand and tossed the phone aside. Even though he was confident Uchiha Kyajuk hadn't anticipated his sudden appearance, it didn't hurt to be cautious. "What do you want?" Uchiha Kyajuk touched the spot on his shoulder where Todekyoji had grabbed him and asked with a trembling voice. "Oh." Todekyoji crossed his arms, looking at Uchiha Kyajuk, who still maintained an innocent persona, with a mocking expression. "I want to see how long you can keep pretending. It's truly disgusting to see a criminal feign innocence all day." "What are you talking about?" Todekyoji noticed how the confused look on Uchiha Kyajuk's face grew even more pronounced. Although he felt slightly odd, he became increasingly convinced that Uchiha still had no idea about his situation. The Imperial Theater case. Koichi Nishihara merely knocked you unconscious and planned to frame you. But after realizing this, you used extremely cruel methods to destroy the body, tamper with evidence, and alter the crime scene. You even went as far as self-harm to escalate Koichi Nishihara's crime. This suggests suspected corpse desecration and evidence fabrication. Todekyoji detailed Uchiha Kyaju's crimes, raising 2 fingers. He clearly saw Uchiha's eyes widen upon hearing this, followed by a blank expression. Todekyoji curled the corners of his mouth imperceptibly, understanding that Uchiha Kyajuk was undergoing significant internal turmoil. He continued, "The film festival case 2 days ago. You sensed Takawaga's murderous intent toward you, so at 12:10, you preemptively entered Hata Yashitaki's private lounge, where Takawaga was. You took advantage of his carelessness, compressing his carotid artery, rendering him unconscious. Then, despite knowing the severe withdrawal symptoms, you injected him with medicinal morphine and sodium chloride. This suggests suspected intentional injury, attempted murder, and violation of the Narcotics and Psychotropics Control Act." Todekyoji raised 3 fingers this time. "Finally, the car accident case last summer. You deliberately killed your mother, Ryoko Uchiha, for the insurance money. This was premeditated murder." Todekyoji's hawk-like sharp eyes bore into the pale-faced Uchiha Kyajuk in front of him as the corners of his mouth curved. "Will you plead guilty, or should I help you recall everything you've done before pleading guilty?" Chapter 117, Indeed, I didn't kill anyone. Ding. The clear mechanical sound of the system echoed in Uchiha Kyaju's mind. At the same time, a translucent blue system interface appeared before his eyes. The projection room is closed. The criminal trials are listed one by one, and in the face of accusations from the unlimited criminal police officer Todekyoji, what choice will you make? 1. Confess to your crime obediently. Reward, Agility +3, Skill card X1. 2. Refuse to admit it. Reward, Temporary Trait card X1, Specific card X1. 3. Frame Todekyoji as a criminal. Reward, Physique +3, Recovery card X1. 4. Kill Todekyoji. Reward, Physique +5, Temporary Skill card X1. Faced with the sudden system notification, Uchiha Kyajuk was not surprised. As expected, my guess was correct. Uchiha Kyajuk looked at Todekyoji, who was standing before him with a victorious smile, and pondered. Indeed, the situation was almost exactly as he had deduced the day before. As he anticipated, Todekyoji had uncovered the truth of the matter through Koichi Nishihara and Dogatakao. Koichi Nishihara has been completely cut off for assaulting a police officer, and the case surrounding the film festival must also be the result of Todekyoji's manipulation to force a confession from Agatakao. Given that an attack on a police officer occurred at the Metropolitan Police Department, there's a high probability that Todekyoji deliberately provoked the other party, leading to the attack. Agatakao doesn't seem like the type to tell the truth willingly. In that case, both Agatakao and Koichi Nishihara likely share the same fate, don't they? Uchiha Kyajuk wasn't concerned about his secret being exposed. On the contrary, after deducing what Todekyoji had done to Koichi Nishihara and Dogatakao, he felt much more at ease. After all, Koichi Nishihara and Dogatakao must have lost the ability to continue exposing me after Todekyoji tricked them into confessing. So, as long as Todekyoji can be silenced, the matters related to my 2 previous cases will be completely buried. Uchiha Kyajuk reached a conclusion in his heart. However, one thing did slightly surprise him. The car accident case had also been brought up by Todekyoji. In truth, Uchiha Kyajuk knew very little about the car accident case. Most of the information he used in his confession was based on details inadvertently leaked to him by the detective Takuta Nakajima, which he leveraged to avoid responsibility. But when Uchiha Kyajuk found the 3 life insurance policies in the original owner's house, he realized that he himself was the insured party. The entire case had already been invalidated. After comparing the handwriting, Uchiha Kyajuk confirmed one thing: the sleeping pills must have been taken by the original owner themselves. However, Uchiha Kyajuk lacked sufficient information. As a result, He had yet to grasp the full picture of the car accident case. I wasn't interested in the original owner and his mother's affairs in the first place. But since Todekyoji brought up the car accident case now, I might be able to gather more information from him that only the police know. This is truly fortunate. This guy seems to have a pretty sharp mind. To a Kaikawa Kyajuk, an intelligent person is always much easier to manipulate than a fool. This is because intelligent people always believe in what they see and judge for themselves. Just like when a person is electrocuted, their pupils dilate, and their muscles contract. These are physiological reactions. To highly observant detectives and investigators, micro-expressions are akin to writing on a person's face, revealing what they're thinking at the moment. Todekyoji must already know that my acting skills are excellent. Perhaps he's guessed that I can easily control muscle contractions and fake micro-expressions. But he'd never imagined that I could also control physiological reactions like pupil dilation. After all, for ordinary people, pupil dilation, caused by the activation of the sympathetic nervous system, is entirely uncontrollable. Through years of training, one might be able to control muscle contractions so that micro-expressions appear genuine. However, controlling physiological responses triggered by the sympathetic nervous system cannot be achieved through ordinary training. This requires precise control over emotions in one's heart. Emotions such as sexual desire, shock, fear, excitement, or admiration activate the sympathetic system, causing pupil dilation. At this moment, Toda believes he's in the driver's seat. He thinks his sudden appearance shocked me and that I felt moved as he listed my crimes one by one. The next step is seize the advantage and press forward. Once someone believes they have the upper hand, they get carried away, easily revealing their flaws. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Although Kaikawa Kyajuk knew he'd been exposed to Todekyoji, he maintained his frightened facade. Haha. You think you've done a perfect job with the last two cases and that there's nothing I can do to you? Todekyoji laughed heartily, then slowly walked toward Kaikawa Kyajuk with firm steps. Kaikawa Kyajuk retreated, seemingly scared. But he stopped when his back hit the projection room seat. Aren't those cases already closed? I don't even know what you're talking about. Kaikawa Kyajuk avoided eye contact with Todekyoji and muttered. Of course, you're relying on the lack of physical evidence to feel confident. Stop pretending to be a child. It's getting boring. Isn't it time to show me your true face? Todekyoji whispered into Kaikawa Kyaju's ear. Kaikawa Kyajuk showed a slightly stiff expression due to Todekyoji's words, then responded with a look of confusion and astonishment. What a pity. You can't convict someone simply by relying on Todekyoji's words. Besides, they were still outside, not inside the Metropolitan Police Department. Thus, Kaikawa Kyajuk concluded that Todekyoji wouldn't dare extract a confession here. This left him with only two methods. 1. Induce a confession. The other, fabricate evidence. The final conclusion? Maybe the last two cases are closed, but the car accident case isn't. After all, the real murderer is right here, not one of the countless motorcycle riders you see on the national highway. Todekyoji said. At that time, you managed to deceive the criminal police and detectives mainly because of your acting skills. You fooled everyone into believing you were mentally a child, fundamentally eliminating both motive and the possibility of committing the crime. But I know you're not a child. You're a criminal who has mastered magnificent criminal skills. You orchestrated an elaborate plan to kill your mother and then pinned the blame on an imaginary third party. No, no, no. The detectives ruled out that possibility back then, Kaikawa Kyajuk nervously interrupted. Besides, my fingerprints weren't even on the murder weapon. And my hand was broken at the time, so I wasn't physically capable of committing the crime. Plus, I was fed a large amount of sleeping pills and only survived by sheer luck. If I wanted to frame someone else for the insurance money, why would I take sleeping pills myself? Kaikawa Kyajuk used the same reasoning he had presented to the detectives to refute Todekyoji. In this case, his return from the dead was the key point. The fact that he survived after ingesting a large quantity of sleeping pills blocked the possibility of it being a planned insurance fraud. Oh, so you can talk more fluently now? What's this? Dropping the child act already? Todekyoji smiled. Todekyoji quickly discerned that Kaikawa Kyajuk was eager to prove his innocence. He had even forgotten to continue pretending. He is afraid of the truth about the car accident. Indeed, he is the murderer. With that thought, Todekyoji reached into his jacket and retrieved an evidence bag. When Kaikawa Kyajuk saw what was inside, his eyes widened for a brief moment. Inside the bag was the dagger that had killed Kaikawa Ryoko in the car accident. When this blade reacted to luminol testing, it revealed that the entire handle was covered in blood, Todekyoji said, his voice steady but firm. In other words, your fingerprints were smeared across the entire handle. Back then, Everyone thought you were just a child who couldn't commit such a heinous act. But now, it's clear to me that erasing your fingerprints would have been all too easy for you. Todekyoji continued, pointing to Akaikawa Kyajuke's increasingly pale face. As for your claim that your hand was broken, he said, Nishihara Koichi's confession paints a clear picture of you as someone who has no regard for your body. You wouldn't hesitate to harm yourself to achieve your goals. Given that, it's easy to understand why your hand was broken. It's because you did it to yourself. The timing was so close that no one could confirm whether your hand was broken before or after your mother's death. Todekyoji placed the evidence bag containing the dagger aside, then pulled out another document. This, he said, is the medical report from the hospital after the accident. It states that the concentration of triazolam in your system exceeded the legal limit, which led to the determination that you had overdosed on sleeping pills. But here's the catch, based on the concentration levels, it's evident you ingested the pills after killing your mother. This finding doesn't necessarily prove you were planning to defraud the insurance company, Todekyoji added. But it doesn't negate the fact that you murdered her. He handed Akaikawa Kyajuke the physical examination report. For a long moment, Akaikawa Kyajuke stared blankly at the document, then slowly looked away. This Todekyoji, Akaikawa Kyajuke thought, his mind racing, has truly given me a shock today. So the substance detected in my body back then was triazolam. At that moment, Akaikawa Kyajuke's lingering doubts were finally dispelled, as if sunlight had pierced through thick clouds. More importantly, the heavy burden weighing on his mind lifted. Faced with such obvious evidence, even detectives can make mistakes. In the end, I really didn't kill anyone. Chapter 118, Kyoji Toda, do you think you know me well? Todekyoji had been carefully observing Akaikawa Kyajuke's reactions. He noticed everything. When Akaikawa Kyajuke read the inspection report in his hands, his jewel-like blue eyes visibly trembled. It wasn't just that. Kyajuke's lips twitched slightly, and Todekyoji didn't miss the subtle movements of the muscles in his cheeks and jaw tightening for just a moment. It seems your composure is beginning to crack. The fleeting micro-expression on Akaikawa Kyajuke's face betrayed the inner turmoil he was trying to suppress. In other words, Akaikawa Kyajuke was once again attempting to mask his emotions. Quick, but not quick enough. This might be enough to fool an ordinary criminal investigator, but you underestimate the violent criminals I've dealt with before. Your micro-expressions can't fool my eyes. Todekyoji thought to himself. Judging by Akaikawa Kyajuke's deliberate attempt to hide his shock, Toda concluded that Kyajuke must have revealed a flaw. So, where was the flaw? Although Todekyoji hadn't been personally involved in that case, his instincts as a seasoned investigator quickly led him to suspect the sleeping pills. Among the inspection records he held, the most critical detail about the pills stood out. That was, based on the concentration of triazolam in Akaikawa Kyajuke's body, the doctor had determined that Kyajuke had ingested the pills after the car accident. Coupled with Kyajuke's subsequent behavior of shifting suspicion onto a non-existent motorcyclist, Toda quickly deduced his method. Clap. Todekyoji clapped his hands together and smiled at Akaikawa Kyajuke, who stood before him. What I admire most about you is how you're always willing to take immense risks to conceal the truth, and you almost always pull it off flawlessly. To appear as a victim in this case, you injured your own head during the car accident. To make it seem like you weren't physically capable of committing murder, you broke your right hand. But even that wasn't enough. Because your mother's massive life insurance payout would inevitably make you a suspect, you distanced yourself from the money by taking sleeping pills. You knew you'd be taken to the hospital after the accident and that the pills you swallowed after the crash would be discovered. At that point, suspicion would fall on you for committing murder and then attempting suicide. To cover your tracks, you deliberately discarded the pill bottle so the police and detectives couldn't trace the source of the sleeping pills. This created the possibility that a third party had given them to you. Just like in the last two cases, you buried the witnesses, the murder weapon, and the motive, thereby avoiding suspicion. Detectives couldn't uncover the truth because they didn't know the real you. But after understanding your impeccable character, your modus operandi became crystal clear. After hearing Todekyoji's reasoning, Akaikawa Kyajuke slowly lowered his head. His maroon bangs fell over his cheeks, hiding the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. Akaikawa Kyajuke. From now on, no matter what mask I wear, Todekyoji will believe this is my true face. This time, I'll play Akaikawa Kyajuke in the image you have of me. Todekyoji looked at Akaikawa Kyajuke, who stood with his head bowed. He knew he had won. By exposing Akaikawa Kyajuke's motives and methods, he had completely torn away the mask hiding Kyajuke's true nature. In his heart, Todekyoji eagerly anticipated what would come next. He was curious to see what Akaikawa Kyajuke, stripped of his childish facade, truly looked like beneath the mask. Then, Toda saw Akaikawa Kyajuk slowly raise his head. It felt like witnessing Seotani, played by Akaikawa Kyajuk, making her grand debut on the Imperial Theater's stage. In an instant, Akaikawa Kyajuk's entire demeanor changed. But this time, Akaikawa Kyajuk did not exude the warmth and vitality that Otanisi had before. Just looking at her had been enough to brighten anyone's mood, like basking in sunlight. On the contrary, this new demeanor felt like a frigid wind cutting through the air, chilling to the bone with its cold and penetrating aura. "Kyoji Toda, do you think you know me so well?" The voice that came was completely different from the slightly clumsy and naive tone used before. This voice was icy and devoid of any emotional warmth. "Yes, I know you better than anyone in the world." Toda Kyoji crossed his arms, responding with an intrigued expression. His dark eyes held a playful glint as they locked onto Akaikawa Kyajuk's piercing blue gaze. Toda Kyoji felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. "This is it. Only this form is worth destroying. I've ripped away your mask. Now I want to see that face lose all confidence, to see despair take over your expression." Toda Kyoji watched as Akaikawa Kyajuk took a step closer to him. Yet, Kyajuk's feet didn't move. His strides were more a shift in presence than in physical motion. Toda Kyoji wasn't worried about Kyajuk attacking him. Quite the opposite. He wished Kyajuk would lose his temper and attack. Because if Kyajuk made the first move, Toda would have justification for self-defense. Toda Kyoji had absolute confidence in his abilities. The stark difference in their physicality alone assured him that no matter how skilled Akaikawa Kyajuk was, he couldn't prevail. Yet, instead of attacking, Kyajuk's voice broke the silence. "Kyoji Toda, detective of the Criminal Investigation Division 3 of the 1st Investigative Section at the Metropolitan Police Department. You're around 40 years old, unmarried, and have no family. Is the reason you remain unmarried because you're worried your family would become a weakness for others to exploit? Oh, I see, I guessed correctly. So you weren't part of the 1st Investigative Section originally. You joined Division 3 a few years ago. Where were you before? SAT, Special Assault Team? MST, Mobile Search Team? Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau? Oh, so it was the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau." Hearing Akaikawa Kyajuk's words, Toda Kyoji suddenly grew cautious. For a moment, he even wondered if Kyajuk had investigated him beforehand. However, as Kyajuk continued, Toda realized he was being analyzed on the spot. It was merely a brief lapse in vigilance, but Kyajuk's next words caused Toda to tense up again. "Where did the scars around your eyes come from? Drug traffickers? Triads? Yakuza? Transnational criminal organizations? Oh, a transnational criminal organization." Chapter 119, Creepy Kyoji. Toda said nothing and simply listened as Akaikawa Kyajuk spoke. However, he was horrified to discover that the person before him, someone he had only met for the 3rd time today, had revealed his identity, secrets, and personal details with unnerving precision. A chilling sensation suddenly enveloped Kyoji Toda's body. When Akaikawa Kyajuk earlier guessed his police rank, age, and unmarried status, Toda Kyoji had been surprised, but then not overly so. After all, detectives could do the same. But when Akaikawa Kyajuk accurately deduced that he was from the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau, things started to feel strange. If someone had been injected with barbiturates like sodium thiopental or sodium pentaborbital, or forced to take diazepam or similar drugs, they might experience what is commonly known as truth serum effects, revealing their secrets involuntarily. Kyoji Toda could understand that. Alternatively, someone could be hooked up to a multi-channel physiological recorder, with their real-time physiological parameters displayed on a screen to judge whether they were lying. Kyoji Toda could accept that too. However, standing before him was Akaikawa Kyajuk, who simply stared at him, asked questions, listed options, and then gave accurate answers without requiring a response. This filled Kyoji Toda with terror. Despite the fear creeping into Toda Kyoji's heart, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't stop speaking. "How many injuries did you sustain because of that international criminal organization? Is it just the scar on your right eye? Or was it a severe injury? Or did you barely escape with your life? Oh, how pitiful. Why did you leave the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau? Was it simply because you were injured? Or because you surrendered when facing an opponent far more powerful and ruthless than you? Ah, I see. That's why you voluntarily withdrew from the front lines. So, they are the reason you harbor such hatred toward criminals? To vent the fear and humiliation in your heart, do you target prisoners weaker than yourself? Oh." Kyoji Toda suddenly heard Akaikawa Kyajuk laugh softly, a sneering smirk escaping his lips. Although Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't give a direct response this time, Toda Kyoji could tell. From the mocking laugh alone, Kyoji Toda knew Akaikawa Kyajuk had guessed the truth. It was as if Akaikawa Kyajuk had stripped away his defenses, leaving a mix of anger, shame, and terror exploding within Toda Kyoji's heart. He swung a punch directly at Akaikawa Kyajuk's cheek. But the punch stopped less than 5 centimeters away. Kyoji Toda saw that Akaikawa Kyajuk hadn't moved his head or body at all from beginning to end. Was he certain I wouldn't hit him? No, his goal is to provoke me into attacking first. Kyoji Toda suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He had lost his composure for a moment. If not for Akaikawa Kyajuk's complete lack of evasive action and the playful glint in his blue eyes, Toda might not have snapped back to reality. He had nearly caused a disaster. Akaikawa Kyajuk's behavior mirrored how Toda Kyoji had treated criminals during his time at the Metropolitan Police Department. He wanted to provoke the other party, forcing them to lose control. Once they acted impulsively, they would be doomed. At the same time, Kyoji Toda felt a deep sense of confusion. Judging by Akaikawa Kyajuk's frail physique, he would have been severely injured, possibly killed, by that punch. Doesn't this bastard fear death at all? Kyoji Toda heard Akaikawa Kyajuk sigh softly, as though lamenting the failure of his plan. The next moment, Akaikawa Kyajuk's cold demeanor faded. The childish expression and innocent mannerisms returned to his face. Since Officer Toda has no family, it seems I'm now the person who knows Officer Toda best in the entire world. Kyoji Toda stared at Akaikawa Kyajuk, who now had the bright, idol-like expression of a child who had just made a new friend. His cheek twitched violently. Through Akaikawa Kyajuk's words, Kyoji Toda suddenly realized something. Akaikawa Kyajuk had acted out earlier simply because he refused to accept Toda's claim of understanding him. That's why he had taken those actions. Suddenly, Toda Kyoji remembered something. During his training at the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau, his instructor had mentioned certain special individuals. All they needed to do was ask questions and list options to discern answers, even if the other person never spoke. The instructor had explained, 60 to 70% of human communication consists of nonverbal behaviors, with the rest being subverbal or nonverbal actions. Before information reaches a conscious level, it is processed subconsciously and expressed through subtle physiological reactions. These cues are even more subtle than the micro-expressions we're familiar with and are nearly impossible to detect with the naked eye. Only special individuals trained in the confidential processing of intelligence can master this skill. This isn't something achievable through talent alone. One must be born with extreme sensitivity to emotional expressions and possess keen perception. Even with years of training, only a select few can master this ability. Back then, neither Kyoji Toda nor his fellow officers believed such claims. They dismissed it as trivia. However, after experiencing what had just happened, Toda Kyoji realized that perhaps the examples his instructor had given were true. How is this possible? ! He's only 20 years old. The instructor's voice echoed in Kyoji Toda's mind. He suppressed the shock and tremor in his heart, doing his best to avoid thinking about it. Because if he let Akaikawa Kyajuk take the lead, it would spell disaster. Ha 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 ha. After a few moments, Kyoji Toda burst into laughter. The horror in his heart was quickly overshadowed by delight. I just realized something. You didn't hesitate to expose your abilities and even tried to provoke me into attacking you. Doesn't that mean you're afraid of the truth I uncovered about the case earlier, so you're trying to avoid risks in other ways? If Akaikawa Kyajuk wasn't the murderer, why deny the evidence against him? Wouldn't it be enough to present irrefutable proof of his innocence? Why resort to such extreme measures? It was precisely because Akaikawa Kyajuk was the murderer that he had guessed the truth and tried to force Toda to act first. With this realization, Toda Kyoji finally understood. Victory still belonged to him. Chapter 120, Criminals Have No Human Rights. Toda Kyoji could see through Akaikawa Kyajuk's inner thoughts at a glance. And Akaikawa Kyajuk had nothing to fear at this moment. Kyajuk Akaikawa, he began, addressing him coldly. You must think that since the police haven't caught you yet, there's nothing I can do to you. You feel like you've handled each case so well that there won't be any evidence left behind, don't you? Toda Kyoji observed closely. He noticed the slight twitch at the corner of Akaikawa Kyajuk's eyes in response to his words. This small reaction confirmed something important. It showed that he had struck another nerve. Akaikawa Kyajuk's confidence was gradually crumbling under the pressure of the truth. You might still be clinging to the belief that the Metropolitan Police can't touch you, Toda continued. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not like those weaklings who only follow the rules. Toda Kyoji smiled at Akaikawa Kyajuk. Akaikawa Kyajuk hadn't expected to end up here today. How could he have anticipated that Toda Kyoji would have a backup plan? When Toda asked Kyajuk yesterday about attending the film festival, it wasn't just to confirm his schedule for the day. His other purpose was to ensure Kusagakure wouldn't be returning home. In the past, when Toda wanted to catch a suspect for a crime without enough evidence, he used a simple yet effective method to gain access to their home. When the suspect was away and unable to return, he would use the excuse of an emergency search to request cooperation from the apartment management company. With their help, he would acquire a suspect's key and enter their residence to find evidence. According to certain legal provisions, in emergencies, the police are permitted to conduct limited searches without obtaining a warrant. Citizens are also required to cooperate. Most people, upon seeing a criminal investigator from the first investigative section reveal their badge, would willingly comply. Once the criminal was caught and their crime confirmed, this shoot first, report later method wouldn't result in any liability. Of course, in most cases, Toda ensured no flaws would lead to complications. After all, a private residence wasn't like a hotel, with dense camera coverage monitoring every move. This time was no different. Once it was confirmed that Kusagakure wouldn't return home, Toda retrieved Kusagure's current address from the government's household registration system. Then he sent Nakajima to Kudo to obtain the apartment key from the management company. This gave them smooth access to Kusagure's home. Even though Kusagakure rented a fairly luxurious apartment in Shibuya, Toda's initial investigation revealed that the building only had one camera positioned at the automatic lock of the entrance and exit. It was easy to avoid detection. Toda glanced at Kusagakure, mentally calculating the time. By now, Nakajima Takudo should have already entered Kusagure's apartment. If Takudo could find sufficient evidence to prove Kusagakure was the murderer, he would call immediately. If not, he'd simply create the evidence. Was this illegal or unethical? Toda didn't care. After all, he was punishing criminals to ensure the safety of Japan's citizens. Therefore, his actions were justified. Having spent so many years in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau of the Metropolitan Police Department, Toda knew one thing well: if your moral standards were too high, you couldn't compete with criminals. After all, you'd never know how low they could sink. But it seems that step might be unnecessary this time, Toda thought. Though Kusagakure himself lacked any physical fighting ability, his cunning made him more complicated to deal with than Nishihara Koichi, Agetakao, and others. But with the level you've shown so far, I don't even need a backup plan. After all, Kusagakure, you're just a slightly smarter criminal. Toda knew it was time to proceed with the next familiar step. The time had come to deliver the final blow and completely destroy the opponent's already fragile psyche. Kusagakure, he said, his voice steady. You must think that by describing a motorcyclist, common enough on national highways, the police won't be able to investigate them one by one, right? Hey. But I'm sorry to disappoint you again. The Metropolitan Police Department has compared footage from the entrances and exits of the national highway. They've investigated every suspect matching your description. Just yesterday, the traffic department confirmed that the last suspect has been interviewed, and it's clear they had no opportunity to commit the crime. They also had a solid alibi for the time of the incident. In other words, that person is not the killer. So, the truth is simple: the real culprit can only be you, Kusagakure. Toda suddenly pointed at Kusagakure and spoke in a deep voice. He saw it clearly this time. Kusagure's face showed the most obvious flicker of doubt he'd displayed all day. No. You're lying, Kusagakure said, his voice rising. There's no way you've checked everything. You must be lying to me. If the evidence is so conclusive, why haven't you came to arrest me instead of just telling me this? Oh? This time, instead of denying your crime, you're denying the Metropolitan Police's ability to investigate suspects one by one? Toda smirked. He saw Kusagure's entire body sway slightly after another of his flaws was exposed. Then, Kusagakure leaned back against the seat behind him in the theater. It seems you can't even stay still anymore. Your methods may be sophisticated, but your heart is too fragile, too weak. A little pressure is enough to expose your weaknesses. Looking at Kusagure's pale and trembling face, Toda couldn't help but smile. He couldn't hide the pleasure on his face. Do you know why I haven't arrested you yet, even with all this evidence? It's because I enjoy this moment the most. I love seeing criminals like you, so proud of your own brilliance, break down when you realize you're falling into despair. I want to see you completely defeated, reduced to nothing more than a stray dog. You're a police officer. How can you say such things? Kusagakure asked, his voice filled with shock. He stared at Toda as if he couldn't believe such words were coming from a cop. Don't worry. I wouldn't say this to ordinary citizens. You, Kusagakure, are a criminal. To me, criminals aren't human. That's why they don't have human rights. The moment Toda finished speaking, a soft buzzing sound broke the silence. Both men turned their attention to the source, a notification lighting up Akaikawa Kyajuke's phone screen. "Officer Toda," Kyajuke said, his tone calm yet unsettling. "You said criminals aren't human and don't have human rights, right?" "That's correct," Toda replied, crossing his arms with a smirk. "In that case," Kyajuke continued, "if someone has committed a crime, I don't have to treat them as human either, do I?" Kyajuke's words wiped the smirk off Toda's face. The next thing he saw sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 121, You're Really Sick. Toda Kyoji looked at the dagger in Akaikawa Kyajuke's hand and almost burst out laughing. "You don't actually think I risked taking the dagger out of the police station just to show you my reasoning, do you? Indeed, all criminals are so stupid." Seeing Akaikawa Kyajuke completely take the bait, Toda Kyoji's inner excitement reached its peak. This was his usual routine: first, give the criminal hope, then drag them into despair. Next, he would deliberately drop something that could be used as a murder weapon within the opponent's reach. Then, he would expose his supposed flaws to the criminal. Though the tactic was outdated, it was exceedingly effective because Toda Kyoji knew how to precisely break someone's spirit and push them into the deepest despair. So far, every criminal he had treated this way had made the same irreversible decision. They attacked him. And this was Toda Kyoji's ultimate goal in interrogating criminals. Watching Akaikawa Kyajuke's behavior, Toda Kyoji skillfully showed a look of shock on his face at just the right moment. Then, as if scared, he stepped back. If nothing else happened, Akaikawa Kyajuke would grab the dagger and viciously stab himself at this moment. In the instant Kyajuke's act of attacking the police was established, his complete downfall would be sealed. Even though there were no cameras in this projection room to record what was happening, Akaikawa Kyajuke's fingerprints on the evidence bag and the dagger would serve as direct proof of an assault on an officer. And sure enough, Toda Kyoji saw Akaikawa Kyajuke suddenly lift the dagger and fix him with those piercing blue eyes. "Officer Toda, I have a piece of advice for you. Don't overdo it when handling things, and always leave yourself some room to retreat. Because when someone loses their value entirely, they can be easily discarded." PFFT, ha 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 ha. Kyajuke's words made Toda Kyoji laugh uncontrollably. Listening to Kyajuke's tone, anyone who didn't know better might think he held the upper hand and was lecturing as a winner. He had just received the dagger deliberately given to him. Did he really think he could use it to end his life? Fine. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. Anyway, you'll have the rest of your life to slowly think over the meaning of my words. As Kyajuke finished speaking, the hesitant expression on his face vanished in an instant. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted suddenly. Mischief danced in his eyes. Toda Kyoji suddenly realized something was wrong. He watched as Kyajuke moved his fingers, and the tip of the dagger, which had been pointed at him, completed a 180-degree turn in an instant. Then, Kyajuke gripped the dagger with both hands and stabbed it into his own neck. He's going to kill himself. Toda Kyoji, overwhelmed with joy and excitement just moments ago, now felt as if lightning had struck him. Though he was ruthless with criminals and never hesitated to use force, he had never dared to beat the prisoner to death outright. If Akaikawa Kyajuke died, even if it was self-inflicted, Toda would face severe punishment. After all, his earlier claim that the Metropolitan Police Department's Traffic Division had eliminated all suspects was a lie designed to provoke Kyajuke into attacking. In truth, Kyajuke was not legally a suspect and had no charges against him. Toda Kyoji never imagined Kyajuke would act this way. His body reacted almost instantly to Kyajuke's movement, but he was still a fraction too slow. PFFT. The knife's tip pierced flesh, producing a short, sharp sound. Then came a wet squelch as the blade sliced through muscle and blood vessels. The dagger stopped after penetrating a few centimeters into Kyajuke's neck. Toda Kyoji desperately grabbed Kyajuke's hands, which were clutching the dagger. The composed facade he wore moments earlier had vanished. The scarred side of his face, usually terrifying, was now filled with panic. He stared at the blade, once gleaming with a silvery white metallic sheen, now quickly dyed crimson. Blood streamed down Kyajuke's elegant neck, staining the shirt beneath his suit. Toda Kyoji's heart raced. After confirming he hadn't caused a major disaster, he finally had time to look at Akaikawa Kyajuke, who was standing so close in front of him. But when he saw Kyajuke's expression, his panic-stricken heart suddenly felt as though it was being gripped tightly. Kyajuke was smiling. This wasn't the naive, foolish smile he usually displayed when playing a child. It was as if a thousand-fold surge of dopamine and norepinephrine had exploded in his body, driving him into an uncontrollable high. If Toda had been just half a second slower, the blade would have severed Kyajuke's carotid artery and trachea. But even in the face of death, there was no trace of fear in Kyajuke's smiling eyes. On the contrary, it resembled the laughter of a billionaire mocking a clown who had won a horse race by sheer luck and started flaunting his power. Why? Isn't he afraid at all? Why would he rather kill himself than harm me? Does he see his life as expendable, a tool to achieve his goals? Toda Kyoji, who prided himself on understanding Kyajuk, was now completely baffled. The heart he thought he'd thoroughly dissected began to cloud with confusion. After extreme fear, a surge of rage flooded Toda Kyoji's chest. How can someone like you exist in this world? You're really sick. Damn it. Damn it. You really deserve to die. Toda roared hysterically at Kyajuk. This lunatic had nearly taken them both down together. At that moment, a knock sounded on the projection room's closed door. Toda Kyoji froze, suddenly turning toward the source of the sound. This isn't right. No one should be here, he thought. But before he could finish that thought, his musings were interrupted. In the split second Toda was distracted by the knock, Kyajuk's hand slipped free from his grip. Kyajuk retreated, pulling the dagger from his neck with a sharp pop. Bang! The steel door, previously sealed by Toda, was suddenly blasted open as if hit by a car. Light flooded the dim projection room. Standing in the doorway was a silhouette backlit by the sun. The figure's shadow stretched endlessly into the room. Toda Kyoji recognized the person immediately. It was someone he'd met just 2 days ago. A short-haired woman with wavy black locks and an intense expression now stood in the doorway. Her right leg, raised in a kicking position, was just beginning to lower. Chapter 122, Bad Cop 11, 10 a.m. Mori Ran and her group had just finished watching the play Sakura Rain, directed by Yuya Tanaka. Following the other theatergoers who had just seen the movie, they exited the projection room with excitement. Impressive. Truly impressive. The emotional scenes in Sakura Rain are even more delicate and moving than the movies I've seen written by Oda. Suzuki Sanoko couldn't help but sigh as she recalled the content of the film they had just watched. Yes, yes. Director Tanaka really deserves his reputation. It's truly amazing. Mori Ran also seemed deeply moved. Speaking of which, I read the manga Sakura Rain when I was in high school. I was really worried the movie adaptation might ruin it. I didn't expect the result to be this good. It far exceeded my expectations. Exactly. Ran, you're absolutely right. Saramas Yumi walked silently behind them, smiling as Suzuki Sanoko and Mori Ran animatedly discussed the plot. By the way, I didn't see director Tanaka speak before today's screening started, said Mori Ran. The director was caught for drunk driving. Conan, who had been playing with his phone with his head lowered, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Suzuki Sanoko and Mori Ran both showed surprised expressions. Didn't the screenwriter Oden accidentally swap the non-alcoholic beer with regular beer? Then, the traffic police caught director Tanaka driving home because he drank what he thought was non-alcoholic beer, but it turned out to be regular beer, explained Conan. Is something like that even possible? But director Tanaka didn't do it on purpose, right? Will his driver's license be revoked? Asked Suzuki Sanoko. That's not clear, Conan replied. They walked for a while. After reaching a quieter area away from the crowd, Mori Ran took out the rice balls and drinks she had bought earlier from her bag and looked at Saramas Yumi and the others behind her. Sara, Conan, why don't we have lunch here? Isn't it too early? We haven't been up for that long since breakfast, complained Conan. Don't you plan to watch The Sound of Silence by director Soma later? If you eat inside the projection room, you might disturb others, Ran said. Oh, Ran, it's fine, Suzuki Sanoko interrupted. Anyway, I asked the organizers to arrange a private screening for us. It'll just be a few of us in the theater, so we won't bother anyone else. Yes, Ran. Also, rice balls aren't like sandwiches. They're practically tasteless and won't bother others, Saramas Yumi added with a smile. Alright, let's eat while watching the movie. But remember, don't leave a mess in the projection room. Otherwise, we'll only make more work for the cleaning staff. Hearing what Suzuki Sanoko and Saramas Yumi said, Mori Ran reluctantly put the rice balls back in her bag. Conan, on the other hand, stretched out his childish voice and responded lazily, Alright. Sanoko, when does our movie start? I already told you, it's at 11:40. What? We don't have much time left. We need to hurry. The exhibition hall for director Tanaka's play wasn't close to the one showing Mio Soma's work. Mori Ran and the others stopped lingering and quickened their pace toward Mio Soma's theater. Ms. Sara, called Conan from behind. Saramas Yumi, who was walking ahead, turned her head and saw Conan handing her his cell phone. Perhaps due to the angle, Conan's large round glasses reflected a white light at that moment, making it hard to see his expression clearly. Saramas Yumi took the phone. Her eyes widened in shock as she read the headline on Conan's phone screen. The killer from the Minato Film Festival shooting case in Tokyo, Takawaga, attempted to attack a police officer during interrogation and has been subdued. Seeing the headline, Saramis Yumi immediately connected it to the recent case involving Koichi Nishihara attacking a police officer. Koichi Nishihara, the killer in the Imperial Theater case, had also made headlines for attacking a police officer after his arrest. At the time, both Saramis Yumi and Conan agreed that Nishihara Koichi neither had the motive nor the circumstances to attack the police. The two detectives had considered one possibility: the attack on the police by Nishihara Koichi had been deliberately staged. And it was obvious who could orchestrate something like that. It had to be a high-ranking criminal officer from the 1st Investigative Division's 3rd Criminal Investigation Section at the Metropolitan Police Department. Conan knew that Saramis Yumi detested such actions, just as he did. However, he still found it difficult to believe that a police officer, someone who represented justice and fairness, would do something like that. "Ms. Sara," Conan called softly, looking at Saramis Yumi, who had lowered her head in silence. Saramis Yumi snapped out of her thoughts and handed the phone back to Conan. If a criminal intends to attack a police officer during interrogation, at least 3 conditions must be met. They must be provoked to the point of losing their temper, remain physically capable of acting, and possess something that can be used as a weapon. Both Koichi Nishihara and Takao Aga are cold-blooded killers. How could such situations occur? The emotion in Saramis Yumi's tone began to fade. Conan noticed this as a sign that Saramis Yumi was growing angry. "There are bad cops in the Metropolitan Police Department," Conan replied solemnly. As expected, it must be Officer Toda who directed Nakajima to Kudo during the previous car accident case. Both Conan and Saramis Yumi still remembered that Sato Mueko had ordered Takuto Nakajima to report the case to Officer Toda due to his coercion of a confession from a Kaikawa Kyag. In other words, Takuto Nakajima was in Sato Mueko's subordinate. The officer named Toda was at least of equal rank to Sato Mueko. By the way, wasn't it Officer Toda who took Oda-ima, the one who killed Kozaka Tsunkazu, into custody? Saramis Yumi asked, glancing at Conan. Conan nodded seriously. Suddenly, a worrying thought crossed his mind. Would Oda-ima, who voluntarily turned herself in, suffer the same treatment? As they discussed, Conan and the group finally arrived at Myosoma's projection room, which had been closed due to the shooting. Suzuki Sanoko stepped forward and tried to push open the door, but it didn't budge. Why is it locked? Didn't the staff come to unlock it? Just as she finished speaking, a man's roar erupted from inside the projection room. "How can someone like you exist in this world? You're truly sick. Damn it. Damn it. You deserve to die." Everyone froze, shocked by the voice. Saramis Yumi reacted first, realizing that a crime might be taking place in the projection room. She ran to the door, trying to open it, while banging loudly. But the door wouldn't budge. "Ran, Sanoko, stay back," Saramis Yumi instructed firmly. Mori ran and the others saw Saramis Yumi take a step back and adopt a combat stance. They quickly moved aside. Saramis Yumi began her signature Jeet Kune Do movement, a sharp shaking technique. After 2 light jumps, she suddenly extended her right leg like lightning. Her entire body rotated 360 degrees horizontally in an instant, slamming her foot into the metal door. With a loud bang, the door collapsed. Inside, they saw Detective Kyoji Toda, whom they had met 2 days earlier at the Harbor Court Hotel. He was pulling a dagger out of a Kaikawa Kyajuke's neck. Chapter 123. In retrospect, there was a dull thud, like a sandbag hitting the ground, as a Kaikawa Kyajuke collapsed. When Toda Kyoji saw a Kaikawa Kyajuke fall, he was overwhelmed by a sense of unreality about the scene before him. It was clear that just moments ago, a Kaikawa Kyajuke had shown no fear as the dagger pierced his own neck. Now, he lay on his side, clutching his neck with trembling hands, his body shaking uncontrollably. Bright red blood seeped through a Kaikawa Kyajuke's fingers, pooling on the ground. Just seconds ago, his blue eyes had been filled with amusement. Now, they were filled with terror, trembling in disbelief. Tears streamed from his eyes, gliding down the high bridge of his nose and onto the ground. The cheeks that had recently held a crazed smile were now frozen in shock and disbelief. It was as though a Kaikawa Kyajuke had genuinely stabbed his throat, his life slipping away before their eyes. Toda Kyoji stared at the dagger in his hand, noticing the blood covering its blade. Slowly, he turned his head, his movements stiff and mechanical, to look at Saramis Yumi, who had just broken down the metal door. Her face and eyes were colder than ever. Behind Saramis Yumi stood Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanoko. Both girls looked pale, covering their mouths in shock as they stared at the horrifying scene. Meanwhile, Conan's small face bore a frown so intense that it clashed starkly with his innocent appearance as a primary school student. Toda Kyoji understood what his situation must look like to the others. But they were wrong. It had been a Kaikawa Kyajuke who had deliberately stabbed himself in the neck. Toda had only tried to prevent him from committing suicide. Yet, in the eyes of the witnesses, It appeared as though Toda had pulled the dagger from Kyajuke's neck, further incriminating him. This was not his intent. Never had Toda Kyoji wanted to kill Akaikawa Kyaku. But the scene before him left no doubt in anyone's mind that he was the attacker. Only then did Toda Kyoji realize the truth. He, the one who claimed to know Akaikawa Kyajuke so well, had fallen into Kyajuke's trap. A sudden wave of panic surged through Toda's heart. The dagger slipped from his hand as his fingers weakened their grip. It hit the ground with a sharp clink. These things aren't what they look like. Before Toda could finish his sentence, Sarama's Yumi, her expression icy, rushed toward him without hesitation. She lashed out with a powerful kick aimed directly at him. Years of experience in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau had honed Toda's instincts. His reflexes kicked in as he raised his leg to block her attack. The sound of their clash rang out loudly. Pain shot up Toda's right leg like an electric current, traveling from his calf to his thigh and finally into his brain. I didn't mean to kill Akaikawa Kyaku. It was him. Toda gritted his teeth, trying to explain himself. But before he could finish, Sarama's Yumi spun gracefully in a 360-degree turn. A rush of air warned Toda of the incoming attack. But before he could react, her left foot, cloaked in white mist, struck his right arm. The sound of bone cracking filled the air. Toda Kyoji was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into the auditorium seats before slamming against the wall. Pain clouded his mind, and the taste of blood spread rapidly in his mouth. He coughed up a mouthful of it, his body trembling. Fear took root in Toda's heart. How can this high school girl be so much stronger than me? Doesn't she know I'm a criminal investigator? How dare she attack me like this? The realization struck him that Sarama's Yumi had intentionally aimed for his arm instead of his face. If her kick had landed on his head. Toda shuddered and dared not finish that thought. Despite the searing pain in his shattered arm, his fear of Sarama's Yumi was greater. He heard approaching footsteps and looked up to see Sarah rolling up her sleeves as she walked toward him. I'm a detective. How dare you attack me? That's assault on an officer. Toda shouted angrily, trying to mask the fear in his voice. But Sarama's Yumi ignored him. She grabbed him by the collar and lifted him effortlessly with one hand. Detective Toda, would you mind explaining what you were doing just now? Her cold voice sliced through him like a blade, and her piercing green eyes bored into his. Toda felt another shiver run down his spine. Meanwhile, Suzuki Sanoko and Mori-ran pulled out their phones to call the police and an ambulance. Conan rushed to Akaikawa Kyajuke's side, assessing his condition. Lie back and remove your hands. Stay calm, you'll be fine. Conan urged. But Akaikawa Kyajuke didn't respond, his trembling blue eyes full of fear and distrust. Mr. Akaikawa, please trust Conan-kun. Mori-ran's voice broke through the tension. Conan won't hurt you, he knows how to help. Yes, Mr. Akaikawa. Please trust us. Suzuki Sanoko added, her voice filled with guilt. She had invited Akaikawa Kyajuke to the Minato Film Festival, only for him to encounter such horrors. Their words seemed to ease Kyajuke's guard slightly. He struggled to lie back and slowly removed his hands from his neck. Conan carefully examined the wound and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Akaikawa is both unlucky and lucky at the same time. The main injury to his neck is deep, but the dagger miraculously avoided the carotid artery and jugular vein. Akaikawa Kyajuke's life could still be saved. Chapter 124, This Toda Wants to Kill Akaikawa Kyaku. Conan asked Mori-ran for a handkerchief while observing Akaikawa Kyajuke's neck wound again. The angle of the wound slopes upward, indicating someone stabbed the neck with a dagger from above. At the same time, the upper edge of Akaikawa Kyajuke's muscle tissue is relatively flat, while the lower edge shows a clear arc. After confirming this quickly, Conan firmly pressed the handkerchief against Akaikawa Kyajuke's neck wound. This was to try to control the bleeding as much as possible. Although Conan judged from the degree of bleeding that Akaikawa Kyajuke's carotid artery and jugular vein were not injured, this didn't mean Kyajuke was out of danger. In addition to the potential shock caused by excessive blood loss, there was another hidden danger. When non-professionals rely on strong pressure around a wound to stop bleeding, they might compress the carotid artery, affecting the blood supply to the injured person. Fortunately, Conan had learned how to handle such situations in Hawaii, so he was able to avoid secondary injuries caused by improper treatment. While controlling Kyajuke Akaikawa's bleeding, Conan turned to look at the dagger that had fallen to the ground. He noticed that the false edge, upper edge, of the dagger was almost flush, while the main edge, lower edge, the blade's sharp side, had an obvious curve. At that moment, Conan suddenly felt someone grab his arm tightly. He quickly turned around and saw Akaikawa Kyajuke's blood-stained right hand gripping his left arm firmly. At the same time, Conan saw the extreme panic in Akaikawa Kyajuke's trembling eyes. Am I going to die? Akaikawa Kyajuke's lips trembled as he voiced his fear. Conan was startled again upon hearing Kyajuke's words. Only then did he suddenly realize that he had been too focused on analyzing clues and had ignored something more important, protecting the injured. During emergency treatment, stopping the bleeding isn't enough. It's also crucial to calm the injured person and monitor their breathing and consciousness. If a Kaikawa Kyajuke panicked excessively, his heart rate might increase due to sympathetic nervous stimulation and heightened cardiac output. At the same time, the vasoconstriction caused by stress hormones and acute panic could lead to higher blood pressure. Increased heart rate and blood pressure would further worsen the bleeding. Furthermore, panic could cause faster breathing, leading to excessive carbon dioxide release, lower blood CO2 levels, and increased blood pH, also known as respiratory alkalosis. There were also hidden dangers like difficulty effectively contracting blood vessels due to muscle tension. Thus, ensuring a Kaikawa Kyajuke's emotional stability was critical. No. Kyajuke, you'll be fine. I've done my best to control the bleeding. You'll be okay. Conan shouted to reassure a Kaikawa Kyajuke. Kyajuke, don't move. Relax. I've seen this on TV, if the injured person moves improperly, the wound can tear even more. Don't worry, Kyajuke, I promise you'll be fine. As Conan spoke, he felt a Kaikawa Kyajuke's blood-stained right hand, which had been gripping his left arm tightly, gradually loosen and fall to his side. On Conan's left sleeve, there was a clear bloody handprint. On the other side, Kyoji Toda, who was being glared at coldly by Yumi, quickly shouted his version of the truth. I didn't want to kill a Kaikawa Kyajuke. He was trying to kill himself, so he stabbed himself with the dagger. I only tried to stop him. Then, can you explain why a Kaikawa Kyajuke wanted to kill himself? Yumi's rhetorical question immediately made Kyoji Toda choke. Why would a Kaikawa Kyajuke commit suicide? It wasn't because of the fabricated truth that he had been exposed as the murderer and decided to end his life. But how could Toda say such a thing in front of Yumi instantly sensed something from Toda Kyoji's hesitation. Her gaze grew colder, and at the same time, the hand gripping Toda Kyoji's collar tightened. You forced someone into a confession again, didn't you, Detective Toda? Yumi's words made Toda Kyoji feel as if his mind had been struck by thunder. He couldn't understand how Yumi knew about the confessions he had coerced. Before Toda Kyoji could deny it, he heard the words that made his heart tighten again, forcing confessions, fabricating truths. And finally, inciting the accused to attack the police. These are all things you've done, aren't they, Detective Toda? You did it in the case of Koichi Nishihara, and you've done it again now with Takawaga. The attacks on the police were all orchestrated by you, weren't they? There was an incomprehensible rage in Yumi's tone. Toda Kyoji's face turned pale instantly, unable to come up with a response. How could this be? How does she know these things? Is there a mole within my ranks? Or did Yumi simply deduce my methods from the news about the police attack? This was a significant secret tied to Detective Toda Kyoji's identity, something no outsider should know. While Toda Kyoji was horrified by Yumi's insight, Sara herself was lost in thought. So, was a Kaikawa forced into suicide by Toda? Could it be that, like Koichi Nishihara and Takawaga, a Kaikawa also committed a crime? Just as Yumi was contemplating this, she heard Conan's voice, Sister Sara, I noticed that the wound on Kyajuke's neck slopes upward. At the same time, the upper edge of the wound is flat, while the lower edge is curved. After hearing Conan's words, Yumi instantly reached a conclusion in her heart. Based on what the boy said about a Kaikawa's wound, the dagger was stabbed into his neck from above, held upright. In that case, it's absolutely impossible that Kyajuke stabbed himself. In most suicides, the dagger is inserted from below, so the wound angle would slope downward. Moreover, based on the boy's observations, the top of the wound is flat, and the bottom is curved. This means the dagger's false edge, upper blade, was at the top, while the main edge, lower blade, was at the bottom. If a Kaikawa had stabbed himself from above instead of below, the dagger would have to be held backward, not upright. But if held backward, the main blade would be at the top and the false edge at the bottom. This doesn't match a Kaikawa's wound. Yumi ruled out the possibility of a Kaikawa Kyajuke's suicide after imagining both scenarios. There's only one possibility for an upward-sloping wound with the dagger stabbed while held upright, . It's the same conclusion I reached at the start, a Kaikawa Kyajuke wasn't trying to kill himself. Toda wanted to kill him. Chapter 125, The Purpose of Kyoji Toda. Right after Yumi kicked the door open, the first thing she saw was Toda Kyoji pulling a dagger out of a Kaikawa Kyajuke's neck as Kyajuke collapsed to the floor. This was entirely different from what Kyoji Toda had described earlier, claiming that a Kaikawa Kyajuke had attempted suicide. With Conan's reminder, Saramis Yumi had already ruled out the possibility of Akaikawa Kyajuke's suicide based on the angle and shape of the wound. So even now, you're still trying to lie to me, aren't you? Saramis Yumi's grim voice made Toda Kyoji's heart clench. As she spoke, Sara released his collar, letting him fall to the ground due to gravity. Before Kyoji Toda could process what Conan's words had to do with his deception, he saw a fist rapidly closing in on his face. Another dull sound of thud echoed, and Toda Kyoji's vision went dark as he lost consciousness. Ignoring the unconscious Toda Kyoji, Saramis Yumi stood up and approached the blood-stained dagger that had fallen to the ground. She stared at the weapon, her grim expression clouded with confusion. Something about the dagger seemed familiar to her. At that moment, the sound of an ambulance approaching could be heard in the distance. Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanogo, who both looked anxious, finally showed expressions of slight relief. Mr. Akaikawa, did you hear that? The ambulance is here, you'll be okay. Suzuki Sanogo reassured Akaikawa Kyajuke, who lay on the ground, his face slightly less bloody than before. Thank you. Akaikawa Kyajuke softly expressed his gratitude to Sanogo. He then turned his head slightly to look at Saramis Yumi, who knelt on one knee while examining the dagger. That's the dagger that killed my mother, Kyajuke said slowly. Saramis Yumi and Conan. Akaikawa Kyajuke's words caused Sara and Conan's eyes to widen in shock. Meanwhile, Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanogo, who were unaware of the truth, looked equally astonished. This is the murder weapon from the car accident. No wonder it looked so familiar. Saramis Yumi couldn't hide the surprise in her tone. But why? The moment those words left Sara's mouth, she understood everything. This dagger was a crucial piece of evidence in an unresolved car accident case. Of everyone present, only Kyoji Toda had the means to access this weapon. This must have been something Toda Kyoji had retrieved from the Metropolitan Police Department. As to why Toda brought the dagger here, Saramis Yumi had a suspicion from the beginning, that it was a premeditated murder weapon, deliberately prepared for Akaikawa Kyajuke to attack the police. However, upon learning that the dagger was the actual murder weapon in the car accident case, Saramis Yumi suddenly realized that Toda Kyoji might have a deeper motive. He told me the traffic police had cleared all suspects. He said there must be tangible evidence at my house. So, I must have been the one who killed my mother. He wanted me to confess. But that's obviously impossible, Akaikawa Kyajuke said slowly and weakly. Both Saramis Yumi and Conan immediately recognized what Toda Kyoji was attempting. He was trying to coerce a confession. If what Toda claimed was true, it would have been enough to simply arrest Akaikawa Kyajuke. Why go through the trouble of meeting him privately? Moreover, another statement from Kyajuke raised their suspicions. Tangible evidence must be in Akaikawa's house? How could Toda Kyoji be so certain of this? It was important to note that at the time of the car accident, the Metropolitan Police Department had already searched Akaikawa Kyajuke's home. Other than the insurance policy listing Ryoko Akaikawa as the beneficiary and a medical certificate confirming her diagnosis of schizophrenia, no other significant clues were found. While it was possible something had been overlooked, Toda Kyoji hadn't been involved in the original investigation. So how could he be so confident? Saramis Yumi and Conan simultaneously arrived at the same conclusion as they considered Toda's motives as a police officer with questionable methods, that tangible evidence was planted in Akaikawa Kyajuke's house by Toda Kyoji himself. Once they understood this, the reason why Toda attacked Akaikawa Kyajuke became clear. Based on their judgment, Toda Kyoji was the kind of officer who enjoyed extracting confessions and luring criminals into attacking police officers. If a suspect were accused of assaulting an officer, they would undoubtedly face harsher punishment. At the same time, Toda could use the excuse of legitimate self-defense to justify attacking the suspect. Today, Kyoji Toda had brought the murder weapon from the car accident case with him, intending to extract a confession from Akaikawa Kyajuke. Since Kyajuke wasn't the perpetrator, he would never admit guilt, much less attack Toda with the dagger. This meant Toda had no grounds to claim legitimate self-defense. But if Toda had planted conclusive evidence in Akaikawa Kyajuke's house, he could accuse Kyajuke of being the killer. He could then justify his attack on Kyajuke by claiming Kyajuke tried to assault him to cover up the truth. At first glance, this plan seemed full of holes. After all, this wasn't the Metropolitan Police Department, and there were no cameras to prove Kyajuke had actually assaulted Toda. However, on the flip side, Kyajuke had no way to prove he hadn't attacked Toda either. Toda Kyoji only needed to attack Kyajuke and pretend that Kyajuke had assaulted him. Once the police reopened the investigation and searched Akaikawa's house, they would find the so-called tangible evidence, further confirming Kyajuke as the suspect. In this way, Kyajuke would be seen as someone who attacked the police to conceal the truth, while Toda acted in legitimate self-defense. While Toda's actions of taking evidence privately and severely injuring Kyajuke clearly violated the rules, Once Kyajuke was confirmed as a murder suspect, his ability to defend himself was essentially non-existent. For Toda Kyauji, it would ultimately appear as though he had contributed to solving the case. If this assumption is correct, then Toda Kyauji isn't just an officer who enjoys overpowering criminals, he's a cruel criminal himself, disregarding the law and posing a great threat to ordinary citizens, Suramasumi thought. The premise for this theory to hold is that Toda Kyauji truly did falsify evidence and plant it in Akaikawa Kyajuke's house. But as an experienced detective, would he really leave behind any traces? Suramasumi couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Chapter 126, Are you telling me to be indifferent? The ambulance crew from the fire department arrived at Soma Mayo's screening room, placed Akaikawa Kyajuke on a stretcher, and took him away. After seeing Akaikawa Kyajuke off, Conan returned to Soma Mayo's screening room. Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanoko went to meet with officers from the Metropolitan Police Department who had entered the film festival exhibition area. Conan approached Suramasumi and noticed her wearing gloves and examining a document with a serious expression. Ms. Sura, what is this? Officer Toda didn't just bring out the murder weapon from the car accident. He also retrieved Akaikawa's hospital examination report, the case file, and other materials. Suramasumi showed the document she was holding to Conan. Conan looked at it and found that it was no different from the inspection report he had read earlier. Is there a record there of the traffic division ruling out all other suspects? Conan asked again. No. Suramasumi replied in a deep voice. As expected, Kyauji Toda is trying to provoke Akaikawa Kyajuke into confessing, Conan said. Because he couldn't extract a confession, he must have realized that Akaikawa Kyajuke might not be the real murderer. So, he decided to target him instead. That kind of person doesn't deserve to be called a detective at all. He's just using his title to disguise his severe violent tendencies. Suramasyumi's pure tone was still full of anger. Just now, I asked Kaiuchun for a summary of what happened. He said that Toda spoke to the director Hoda this morning and then ran into Akaikawa. Toda called him a matricide and forcibly took him away, confiscating his mobile phone. After that, Toda continuously pressured Akaikawa to admit to being the murderer in the matricide case. He also revealed that the traffic division had ruled out the possibility of another suspect and identified Akaikawa Kyajuke as the killer. When Akaikawa protested again, Toda suddenly attacked him with a dagger. After hearing the story, Suramasumi asked Conan, did Akaikawa say he wanted to kill himself? No. Well, hearing this, Suramasumi let out a deep sigh. If we had gotten here earlier, we could have prevented what happened this time. Conan heard the deep guilt in Suramasyumi's tone. He knew what she was thinking. She was wondering if she had regretted her earlier actions that had hurt Akaikawa Kyajuke. That said, we were already moving very quickly. After watching Sakura Rain, we didn't even stop for lunch and went straight to Soma Mayo's exhibition hall, Conan said. Besides, I noticed something. I briefly asked Akaikawa about what happened yesterday. He said that after Toda questioned him about Togatakao, he also asked if Akaikawa would attend the film festival today. Suramasumi looked at Conan in surprise when she heard this. Then she saw Conan nod at her with a serious expression. I'm afraid Toda planned all of this. When he asked if Akaikawa would come to the film festival, it was probably to confirm if Akaikawa would go home. If what Akaikawa said is true, there's a high possibility that Toda planted evidence in Akaikawa's house. As soon as Conan finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Megure Juzo entered with a group of officers, a serious expression on his face. When all the detectives saw Kyauji Toda unconscious to the side, they looked visibly shocked. Megure Juzo stared directly at Suramasumi and asked loudly, Sister Sura, what is going on? When we arrived, we saw Officer Toda attacking Akaikawa with a knife, so I knocked him unconscious. Suramasumi showed no fear of the serious Megure Juzo and responded loudly. After hearing Suramasyumi's words, Megure Juzo and the detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department looked as if they had seen a ghost. Officer Toda is a retired member of the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau. He is extremely skilled. Yeah, didn't you defeat this detective? Is that true? My god, is she really that capable? Cough. Megure Juzo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes as he listened to the detective's chatter and let out a dry cough. The detectives quickly quieted down. Sister Sura, your actions were too impulsive. After all, Brother Toda is still a detective with the Metropolitan Police Department, Megure Juzo said. So, Officer Megure, are you telling me to be indifferent to crimes? No. If Brother Toda indeed made a mistake, he should be punished. But I heard from Ran that you only witnessed the scene where Brother Toda removed the dagger from Akaikawa's neck. In other words, you're not certain that Brother Toda was deliberately hurting him, correct? Officer Megure, Are you aware that Officer Toda induces and extracts confessions during interrogations and deliberately provokes prisoners to attack police officers? Saramasumi knew Megure Juzo wasn't excusing Kyoji Toda but rather emphasizing that one cannot be sure the truth aligns with what they saw. However, she still felt furious. Masumi Sara believed Megure Juzo bore significant responsibility for someone like Kyoji Toda existing in the Criminal Investigation Division. After hearing Saramasyumi's words, a horrified expression appeared on Megure Juzo's chubby cheeks. He had reprimanded Kyoji Toda multiple times before for his frequent use of excessive force when dealing with ordinary prisoners. However, considering Kyoji Toda's previous experience in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau and his relatively good performance in the First Division, he hadn't paid much attention to it. This was the first time Megure Juzo heard about Toda's efforts to induce confessions and provoke prisoners into attacking police officers. At the same time, the Metropolitan Police detectives who overheard Saramashumi's words began whispering again. Speaking of the two recent attacks on officers, both occurred during Officer Toda's interrogations. Yeah. Come to think of it, this kind of thing didn't happen before in the Metropolitan Police Department. Then, a few years ago, incidents like this suddenly increased. So, it seems it started after Officer Toda joined. Cough. Megure Juzo coughed again, his expression growing more serious. Sister Sara, I'll investigate everything you've said carefully. But the priority now is to find out what happened today. Did Toda attack Akaikawa Kyajuku as you claimed? Chapter 127, Ms. Sara, Akaikawa fooled you. Inspector Megure Juzo sent criminal investigators from the Forensics Division to extract fingerprints from the daggers and other items abandoned at the scene. At the same time, Takagi Wataru was asked to wake Kyoji Toda. Kyoji Toda slowly opened his eyes. When he saw all the detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department, along with their chief, Inspector Megure Juzo, gathered in the projection room, he suddenly became fully alert. Detective Toda, Ms. Sara says you attacked Akaikawa Kyajuku. Can you explain what happened? Megure Juzo looked at Kyoji Toda and asked. That's nonsense. Upon hearing this, Kyoji Toda quickly responded in a loud voice. It was clearly Akaikawa Kyajuku who tried to kill himself. I was just trying to stop him. He took advantage of a moment when I wasn't paying attention, released the hand holding the dagger, and pulled away, making it look like I had taken the dagger from his neck. I never intended to kill him. That guy set me up. Then why would Akaikawa try to kill himself? Megure Juzo asked. Maybe he felt guilty after I started looking into his previous car accident, so he wanted to shift the blame onto me. Saramasumi stared coldly at Kyoji Toda as he argued, then said, but I heard that you asked about Akaikawa's itinerary yesterday and even brought him to this projection room, which isn't normally open for use. Saramasyumi's pointed question stunned Kyoji Toda for a moment. She already knows that I asked about Akaikawa Kyajuku's schedule yesterday? That means Akaikawa Kyajuku must have told her about what happened during my questioning yesterday. Kyoji Toda made a quick judgment based on Saramasyumi's words. Yesterday, when he had been taking notes from Akaikawa Kyajuku, there had been a camera recording everything. If they checked the video, it would confirm exactly what had happened. Even so, it only proves that I knew his schedule for today. It doesn't prove anything else. Akaikawa Kyajuku and the detectives definitely wouldn't have anticipated my backup plan. By the way, is it just a coincidence that this tomboy detective suddenly appeared in the projection room? Or did Akaikawa Kyajuku predict this in advance? Kyoji Toda couldn't help but start analyzing. But he quickly dismissed the latter possibility. After all, he had brought Akaikawa Kyajuku to this projection room. It wasn't a place Akaikawa himself had chosen. So, it must have been pure coincidence. Kyoji Toda looked coldly at Saramasumi and asked, so, what's your point? I was just asking Akaikawa about the car accident case, so I brought him here. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, Megure Juzo looked at Saramasumi, waiting for her explanation. So far, what Saramasumi had said only proved Toda Kyoji's curiosity about the car accident case. It didn't prove that he had acted against Akaikawa Kyajuku. I believe Akaikawa Kyajuku didn't try to kill himself but was deliberately attacked by Detective Toda. And I do have evidence to support this. Saramasumi said as she took Conan's phone. On Conan's phone was a rather gruesome and disturbing photo. Inspector Megure, please look at this. This is the wound on Akaikawa's neck. Saramasumi proceeded to explain how the angle of Akaikawa Kyajuku's wound and the degree of muscle tearing at the upper and lower ends of the injury made it impossible for Akaikawa Kyajuku to have inflicted the wound on himself. Hearing this, Kyoji Toda suddenly understood. No wonder Saramasumi had accused him of lying after hearing Conan's description of Akaikawa Kyajuku's neck wound. Because she had determined that if Akaikawa Kyajuku were trying to kill himself, the injuries wouldn't match the actual situation. Furthermore, He realized why Kaikawa Kyajuke's posture had been so awkward when he stabbed his neck with a dagger. It was to create the illusion that he was being attacked. After Saramas Yumi's explanation, Megure Juzo felt it made sense. He once again turned his attention to Kyoji Toda. Oh. Kyoji Toda sneered. The earlier panic on his face was gone. Ms. Sara, I see what you're trying to say. You want to use the angle of a Kaikawa Kyajuke's wound and the muscle tearing to prove that a Kaikawa Kyajuke couldn't have killed himself. However, the evidence you mentioned only shows that it's likely I stabbed a Kaikawa. It doesn't prove that a Kaikawa himself didn't deliberately create this situation to frame me, does it? And the truth is, a Kaikawa deliberately inflicted the wound at an unusual angle and method just to set me up. Kyoji Toda said loudly. Wait a minute, Detective Toda, Ms. Sara, what are you even talking about? I don't understand. Hearing the exchange between Kyoji Toda and Saramas Yumi, Megure Juzo felt his brain couldn't keep up. Idiot. Kyoji Toda cursed in his heart before patiently explaining to Megure Juzo in simpler terms. Simply put, when someone commits suicide with a dagger, the most common and convenient posture is to stab upward into their neck. Ms. Sara found that the angle of a Kaikawa's wound was slanted upward, meaning the dagger entered his neck from above. This angle is very awkward for someone committing suicide, but for an attack, it's perfectly normal. That's right. Megure Juzo and the detectives around him nodded in understanding. This time, they got it. Although this angle is awkward for someone committing suicide, it's not entirely impossible. If they hold the dagger overhead and stab downward, they can still pierce their neck from above. In that case, however, the way the dagger enters the neck should be reversed. This would align with the stance of someone committing suicide in this way. Hearing this, Megure Juzo visualized holding a dagger overhead, slashing down in an arc, and stabbing himself in the neck. Indeed, the dagger would enter the neck in a reversed position, with the primary edge on top and the false edge on the bottom. But the wound on a Kaikawa's neck wasn't in a reversed state. It was in a normal state. In other words, this doesn't match a suicidal stance. Exactly. Megure Juzo nodded again. He didn't understand why Kyoji Toda was explaining this to Saramas Yumi. Didn't this only further prove that Kyoji Toda had attacked a Kaikawa Kyajuke? What I'm saying is that a Kaikawa anticipated your thinking, Ms. Sara. That's why he deliberately stabbed himself in an unusual way. Although the angle and method of stabbing were awkward, they weren't impossible. As Kyoji Toda spoke, the blood-stained corners of his mouth curved into a smirk. Ms. Sara, don't be so quick to refute me. What I'm saying is that a Kaikawa fooled you. You think a Kaikawa is just a naive child incapable of such behavior. But in truth, he's a criminal genius and an extremely dangerous individual. A Kaikawa's goal is to confuse your judgment, Ms. Sara, so he can frame me and hide the fact that he killed his mother. Chapter 128, Officer Toda. You're lying. Saramas Yumi and Conan were left stunned after hearing what Toda Kyoji said. Especially Saramas Yumi. She had always been suspicious of a Kaikawa Kyajuke. What Toda Kyoji revealed matched another potential image of a Kaikawa Kyajuke that Conan had analyzed earlier. If we base it on what Kyoji Toda initially claimed, that a Kaikawa Kyajuke wanted to commit suicide, then the way the knife was inserted actually negates that possibility. But if it's true that a Kaikawa Kyajuke wanted to frame Toda Kyoji, then what Toda said might hold some truth. Saramas Yumi reflected. It seems she also harbors doubts about a Kaikawa Kyajuke. Observing Saramas Yumi's reaction, Toda Kyoji couldn't suppress a flicker of satisfaction in his heart. Perhaps, by steering Saramas Yumi's thoughts, he could convince her of a Kaikawa Kyajuke's guilt. Even if Saramas Yumi ultimately lacked solid evidence, Toda still had concrete proof to label a Kaikawa Kyajuke as the murderer. All it would take was for Saramas Yumi to propose searching a Kaikawa Kyajuke's house. Officer Toda, Saramas Yumi said, her dark green eyes locked onto him. Do you have evidence to prove what you're saying is true? I do. Toda Kyoji smiled and spoke confidently. Kyajuke Kaikawa initially held the dagger with an overhand grip, but to frame me, he switched to an underhand grip before stabbing himself with the knife. Wait. The forensic team should be able to find Kyajuke Kaikawa's fingerprints in both orientations on the knife handle. This should confirm what I'm saying. As Toda Kyoji explained, he turned to look at the forensic officer examining the dagger's handle for fingerprints. Thanks to my quick thinking earlier, if Kyajuke Kaikawa's knife had punctured his carotid artery, the fingerprints on the handle would have been obscured by blood. Just like the way he initially got away with it. Toda thought to himself. Saramas Yumi continued to study Kyoji Toda, her gaze unwavering. She noticed the unwavering confidence in Toda's smile as he delivered his speech. Could it be that a Kaikawa Kyajuke really framed him, just as he claimed? Is everything we've seen so far, the childlike innocence of a Kaikawa Kyajuke, Nothing more than a facade he carefully crafted? Could it be that Akaikawa Kyajuk truly intended to frame Toda Kyoji because he knew the truth about the car accident? Saramas Yumi pondered. Moments later, Saramas Yumi and the others saw the forensic officer walking toward them. Are the fingerprint results ready? Toda Kyoji asked with a smile. They are, replied the forensic officer. Saramas Yumi, Conan, Megure Juzo, and the others all turned to the officer. Then, they heard him continue, there's only one set of fingerprints on the knife handle, Officer Toda. Hearing this, Toda Kyoji felt as if a thunderous boom had gone off in his head. The confident smile on his face instantly froze. Toda Kyoji saw everyone present staring at him. The cold look on Saramas Yumi's face returned, the same one she had when they first met. It was clear. Saramas Yumi now believed she had been deceived again. No. How could this be? Are you sure you checked thoroughly? The entire ring of the knife handle must be examined. Are you sure you're using the correct fingerprint analysis method? Toda Kyoji grabbed the forensic officer's coat and started shouting. No fingerprints? Impossible. If Akaikawa Kyajuk had prepared in advance, that would be one thing, but he didn't even know I'd visit him today. Absolutely impossible. There has to be an error in the fingerprint analysis. Toda Kyoji was completely unraveling. The forensic officer, whose coat he had grabbed, shoved him off and looked at him angrily. You're insulting my professionalism. How could I make such a basic mistake? Moreover, if my fingerprint analysis method was flawed, how would it have detected Officer Toda's fingerprints? Miss Yumi Sara stared coldly at Kyoji Toda, who had been silenced by the forensic officer. She spoke icily, Officer Toda, I recall that you showed up unannounced at Akaikawa's place today, and Akaikawa had no idea you would be there, correct? So how do you explain the fact that only your fingerprints are on the dagger handle? No. There must be a mistake somewhere. Toda Kyoji shouted, looking desperately at Conan, Mori Ran, and Suzuki Sanoko standing nearby. You all saw it, didn't you? Kyajuk Akaikawa also held the dagger. It's impossible that no fingerprints were left. He must have done something. Toda Kyoji yelled at them. No, I didn't see Mr. Akaikawa touch the dagger, Mori Ran said hesitantly. Exactly. I only saw Officer Toda pull the dagger out of Mr. Akaikawa's neck. When did Mr. Akaikawa touch it? Suzuki Sanoko added angrily. I didn't see it either, Conan agreed. Hearing this, Megure Juzo realized Toda Kyoji had been bluffing. His expression darkened. A criminal investigator under his command attempting to kill an ordinary civilian was a massive scandal. I see. Toda Kyoji suddenly roared. Akaikawa Kyajuk must have anticipated I would come for him, so he used some method to conceal his fingerprints in advance. The detectives present frowned at Toda Kyoji's hysterical outburst. To them, Toda now resembled a criminal caught red-handed, grasping at implausible excuses. Officer Toda, Conan said quietly, his glasses reflecting a white gleam as he approached Toda. You claim Akaikawa Kyajuk covered his fingerprints. Which hand was he holding the dagger with at the time? Toda Kyoji recalled. Akaikawa Kyajuk had gripped the dagger with both hands, but his right hand had been on the inside, holding the blade. He quickly replied, his right hand. Officer Toda, are you sure? I'm certain. Akaikawa Kyajuk definitely held the dagger with his right hand. If you check his right hand, it must be covered in glue or something similar. I'm sorry, Officer Toda, but you're lying. Conan lifted his head, his sky blue eyes visible behind the light-reflecting lenses. And this is proof you're lying. Conan extended his left arm, revealing his suit sleeve to the officers. On the right sleeve, a bloody palm print with clear fingerprints was visible, left by Akaikawa Kyajuk when he had gripped Conan's arm earlier. Akaikawa just grabbed my arm with his right hand, leaving this palm print. If his hand had been coated in glue, how could there be fingerprints? Conan asked Toda Kyoji quietly. Chapter 129, Akaikawa Kyajuk's script. Akaikawa Kyajuk was carried into the ambulance by the emergency team, under the shocked and astonished gazes of many tourists. The ambulance doors closed, and then the vehicle began to move slowly. Inside the ambulance, the paramedics checked Akaikawa's airway after stopping the bleeding. After confirming that Akaikawa's airways were clear, they connected him to an oxygen machine to prevent insufficient oxygen supply caused by blood loss. Once they monitored Akaikawa's vital signs and confirmed his life was not in danger, the paramedics breathed a sigh of relief. However, due to significant blood loss, Akaikawa Kyajuk's face had turned pale. For this reason, a pulse oximeter was also connected to monitor his blood oxygen saturation. Typically, a pulse oximeter is placed on the patient's finger. To ensure the probe and the measurement area are clean and dry, the patient's fingers must be wiped with alcohol to remove any grease, dirt, or blood. Due to the urgency, The paramedics didn't have much time to clean all the blood from Akaikawa's hands. Instead, they used tweezers to hold cotton soaked in medical alcohol, focusing on cleaning the fingers of Akaikawa Kyajuke's right hand, where they intended to attach the pulse oximeter. As for other parts of his body, they were hastily cleaned without much care before connecting the pulse oximeter. After completing this, the paramedics began preparing an intravenous injection to replenish Akaikawa Kyajuke's bodily fluids and blood volume. Japanese ambulances are typically staffed with a driver, a paramedic, and an emergency lifeguard. With such limited personnel, there was essentially no time to waste. Akaikawa Kyajuke gripped his left hand tightly and flexed the fingers of his right hand, the ones not attached to the pulse oximeter. He closed his eyes and began recalling everything that had transpired. Yesterday, Akaikawa Kyajuke had asked through Kyoji Toda whether he would attend the film festival today. He determined that Toda Kyoji was confirming whether he would return home, likely planning to take action against him. Of course, Akaikawa Kyajuke wasn't 100% certain, but he doubted Toda Kyoji's inquiry about his schedule was meaningless. Thus, Akaikawa Kyajuke replied that he would continue attending the film festival today, setting the stage for Toda Kyoji to meet him. This morning, at breakfast, Akaikawa Kyajuke overheard Suzuki Sanoko and the others discussing their plans. They intended to watch Sakura Rain by director Tanaka first, then head to Sonomayo's screening room to view The Sound of Silence, a film specially prepared for them by the festival organizers. 2 days ago, during the filming day of the festival, Agatakao had first shot and killed Sogaburyo. He then proceeded to Sonomayo's exhibition room to shoot Sonomayo, finally heading to Hata Yoshitake's private hall to await Akaikawa Kyajuke. As for why Agatakao killed Sogaburyo first and then Sonomayo, the reason was simple. Sonomayo's personal exhibition room was relatively close to Hata Yoshitake's exhibition hall. Only 2 exhibition rooms were out of service at the festival today, Sogaburyo's and Sonomayo's. After parting ways with his agent, Misata Kuramisaki, Akaikawa Kyajuke headed straight for Hata Yoshitake's exhibition room. Following his interaction with Hata Yoshitake, Kyajuke appeared to wander aimlessly. Yet, the scope of his activities remained strategically close to Hata Yoshitake's exhibition room. The purpose was clear, to ensure that Toda Kyoji, who might appear before him, would lead him to Sonomayo's screening room, where Saramis Yumi and the others would arrive by noon. Perhaps Toda Kyoji thought, whether he had unexpectedly confronted Akaikawa Kyajuke today or guided him to Sonomayo's exhibition room, it was entirely Kyajuke's own free will. In truth, however, these were all orchestrated by Akaikawa Kyajuke. Akaikawa Kyajuke understood that for intelligent individuals, the last thing they would likely question was their own judgment. The film Sakura Rain, which Mori Ran and the others had planned to watch, was screened from 9:00 a.m. to 11:00 a.m. Ran and the others had mentioned buying rice balls in advance and bringing them to the screening area for lunch. This meant they wouldn't spend much time eating. It took about 25 minutes to walk from director Tanaka's screening room to Sonomayo's. Although Akaikawa Kyajuke didn't know the exact time of their arrival, knowing an approximate time frame was sufficient. What mattered was delaying as much as possible, aligning the timing with Saramis Yumi and the others' arrival at Sonomayo's screening room. During this period, Akaikawa Kyajuke also ensured Toda Kyoji believed he had the upper hand, luring him into attacking the police. Based on Toda's judgment and the confessions of Nishihara Koichi and Agatakao, it was clear to Toda that Kyajuke wasn't unintelligent. Thus, merely pretending to be naive wouldn't fool Toda Kyoji. Akaikawa Kyajuke's script was carefully crafted. First, he played the part of an innocent child as much as possible. Once Toda began exposing him gradually, Kyajuke revealed glimpses of his true capabilities. After gaining the upper hand in their confrontation, Kyajuke deliberately displayed weaknesses, enticing Toda to execute a desperate counterattack. The success of this plan hinged on whether Toda truly believed in Kyajuke's performance. Fortunately, Akaikawa Kyajuke possessed knowledge of psychology and micro-expressions, enabling him to judge Toda's internal thoughts through his reactions. When Toda Kyoji thought he had pushed Kyajuke to reveal his true self in a desperate situation, he would undoubtedly implement his final move, just as he had with other prisoners at the Metropolitan Police Department. He would deliberately leave objects nearby that could be used as weapons, exposing himself to vulnerability to provoke an attack. This was the final act of Akaikawa Kyajuke's plan, creating the illusion that Toda Kyoji was attempting suicide. Toda Kyoji's overconfidence in his methods for coercing prisoners to attack law enforcement played a critical role. Believing Kyajuke was cornered, Toda would lower his guard, allowing the blame to shift seamlessly. Toda Kyoji was different from Nishihara Koichi or Agatakao. He had fewer reservations about revealing the truth, something Kyajuke had known from the start. Thus, to deceive the detectives and successfully frame Toda, It was essential to sever all connections to the murder weapon. Chapter 130, Methods to Cover Fingerprints, 23, Uchiha Kyajuk didn't eat anything this morning, he only drank a little water. Because Uchiha Kyajuk anticipated what might happen today, he deliberately reduced his blood sugar levels by skipping meals. Uchiha Kyajuk's physical condition wasn't the best, he easily felt dizzy if he skipped breakfast. But a benefit of lowering his blood sugar was that it made him look paler. Uchiha Kyajuk believed this pallor could confuse Todekyoji's judgment. He would assume that Uchiha's pale face was due to panic after being exposed. After having breakfast with Misaki Itakura and heading together to the film festival exhibition area, Uchiha Kyajuk returned to his room. This time, he went back to prepare for a possible setup in advance. Uchiha Kyajuk considered that Todekyoji didn't have enough influence to prevent him from revealing the truth. So, things couldn't be as straightforward as with Koichi Nishihara and Dagatakao. When trying to plant the murder weapon set up by Udakaushi, he couldn't leave traces of himself having touched it. The most critical point was to cover his fingerprints and palm prints. This is where the candles and lighters obtained from Agatakao came into play. Although Uchiha Kyajuk wasn't restricted in his movements and could freely go to a supermarket or convenience store to purchase the necessary items for his plan, he chose not to. He didn't want to leave behind any hidden risks. If he entered or exited a store, there would undoubtedly be surveillance footage as evidence. What if detectives or police officers suspected he had deliberately covered his fingerprints and decided to review the surveillance? This would expose him to significant risk. The safest option was to use items already at hand to cover his fingerprints. When paraffin is heated and applied to the hands, it forms a wax film that can conceal fingerprints. A benefit of paraffin is that it can be removed simply by scraping it off with nails. However, paraffin's main disadvantage is its low durability. For Uchiha Kyaju's plan to frame the crime and make it work seamlessly, he not only needed to avoid leaving traces on the murder weapon but also had to ensure Todekyoji ended up touching it. Uchiha Kyajuk knew Todekyoji wouldn't let him die and would definitely intervene to stop him. In that scenario, if Todekyoji grabbed his hand and forcibly held the murder weapon, merely coating his fingerprints with paraffin wouldn't be sufficient. Due to paraffin's low resistance, it could easily be damaged by friction or pressure, leaving marks that would raise suspicions among detectives. Therefore, Uchiha Kyajuk needed to strengthen the paraffin layer covering his fingerprints and palm. This is what Uchiha Kyajuk did upon returning to the hotel after breakfast. Paraffin wax is composed of hydrocarbons and has a linear or branched long-chain chemical structure. By mixing it with saturated fatty acids, the long-chain structures of these acids and the hydrocarbon chains in paraffin intertwine, creating stronger intermolecular forces, significantly increasing the melting point and hardness. Additionally, ester components can make the molecular structure of the wax more complex, improving its strength and resistance to wear. All these items can be found in daily life, meaning Uchiha Kyajuk could obtain them without the needing to visit a supermarket. The primary component of the candle Uchiha Kyajuk held was paraffin. The other two items he chose to enhance the paraffin strength were skin cream and lip balm. Skin cream contains stearic acid, a long-chain saturated fatty acid. Lip balm contains beeswax, composed of esters, fatty acids, and long-chain alcohols. By combining these three substances in a specific ratio, heating, mixing, and cooling them, he could create a stronger blended wax. Uchiha Kyajuk didn't apply the blended wax across his entire palms. Instead, he coated specific areas, the thumb and index finger of his left hand, and the base of the four fingers, excluding the thumb, on his right hand. When Uchiha Kyajuk removed the dagger from the evidence bag, he used only his left thumb and index finger. When gripping the dagger with both hands to stab himself, his right hand was positioned as if holding the weapon. But in reality, the left thumb hidden within his right palm and the base of his right fingers secured the weapon. These carefully chosen areas were enough to handle the dagger without leaving fingerprints or palm prints, thanks to the blended wax. Even if Todekyoji grabbed his hands while stopping him, there would be no incriminating marks. When someone knocked on the door outside, Uchiha Kyajuk recognized the moment had come. He immediately withdrew, pulled the dagger out while Todekyoji was momentarily distracted, and released his grip on the weapon. This maneuver caused the dagger to land in Todekyoji's hands. To those outside, it would appear as though Todekyoji had pulled the dagger from Uchiha Kyaju's neck. Todekyoji, realizing he had touched the weapon, would be incriminated. Later, when the forensic team found no fingerprints on the dagger, they would suspect it had been wiped clean. To counter this possibility, when Conan was controlling the bleeding, Uchiha Kyajuk deliberately gripped Conan's left arm with his right hand, now smeared with blood. Since Uchiha Kyajuk had applied the blended wax only to specific parts of his palm, His untreated fingers left clear prints on Conan's clothing. Although there were no palm prints where the wax was applied, the spreading blood ensured a visible mark where pressure was applied. Thus, Uchiha Kyajuk could easily prove his right hand had nothing suspicious on it. If Todakyoji claimed otherwise, his lie would be exposed. In this way, the narrative shifted from a fabricated suicide to frame Todakyoji, to a scenario where Todakyoji attempted murder and sought to cover up the truth. Finally, how would Uchiha Kyajuk remove the enhanced blended wax from his hands? Because the wax was much stronger than ordinary paraffin, it couldn't be scraped off with nails. There were two effective ways to remove it: 1. Heating the wax again to soften it. 2. Using ethanol to dissolve some components and make it pliable. As someone injured by a dagger, Uchiha Kyajuk couldn't heat the wax himself. But excessive blood loss would prompt rescuers to connect him to a pulse oximeter. Before doing so, medical alcohol would be used to clean his palms of grease, dirt, or blood. Medical alcohol is essentially a 75% ethanol solution. Chapter 131, Losing Value at the Same Time. Misaki Itakura, Uchiha Kyaju's agent, stood below the stage of a film event featuring her idol, Okino Yoko. She and a group of tourists watched Yoko on stage, wearing her beautiful gown, with admiration. In her heart, Misaki almost sighed repeatedly, "Miss Yoko is so beautiful." Just then, the sound of an ambulance siren broke through the air. Many people turned toward the direction of the siren. They saw an ambulance drive past, leaving the exhibition area. Could something have happened again? What's going on this time? 3 days ago, someone died at the Suzuki Consortium's dinner. 2 days ago, there was a shooting. Now today, another person is being taken away in an ambulance. Isn't the Suzuki Consortium having far too much bad luck? These murmurs came from the crowd around Misaki Itakura. For some reason, she felt a deep sense of unease. Quickly, Misaki took out her phone and called Uchiha Kyajuk. She couldn't explain why, but she had always felt her artist had an unusual propensity for encountering trouble. Ever since officially starting her work with him, one incident after another had occurred. Although she suspected these events were not mere coincidence, she still wanted to confirm Kyaju's safety. "Please answer the phone, Mr. Uchiha," Misaki thought anxiously. After a while, the call connected. Misaki let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, the voice on the other end made her heart sink to the depths. Because the voice was not Uchiha Kyaju's. It was the voice of a fat police officer from the Metropolitan Police Department, one she had heard many times before. Inside Soma Mayo's screening room, after Conan extended his arm to reveal the bloodied palm print on it, showing it to Kyoji Toda and everyone else present, all eyes turned to Toda with intense scrutiny. Toda Kyoji's usual composure had long since been shattered. In the past, he had always been in control. But now, he found himself unable to offer the slightest explanation in the face of Uchiha Kyaju's direct accusations. Because he couldn't understand Kyaju's methods. He didn't even know how to prove his innocence. "You're lying. Those definitely aren't Uchiha Kyaju's fingerprints. He must have covered the fingerprints on his right hand. You, the forensic expert, hurry and compare the kid's arm prints to Uchiha Kyaju's fingerprints. Quickly prove it. Uchiha Kyajuk framed me." Toda Kyoji shouted hysterically, convinced Conan was tricking him. Conan, irritated by Toda's erratic behavior, said nothing more. He calmly took off his coat and handed it to the forensic officer. The officer, already displeased with Toda Kyoji's earlier tone, accepted the coat without a word. "I almost suspected Kyajuk because of this liar's nonsense," thought Saramis Yumi, glaring at Toda with fury in her eyes. If Megure Juzo weren't here right now, she would have pushed Toda Kyoji to the ground and punched him in the face. At this moment, Megure Juzo rarely displayed such extreme anger. By now, how could he not see the truth of the matter? He was enraged that one of his own detectives had committed acts that harmed innocent civilians. At the same time, Megure couldn't help but recall what Saramis Yumi had told him earlier. Officer Toda not only coerced confessions but also set traps to lure criminals into attacking police officers deliberately. If this was true, the credibility and reputation of the entire investigative division would be completely ruined in the public eye. "Toda, you bastard!" Megure Juzo roared angrily at Toda Kyoji. Just as he was about to continue, the sound of a phone vibrating echoed in the screening room. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. A phone lay on the floor nearby, its screen lit up and vibrating incessantly. "Is that?" Megure Juzo stepped forward, picking up the phone with his gloved hand. The screen displayed the name, Misaki Itakura. "Ah, this should be Uchiha Kyaju's phone." Conan's voice piped up. "Brother Uchiha," said Officer Toda confiscated his phone after bringing him here. Hearing this, a vein bulged on Megure Juzo's forehead. He glared hard at Toda Kyoji, who avoided his gaze entirely, before answering the call. After a brief exchange with Misaki Itakura, Megure explained the situation as minimally as possible before hanging up. As Megure prepared to put Kyajuke's phone away, his eyes caught a series of notifications on the screen. The alerts read: Motion Detection Alert, Movement Detected, Intrusion Alert, Possible Unauthorized Entry, Alert, Someone Passed by Your Camera. The phone's software had triggered these alerts starting at 11:32 a.m., and new notifications continued to appear up until just a moment ago. Officer Megure, what's wrong? Saramasumi asked, noticing his furrowed expression. This seems to be a webcam alert. Kyajuke's phone is showing dozens of notifications about illegal entry and detected movement, Megure explained. Conan and Saramasumi. Hearing this, they both turned sharply to look at Toda Kyoji. As expected, upon hearing Megure's words, Toda's mouth opened wide in shock. His face drained of all color as through the pool of crimson blood on the ground came not from Akaikawa Kyajuke, but from himself. His muscular frame began trembling violently. This is insane. Is he a spy? Why would someone install a camera in his house? Of course, Toda Kyoji knew exactly who had entered Kyajuke's home. It was Takuta Nakajima, acting under Toda's orders to create evidence. Suddenly, Toda recalled something Kyajuke had said to him earlier. Officer Toda, may I offer you some advice? Don't overreach when you act. Always leave yourself an exit. Because when someone loses all their value, they're easily discarded. Toda had thought Kyajuke was referring to himself. Unexpectedly, it turned out Kyajuke had left an escape route not for Toda, but for himself. Toda Kyoji suddenly realized that his current downfall was entirely self-inflicted. It wasn't because he provoked someone as cunning as Akaikawa Kyajuke. It was because, from the very beginning, he had cut off his own path to retreat. Not only had he eliminated the two criminals who knew about Kyajuke's deeds, ensuring they could no longer testify against him, but he had also sent Takuta Nakajima into Kyajuke's home to fabricate evidence. This action completely cleared Kyajuke of suspicion in the eyes of the police. If Megure Juzo and the detectives follow the camera footage back to Takuta Nakajima, it would sever the last connection to Kyajuke. At that point, Toda would have no value left for Kyajuke. He realized, far too late, that he had been nothing more than a pawn in Kyajuke's plan. After finally unmasking Akaikawa Kyajuke's seemingly childish facade, Toda thought he had seen Kyajuke's true face. But now, he realized that face was just another mask. Chapter 132, He Doesn't Deserve to Be Called a Detective at All. Saramasumi took Akaikawa Kyajuke's mobile phone from Megure Juzo's hand. After glancing at it, she said seriously to Megure Juzo, Officer Megure, this person is likely sent by Officer Toda. I'm afraid their purpose is to forge evidence about the car accident at Akaikawa's home. When Megure Juzo, Takagi Wataru, and the officers from the 1st Investigative Division and the Forensic Section heard Saramasumi's words, their faces displayed expressions of utter shock once again. In their view, Saramasumi assumption was so bold it seemed unbelievable. Criminals rarely attempt such actions. Let alone someone like Kyoji Toda, who had previously served in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau. Everyone in the 1st Investigative Division knew that Kyoji Toda harbored an intense hatred for criminals, far greater than the average person. Before today, if they had heard such claims, they would have angrily accused Saramasumi of slander. But after discovering that Toda Kyoji had attempted murder and tried to cover it up earlier today, even such outrageous speculation now seemed credible. Sara, do you have any basis for what you're saying? Megure Juzo looked at Saramasumi with a grim expression. His tone revealed that he was trying his utmost to suppress the fury in his heart. Of course, Megure Juzo's anger wasn't directed at Saramasumi for supposed slander. Rather, he was infuriated by what Detective Toda Kyoji had done. Although I don't have concrete evidence, my reasoning should be correct, Saramasumi began to explain. Yesterday, Akaikawa went to the Metropolitan Police Department to report the shooting case. The officer in charge of the investigation at that time was Officer Toda. After completing Akaikawa's statement, Officer Toda asked him if he still planned to attend the film exhibition today. Akaikawa replied affirmatively, so Officer Toda knew there would be no one at Akaikawa's home. You can't make such a judgment based on that alone, Sara. Megure Juzo's tone remained stern. That's right, Saramasumi nodded. On August 23 last year, there was a car accident on the National Highway. The criminal officer in charge of interrogating Akaikawa at the time, Takuta Nakajima, induced and extracted confessions from Akaikawa. This incident was later discovered by Officer Sato, who asked Officer Nakajima to transfer the matter to Officer Toda. Therefore, I believe Officer Nakajima's actions of extracting confessions were actually directed by Officer Toda. Is that true? Megure Juzo's expression turned to one of extreme surprise once again. If Officer Megure doesn't believe me, you can confirm it with Officer Takagi. After hearing Saramis Yumi's words, Megure Juzo turned to look at Takagi Wataru beside him. Takagi nodded, confirming that it was indeed true. After realizing this, the Imperial Theater prisoner, Koichi Nishihara, and the shooting case prisoner, Agatakao, both reported assaults by police officers. I don't believe they had either the motive or the means to attack the police. So, this must also be the work of Officer Toda. Megure Juzo was aware of the 2 police assaults. However, at the time, he hadn't paid much attention to them. Now, hearing Saramis Yumi's reasoning, he turned to look at Toda Kyouji. He saw Kyouji Toda collapse to the floor, his face pale, and seemingly devoid of the strength to refute anything. Rage suddenly surged in Megure Juzo's heart. The usually calm officer, who often greeted people with a smile and called them brother, was now so furious that he nearly lost control. He stormed over to Kyouji Toda, grabbed the man, who seemed as if his bones were crumbling, off the floor, and looked him in the eyes. You bastard. Is everything she said true? Huh? Answer me. You're smart, aren't you? Hurry up and deny it. But Kyouji Toda didn't say a word. Though the scene of him secretly inducing a confession hadn't been caught on camera, Kyouji Toda knew that pure reasoning from Saramis Yumi would suffice. Megure Juzo could easily send someone to verify the details with the criminals who had attacked the police. They would surely tell the truth without hesitation. Damn it. Megure Juzo's eyes were red with rage. His large hands clenched into fists, and he punched Kyouji Toda hard on the right side of his face. With a loud crack, Toda Kyouji spat out 2 teeth, accompanied by blood. None of the detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department dared to breathe. It was the first time they had ever seen Megure Juzo this angry. At the same time, their gazes toward Kyouji Toda gradually shifted from surprise to fury. What Toda Kyouji had done wasn't just his personal wrongdoing. If exposed, the entire Metropolitan Police Department would be implicated. Everyone could imagine how the public would regard them with disdain. Saramis Yumi coldly stared at Kyouji Toda, who lay on the ground, without a shred of sympathy. She continued, Officer Toda didn't stop at extracting confessions from prisoners. Based on this incident, I judge that Officer Toda likely used the same methods on anyone he identified as a suspect. Since the real culprit behind the previous car accident hasn't been apprehended, I suspect that's why Officer Toda targeted Akaikawa as the perpetrator. After learning Akaikawa's schedule today, he brought evidence from the car accident case and simultaneously sent someone to Akaikawa's house to fabricate evidence. According to Akaikawa, Officer Toda once told him that Traffic Division had eliminated all suspects matching Akaikawa's description, leaving him as the only possible culprit. If I'm not mistaken, that's a lie, isn't it? After hearing this, Megure Juzo turned to Takagi Wataru. The car accident case was handled by Hueco Sato, and Takagi, as her assistant, understood the details of the investigation. That's false. Because only one suspect matching Akaikawa's description has been investigated so far. Not all suspects have been cleared. If it were true, we'd have heard about it by now. Saramis Yumi nodded after Takagi Wataru's confirmation. This proves that Officer Toda deliberately removed evidence from the Metropolitan Police Department to force a confession from Akaikawa. And knowing Akaikawa wouldn't plead guilty, he fabricated evidence at Akaikawa's home. Because he already considered Akaikawa the murderer, he dared to act so recklessly. He doesn't deserve to be called a detective at all, he's just a violent criminal who preys on the weak. Saramis Yumi shouted, pointing at Kyouji Toda on the ground. Chapter 133, The Aggressive Saramis Yumi, 23. After hearing Saramis Yumi's words, Megure Juzo took out his cell phone. Officer Sato, take a team to Akaikawa Kyajuke's house immediately. Move quickly. Akaikawa Kyajuke? The victim from the previous car accident case came to the Metropolitan Police Department yesterday to provide a statement. I see. Sato Hueco heard the seriousness in Megure Juzo's voice over the phone and guessed that something significant might have happened. She didn't waste words. After retrieving the address Akaikawa Kyajuke had registered during his visit, she led a team straight to his apartment in Shibuya. At that moment, the forensic officer responsible for analyzing the fingerprints on Conan's suit jacket returned with the results. The fingerprints have been compared through AFAS and confirmed as those of Akaikawa Kyajuke's right hand. AFAS, or the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, is used to store and compare fingerprint data of suspects and registered individuals to aid in criminal investigations and identification. Since Akaikawa Kyajuke had been involved in multiple cases, his fingerprint data was already stored in the system. By the way, can't we just unlock Mr. Akaikawa's phone and use the app to see who entered his house? Isn't it connected to a webcam? Since the person is still in Mr. Akaikawa's home, wouldn't it help to check? Suzuki Sanoko asked, visibly confused. Ms. Suzuki, That's not allowed. Takagi Wataru stepped forward to explain. Although this phone is considered evidence, it's also Mr. Akaikawa's personal property. The Metropolitan Police cannot inspect someone's phone without the owner's consent. Why are you still concerned about that at a time like this? What if the suspect escapes? Suzuki Sanoko was frustrated by the Metropolitan Police's rigid procedures. Even so, we have no right to inspect it. Besides, we don't know Mr. Akaikawa's phone password either. As for the password, couldn't we just call Mr. Akaikawa and ask him? But Mr. Akaikawa's phone is here. Who are we supposed to call? Conan blinked his large eyes and looked at Suzuki Sanoko with feigned confusion. Suzuki Sanoko froze, embarrassed, and fell silent. Moments later, Megure Juzo's phone rang again. He answered it. The simple act immediately drew everyone's attention to him. Hello, Officer Sato? Captured? That's great. Who is the suspect? What did you say? Megure Juzo suddenly shouted mid-sentence. Mori ran, Suzuki Sanoko, and Conan were stunned. Understood. Ensure you find all the falsified evidence at Akaikawa's house and bring it back to the Metropolitan Police Department. After hanging up, Megure Juzo's expression visibly darkened. Saramis Yumi watched his reaction closely, then spoke. So, it's Nakajima, the detective from the 3rd Criminal Investigative Division, isn't it? When Megure Juzo heard this, his eyes widened, and he stared at Saramis Yumi. The anger on his face was instantly replaced by shock. He hadn't wanted to reveal such shameful truths to outsiders. Yet, Saramis Yumi had guessed everything as soon as he ended the call. It's obvious, Officer Megure. Saramis Yumi said calmly. Your surprise when you heard the suspect's name and your order to have Officer Sato bring them back to the Metropolitan Police Department clearly indicate the person is a criminal investigator. Considering Officer Nakajima used to be a subordinate of Officer Toda and was responsible for coercing confessions from Akaikawa during the car accident case, it's not surprising I could deduce his identity. Saramis Yumi continued, unfazed. While Saramis Yumi didn't seem to care much about such matters, the detectives of the Metropolitan Police present once again looked at her with admiration. This is what a detective looks like. It's incredible. No wonder the Metropolitan Police often rely on detectives to solve crimes. Their reasoning skills are on another level. I didn't even suspect Nakajima earlier. She figured it out. That's terrifying. And she's just a girl. Wait, what? The Metropolitan Police officers began whispering among themselves again. Saramis Yumi ignored their chatter and kept her focus on Megure Juzo. Officer Megure, I have a question for you. What is it? Suppose Akaikawa hadn't been so lucky today and none of us had witnessed Officer Toda attacking him. Would Officer Toda have staged the scene as an assault on police, used it to search Akaikawa's house, and claimed Akaikawa was guilty because he resisted arrest? And after finding the so-called evidence, would Akaikawa have been treated as a criminal, erasing what Officer Toda did today? After hearing Saramis Yumi's relentless questioning, Conan, Mori ran, and Suzuki Sanoko were stunned. Hey, Sara. Suzuki Sanoko tugged on Saramis Yumi's sleeve, whispering a reminder. Though the Metropolitan Police were at fault this time, Saramis Yumi's words were brutally honest. Judging by the look on Megure Juzo's face, he clearly didn't condone what Toda Kyoji had done. But Saramis Yumi ignored Sanoko completely, her piercing gaze locked on Megure Juzo. She couldn't accept the idea of someone like Toda Kyoji being part of the Metropolitan Police Department. What's more, Toda didn't just coerce prisoners into confessing, he targeted anyone he deemed guilty. Megure Juzo, usually imposing when dealing with officers like Toda Kyoji, now found himself flustered under Saramis Yumi's scrutiny. He knew very well the flaws within the Metropolitan Police. It was precisely because they relied so heavily on detectives that they managed to maintain a high crime resolution rate. Moreover, this time, the Metropolitan Police were at fault. As an ordinary citizen, Saramis Yumi had every right to criticize and oversee the police's actions. Thus, Megure Juzo couldn't even be angry at her. He carefully considered her words, feeling a growing fear in his heart. What if things had indeed gone as Saramis Yumi described? While Toda Kyoji would have faced punishment for his unlawful actions, the consequences wouldn't have been too severe. On the other hand, Akaikawa Kyajuk would likely have been branded a criminal. After a long pause, Megure Juzo finally responded in a deep voice. I'm sorry. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure this never happens again. Chapter 134. It's not much more comfortable than the death penalty. After Megure Juzo finished speaking, he ordered someone to handcuff Toda Kyoji. Just as they were about to take Toda Kyoji away, his hysterical shouting echoed once again, I didn't harm that Akaikawa Kyuk. It must be the murderer from the car accident. He just fabricated evidence and got away with it. Shut your mouth. Megure Juzo frowned and sternly warned Toda Kyoji. Todakyoji ignored Megure Juzo's warning and turned to glare at Saramasumi with bloodshot eyes. I can see it. You're doubting Akaikawa Kyajuk too, aren't you? I'm telling you, your suspicions aren't wrong. That Akaikawa is truly a highly dangerous criminal. In the Imperial Theater case, Akaikawa Kyajuk intentionally mutilated himself and tampered with the corpse to frame Koichi Nishihara. The same goes for the shootings 2 days ago. Akaikawa Kyajuk injected morphine and naloxone into Agatakau's body. And don't forget the car accident case. To get away with it, he broke his hand and fabricated a non-existent criminal. I said, shut up. Megure Juzo slapped Todakyoji across the face again, silencing his rant. Just as they were about to drag him away, Saramasumi voice suddenly interrupted, you don't even have evidence. Why are you accusing Akaikawa of being the murderer in the car accident? Because of my criminal sensing instincts, cultivated over years in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau. Everyone present fell silent at Todakyoji's words. The earlier fabricated evidence was already scandalous. Now, after his criminal actions were exposed, Todakyoji was claiming to have some extraordinary instincts. If his instincts were so good, why would he need so much time to solve cases and arrest criminals every day? A strong sense of disdain and distrust filled the air. Suzuki Sanoko couldn't hold back any longer. She pointed at Todakyoji and shouted, where do you get the nerve to slander Mr. Akaikawa like this? When we came in earlier, we heard you shouting something like, damn it. You really deserve to die. It's obvious you wanted to kill Mr. Akaikawa, so why are you acting like the victim now? Mid-sentence, Suzuki Sanoko watched as the police escorted Todakyoji away. Angrily, she stomped her feet in frustration. Damn it. How despicable. How can such a terrible cop exist in this world? It's disgusting. When she finished venting, she turned to Mori Ran. Ran, can you ask your mom to get him the death penalty? Mori Ran was startled by the suggestion. Mom's just a lawyer, not a judge. But I still feel so frustrated that he's being taken away like this. Hasn't he already been hit by both Sara and Megure? Mori Ran patted Suzuki Sanoko's shoulder to console her. For now, the case had reached its conclusion. Mori Ran and the others began walking toward the exit of the movie exhibition. Although the event was far from over, no one was in the mood to continue browsing after what had happened. Suzuki Sanoko still felt deeply wronged on behalf of Akaikawa Kyajuk. Mori Ran tried to comfort her friend. But I think Officer Toda's punishment will definitely be severe. I'll ask Miss Kuriyama for you. Yes, yes. Ask her quickly. I can't wait to hear how harsh the sentence for that bastard will be. Suzuki Sanoko urged. Mori Ran took out her phone and called Kuriyama Midori, her mother's secretary and former student. Soon, Kuriyama Midori's voice came through the line. Hello, Ran. Why are you calling me all of a sudden today? Miss Kuriyama, are you busy right now? I'm fine. What's up, Ran? I'd like to consult you about something. Mori Ran began explaining everything that had happened that day to Kuriyama Midori. However, she deliberately withheld Akaikawa Kyajuk's name, only mentioning Todakyoji. On the other end of the line, Kuriyama Midori was clearly shocked after hearing the story. Not just her teacher, Ireki Saki, had never encountered such a corrupt police officer before either. The sound of pages flipping echoed faintly through the phone. A moment later, after Mori Ran put the call on speakerphone, Kuriyama Midori's voice returned. Ran, if everything you said is true, then Officer Toda is suspected of multiple crimes, including coercing confessions, fabricating evidence, abuse of power, filing false reports, incitement to commit crimes, intentional injury, and attempted murder. Under Japanese criminal law, public officials who use their position to extract confessions can face fixed-term imprisonment of no less than 1 year and no more than 10 years. Fabricating evidence is punishable by imprisonment of no less than 3 months and no more than 5 years. Abuse of power carries a maximum penalty of 2 years in prison. Filing false reports can result in imprisonment of no less than 1 year and no more than 10 years. Inciting a detainee to attack a police officer is treated as incitement to commit a crime, which is penalized equally to the principal offense. Because he attacked the detainee under the pretext of self-defense, he is suspected of intentional injury, which can carry a prison sentence of up to 15 years. As for the final charge of attempted murder, Japanese law imposes the same penalties as for murder, death, life imprisonment, or a minimum of 5 years in prison. However, sentences for attempted murder can be reduced. Taking everything into account, the death penalty is unlikely, and life imprisonment without parole is also improbable. But the sentence will likely be no less than 15 years. Only 15 years. Suzuki Sanoko sighed regretfully after hearing Kuriyama Midori's explanation. It still felt like too light a sentence to her. As long as Officer Toda didn't kill anyone, Criminal law won't be excessively harsh. Kuriyama Midori chuckled lightly on the other end of the phone. Miss Kuriyama, why are you laughing? Isn't this a bad thing? Suzuki Sanoko asked, confused. Ms. Suzuki, you can't think of it that way. Although the sentence isn't long, the additional consequences he'll face will be far more torturous than simply going to prison. First of all, you mentioned Officer Toda is already over 40 years old. By the time he gets out of prison, he'll be nearly 60. Under such circumstances, life will be extremely difficult for someone who has lost all social credit due to his crimes. Second, even though you said Officer Toda is a complete scumbag, I believe he still takes pride in his identity as a criminal investigator. What he did effectively destroys his career and nullifies all his past accomplishments. Going from a detective who deals with ruthless criminals to a convict attempting murder, this drastic fall is enough to drive someone insane. And finally, when he goes to prison, he'll undoubtedly encounter many inmates he once looked after. Not to mention, he was a criminal investigator in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Bureau, dealing with all kinds of vicious criminals. If he enters prison like this, I'm afraid. After a brief pause, Kuriyama Midori concluded, it won't be much more comfortable than the death penalty. Chapter 135, Sister Sarah, what's going on? Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanoko thanked Kuriyama Midori before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, the dissatisfaction that had filled Suzuki Sanoko's cheeks vanished, replaced with a happy expression. She began discussing with Mori Ran what kind of gifts they should bring when visiting a Kaikawa Kyuk. Conan walked behind the group. His eyes were fixed on Saramis Yumi, who had been silent ever since Toda Kyouji had been taken away. It was obvious. Saramis Yumi was still thinking about Toda Kyouji's last words. Kid. Perhaps sensing Conan's gaze, Saramis Yumi spoke in a low voice. Do you think Toda Kyouji's last words are credible? The credibility is low, Conan replied. Self-mutilation and deliberately destroying a body to worsen Koichi Nishihara's crimes. And injecting morphine and naloxone into Takawaga. Let's not even talk about whether a Kaikawa could pull that off with his slender build. Even if he could, it's hard to understand the motivation behind such actions. Conan paused. As we discussed earlier, maybe a Kaikawa is punishing criminals in his own way. Saramis Yumi speculated. That's unreasonable, Conan countered. Except for the car accident case, a Kaikawa wasn't a suspect in the other two cases at all. So, if he did those things, he would become a criminal himself. In that sense, the benefits and risks are completely disproportionate. Conan dismissed Saramis Yumi's statement. What about you, Ms. Sarah? Do you believe what Toda said about having a criminal's sense of smell earlier? That's not entirely it, but I don't think Toda had any reason to lie in a situation where his crimes were already confirmed. After all, in the end, he gave up trying to win and just warned me. After Saramis Yumi finished speaking, she paused for a moment before continuing. Even though I really hate that Toda guy. But I noticed something. He only targets and induces confessions from people he identifies as criminals. Could it be that he attacked a Kaikawa because he was convinced a Kaikawa was a criminal? Conan's face was expressionless as he listened to Saramis Yumi's theories. Ms. Sarah, is it possible that Toda, the criminal, uses his instincts to justify violence against others without any scruples? If there were no legal restrictions, I think someone like him would also attack civilians. He's just a more pathological and violent maniac than Koichi Nishihara. Saramis Yumi's pure thoughts left Conan feeling puzzled. He continued, let's assume Toda Kyouji is exactly as you described, Ms. Sarah, an extremely just detective. To punish prisoners, he doesn't hesitate to falsify evidence, induce confessions, and fabricate charges. All for the sole purpose of putting criminals in prison. So, do you think his actions are forgivable? Of course not. Saramis Yumi replied decisively. Not to mention that the actions he committed as a police detective already broke the law. The fact that his criteria for targeting people are based entirely on his own judgment is incredibly unreliable. People are bound to make mistakes. If he were to wrongly accuse someone, then with his fabricated evidence and forced confessions, an innocent person would become a criminal. Isn't that the conclusion? Ms. Sarah, it seems you and I think alike. Conan spread his hands and smiled. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. Saramis Yumi raised her voice slightly. There's no doubt that Officer Toda committed an unforgivable crime. But I'm wondering if there's a reason why he identified a Kaikawa as a criminal. As she spoke, Saramis Yumi brought her hand to her mouth, lost in thought. After a moment, she seemed to make a decision and quickly stepped toward Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanoko. Oh, sorry, Ran, Sanoko. I just remembered I have something else to do, so I'll head off now. Let me know later when you plan to visit a Kaikawa. Saramis Yumi shouted as she ran in the direction Megure Juzo and the others had gone. Sarah, Where are you going? Mori-ran reached out as if to stop Saramis Yumi. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Saramis Yumi disappeared from sight. Hey, kid, you were whispering something to Sara earlier. Do you know what she's up to? Suzuki Sanoko turned, bent down, and pressed her fingers against Conan's forehead. I don't know. Sister Sara might have suddenly remembered that a new mystery novel she likes has been released. Conan answered innocently. You think everyone's like you, kid. Sara wouldn't be obsessed with stuff like that. Then I don't know. Unable to get any useful information from Conan, Suzuki Sanoko straightened up, sighed, and walked back to Mori-ran. After dealing with Suzuki Sanoko, Conan showed a wry smile. How could he not know what Saramis Yumi was thinking? Why do I feel like this tomboy has been acting suspicious ever since hearing about Akaikawa Kyajuke's possible other side? She doesn't really think Akaikawa is comparable to an undercover agent. Conan recalled the moment Akaikawa Kyajuke clung to him, crying and trembling as he asked if he was going to die. He shook his head. If that was acting, then Akaikawa's skills are on par with my mom's. Conan silently grumbled. Elsewhere, Megure Juzo, who had just sent someone to escort Toda Kyoji into the backseat of a police car, suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned around. The moment he saw her, Megure recognized the tomboy detective he had spoken with earlier, Saramis Yumi, running toward him. Sister Sara, what's going on? Officer Megure, I have a request, Saramis Yumi said. Please let me accompany Officer Sato to confirm the evidence Officer Nakajima falsified at Akaikawa's house. No, that's against protocol. Megure Juzo directly rejected Saramis Yumi's request. Officer Megure, I believe it's highly likely that Officer Nakajima misled Officer Sato. So I think I could help Officer Sato identify what evidence Toda falsified. I promise I won't tell anyone about this, not Ranchan or anyone else. I came here alone to ask for your help, Officer Megure. As Saramis Yumi spoke, she lowered her head and clasped her hands together as if pleading. Megure Juzo looked at Saramis Yumi, thought for a long time, and finally nodded reluctantly. All right, I'll inform Sato. Chapter 136, Fatal News Ding, Option 2 completed, Reward issued, Temporary Feature Card X1, Specific Card X1, Option 3 completed, Reward issued, Physical +3, Recovery Card X1, a crisp mechanical sound ring in Akaikawa Kyajuke's mind, and a translucent blue mechanical interface appeared before his eyes. Option 3 is complete. It seems Toda Kyoji has truly been deemed a criminal. Akaikawa Kyajuke, who had been sent to the hospital at that moment, heard the mechanical sound in his mind and made a judgment about the current situation. This system is quite convenient. This way, I don't need to personally confirm Toda Kyoji's situation. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Akaikawa Kyajuke to know what was happening with Toda Kyoji unless he had connections within the Metropolitan Police Department. Now, with the system's reminders about completed options, it proved that his plan had been implemented very successfully. This was a great help to Akaikawa Kyajuke, who lacked the means to gather intelligence. Speaking of which, it was probably Takuto Nakajima who broke into my house. Akaikawa Kyajuke recalled that when he was confronting Toda Kyoji not long ago, he noticed a notification pop up on his phone. At the time, Toda Kyoji paid little attention to Akaikawa Kyajuke's phone. But Akaikawa Kyajuke knew better. That was an alert from the camera he had installed in his house. This also meant that his assumption was correct. As expected, Toda Kyoji had sent someone to his home to fabricate evidence. After realizing this, Akaikawa Kyajuke deliberately left his phone at the crime scene. Whenever the police or detectives saw his phone, they would undoubtedly notice the previous alerts from the software. The person who broke into his house would also face repercussions. If the person who entered my house was indeed Nakajima Takuto, then Toda Kyoji's operations will end up implicating everyone who knows the details about me. According to Akaikawa Kyajuke's judgment, aside from Koichi Nishihara and Doga Takao, the only two detectives who knew about his situation were Toda Kyoji and Takuto Nakajima. Koichi Nishihara and Doga Takao had already been eliminated by Toda Kyoji, and now Toda himself had become a criminal. In the end, Takuto Nakajima, who also knew his situation, would become a criminal just like Toda Kyoji because he followed his good boss's orders. Thus, the confessions of everyone who knew his secrets would lose their legal validity. What a good cop. Not only did he help me eliminate hidden threats, but he also proved my innocence in the car accident. In the end, he even voluntarily handed me both the knife and his neck. Akaikawa Kyajuke sighed inwardly. Port Area, Film Festival Exhibition Zone. A man in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, with neatly cut hair and black-rimmed glasses, hid among the crowd, observing Toda Kyoji being escorted into a Metropolitan Police Department vehicle. Around him, the spectators were constantly murmuring. What's going on? What's happening? Why is there another incident at the film exhibition today? I don't know. There can't be another murder. I just saw an ambulance leaving the exhibition area. Oh my god. This film exhibition is cursed. I need to leave and never come back. Wow, look at the man in handcuffs. That scar over his eye is huge. He must be from the underworld. The man listened quietly. Then he saw a handsome young man in a hat rushing through the crowd. The man recognized him. It was the high school detective who had recently gained fame, Masayumi Sara. The man watched as Sara Masayumi exchanged a few words with Megure Juzo of the Metropolitan Police Department's 1st Investigative Section. After receiving a nod from Megure, Sara quickly left the exhibition area. Once Sara Masayumi was gone, the officers from the Metropolitan Police Department also got into their vehicles and departed. At that moment, the crowd dispersed. The man took out his phone and made a call. "Hey, Kazami, it's so noisy there. Where are you?" Another male voice came from the other end of the call. "I'm at the Minato Film Festival." Kazami replied. "The same film festival where the shooting happened 2 days ago? Are you here to see Miss Hueco during work hours? I remember you're a huge fan of Miss Hueco." The voice on the other end joked, and Kazami's expression turned awkward. "How could I do that?" Kazami retorted loudly. Realizing that passers-by were now staring at him due to his sudden outburst, he quickly lowered his voice. "I'm here investigating Todakyoji under orders from Mr. Furuya." "Don't be ridiculous." "So, what did you find?" "I saw Todakyoji being handcuffed and then escorted by people from the Metropolitan Police Department." "Was it detectives from the 1st Investigative Division?" The voice on the other end, identified as Jongu, turned serious after hearing Kazami's words. "Yes, I saw Inspector Megure, Detective Takagi, and others. If the 1st Division is involved, it must be a murder case." Jongu's voice grew somber. "Kazami, what else did you see?" Kazami then told the other man about someone being taken away in an ambulance earlier and described the interaction between Sara Masayumi and Megure Juzo. "Oh? Ms. Sara is here too." Jongu's voice sounded intrigued. "Mr. Furuya, should I return now?" Kazami asked from the other end. "No. I want you to stay and figure out what happened at today's film exhibition in Minato City." "But, Mr. Furuya, the Metropolitan Police have already taken Toda away. How should I investigate?" "Are you asking me to inquire with the Metropolitan Police?" "No need to go through the police. Since Miss Sara is here, there's a high probability that Miss Mori and Conan-kun are also present. Based on your description, Miss Sara seemed anxious when she left. She likely hurried off to investigate something. Kazami, wait there for a while to see if you can spot Conan-kun and Ms. Mori. Then, quietly follow them. They might reveal what happened today on their own. But what if Miss Sara is acting alone?" Kazami was about to counter when he spotted a young girl with bangs covering her forehead, another girl wearing a headband, and an elementary school boy dressed in a suit with only a shirt underneath. The man on the phone chuckled after a brief pause. "Looks like I was right. Remember, don't expose yourself. Oh, and make sure to find out the name of the victim in this case for me." "I understand." Kazami replied slowly and hung up the phone. "My boss, who's younger than me, always gives me such troublesome tasks." Simultaneously in an office of the planning section of the police bureau at Japan's Ministry of Public Security, a man with blonde hair and wheat-colored skin hung up the phone. The computer screen in front of him displayed news about Tagatakao, the shooter from the Minato Film Festival 2 days ago, attacking the police. "This is really interesting." Just as the police were about to confiscate evidence, Toda's car overturned. And it happened on the day news broke about the shooter attacking the police. "I wonder, did Toda get this fatal information from Tagatakao himself?" The man pressed his fist against his cheek and smiled. Chapter 137, Suspicion, Murder, Heartbroken Dog. After leaving the exhibition area, Masayumi Sara tried to hail a taxi but found the place crowded with tourists, making it impossible to get one. She had no choice but to take the tram to the next station, where there were fewer tourists, before finding a taxi. Once in the taxi, Masayumi Sara gave the elderly driver in the front seat an address. The driver nodded in agreement and skillfully operated the navigation system. At the same time, the rear door of the taxi closed automatically. After inputting the address into the navigation system, the driver stepped on the accelerator and headed towards Shibuya. The taxi took only about 15 minutes to reach its destination. Masayumi Sara paid and stepped out of the vehicle. She then looked at the apartment building in front of her. From its appearance alone, it was clear the apartment was newly built and looked quite luxurious. The rent for such a high-end, new apartment in Shibuya must be very high. I remember Akaikawa's mother, Mrs. Ryoko, only had a monthly income of around 100,000 yen. After deducting rent and utilities like water, electricity, and gas, the disposable amount each month was pitifully small. And yet, Uchiha rented such a luxurious apartment immediately after his mother's death? It makes sense, though. He had been under house arrest by his mother before. After her death, he suddenly came into an immeasurable amount of wealth. It's only natural to spend lavishly. Unserious pondered silently, then pressed the room number for Uchiha on the intercom at the entrance. Who's this? Soon, the video doorbell connected, and a man's voice came from inside. It's Unserious. After responding, the automatic lock outside the apartment disengaged. Unserious entered the building through the door that automatically opened for her. She took the elevator and pressed a button for the 10th floor. As the elevator doors closed, she felt a brief sensation of weightlessness. Although he lives in a luxury apartment with complete security features, Uchiha still installed cameras in his home. That's overly cautious. Is he feeling unsafe, or does he anticipate being in danger? As Unserious mulled over her thoughts, the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival at the 10th floor. The doors opened slowly. Standing in front of the elevator was a man in a suit, watching her intently. Unserious could tell at a glance from his demeanor that he was a detective. Ms. Sarah, please come with me. The detective led Unserious to the innermost room in the hallway. At the door, he handed her shoe covers and gloves, gesturing for her to put them on. Unserious noticed the deep confusion in the detective's eyes as he looked at her. Clearly, he was puzzled about how someone like her had gotten permission from Inspector Mage to visit the victim's house. Unserious offered no explanation. Once dressed appropriately, she entered Uchiha's home. There, she saw two familiar figures, Police Officer Hueco and Inspector Nakajima from the 3rd Division. At that moment, Hueco's beautiful face was etched with a visible frown. As for Nakajima, his face was pale, and he looked even more distraught than Uchiha had earlier. Hearing the commotion, both turned to look. When Nakajima saw Unserious, his expression showed clear surprise. Ms. Sarah, according to Nakajima, these are the only items he hid in Uchiha's home. Hueco pointed to a stack of documents on the table beside her and informed Unserious. May I take a look? Yes, but don't share this with anyone else. Understood. Unserious agreed and began reviewing the evidence fabricated by Todekyoji and Nakajima. As she flipped through the papers, her brows knitted tightly. The evidence designed to incriminate Uchiha as the murderer was meticulously crafted. If this evidence were genuinely found in Uchiha's home, it would seem irrefutable at first glance. However, during the previous car accident case, the Metropolitan Police Department had already searched Uchiha's home. The fact that these items weren't found at that time was highly suspicious. Though Unserious could spot the flaws, she knew this wasn't necessarily the case for the Metropolitan Police Department. If it weren't for her and Conan, Uchiha, who had little legal knowledge, might have been easily labeled a criminal. The more Unserious examined, the angrier she became. Finally, she couldn't resist slamming the documents in her hand onto the table. But just as her hand was about to hit the table, she stopped abruptly. Instead, she gently placed the documents back on the table. After all, this wasn't her own home, and it wouldn't be appropriate to damage someone else's furniture. Is this everything? That's all of it. Officer Sato, I've said it many times, it's really all there. Nakajima, interrogated by Hueco, responded with an expression on the verge of tears. Thinking of his bleak future, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Nakajima had confessed everything as soon as he was caught by Hueco, hoping for leniency. However, Hueco's ongoing questioning made it clear he had lost all trust among his colleagues and superiors at the Metropolitan Police Department. Officer Sato. We've found more. A police officer approached Hueco with a stack of papers. He had previously been involved in searching Uchiha's old home and was familiar with the evidence found then. The officer handed the newly discovered evidence to Hueco. This was hidden in a box of old records, the officer explained. When Hueco took the papers and examined them, her eyebrows furrowed as she turned to Nakajima. Nakajima. At this point, are you still trying to hide the truth? No. I really don't know what that is. I swear I didn't plant it. Nakajima's lips quivered as he faced Hueco's accusations, his voice filled with injustice. Chapter 138, Best of Luck. The injured Uchiha was stabbed in the neck with a dagger, resulting in a wound approximately 6 centimeters deep. Upon hearing these first words from the doctor, Misaki, already pale, felt as if all the blood in her body had drained away in an instant. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. Even though Misaki didn't understand much about medicine, she knew that injuries to the neck were considered extremely dangerous. The neck housed many vital structures and organs. Even a small mistake could endanger a life. Are you sure it's 6 centimeters deep, not 6 centimeters long? Misaki Itakura asked, her voice trembling. If someone were stabbed 6 centimeters deep in the neck with a knife, the chances of survival were slim to none. She prayed in her heart that it was just a mistake. However, the doctor's next words extinguished the last glimmer of hope in Misaki Itakura's heart. The injured Akaikawa was stabbed directly in the neck with a dagger, causing a wound 6 centimeters deep. Misaki Itakura felt her legs go weak, and her body almost collapsed. It's over, this was the only thought that remained in Misaki Itakura's mind at that moment. But fortunately, although the wound was deep, the dagger avoided the critical areas in the injured Akaikawa. Huh? Misaki Itakura, who had been so dizzy that she was about to faint, suddenly became more alert after hearing the doctor's words. She let out a sound of confusion, and the black eyes behind her thick-framed glasses reflected her deep disbelief. In other words, the carotid artery, jugular vein, and trachea, life-threatening areas, were unharmed. Additionally, the nerves and spinal cord, which could have caused severe paralysis and serious neurological complications, were not damaged either. The injured Akaikawa only suffered superficial soft tissue and muscle injuries. Since there was no significant nerve damage, he could be discharged from the hospital in 2 or 3 days. If he recovers quickly, it will take about 2 weeks, if slower, it should be around 4 weeks. The doctor delivered the details about Akaikawa Kyajuku's condition in one go. Misaki Itakura felt as though she was on an emotional roller coaster while listening. The combined impact of despair and surprise left her feeling dizzy, as though reality itself were slipping away. She couldn't even remember if she had thanked the doctor. When she came to her senses, she was already standing in the hospital corridor. Mr. Akaikawa, how in the world did this happen? Why would something like this occur when we were separated for just a short while? What kind of victim's physique do you have? Misaki Itakura couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. Initially, Misaki Itakura had felt that she was unlucky enough, having her family murdered. After all, most people never encounter something so tragic in their lifetime. Yet, surprisingly, as an artist, Akaikawa Kyajuku seemed even unluckier than her. It had only been 3 months since she met Akaikawa Kyajuku, and the artist had already experienced 3 attempted murders. 2 of these incidents had occurred just a day apart. And both happened at this film exhibition by the harbor. Miss Hueco is right. Mr. Akaikawa and Ms. Suzuki cannot continue to have contact. In the future, if the Suzuki Foundation offers work, I'll refuse it all. Misaki Itakura was thinking this to herself as she arrived at Akaikawa Kyajuku's hospital room. She was about to reach out and knock on the door when her eyes shifted to the side. She then saw Yoko Okino hurrying toward her, the panicked actress appearing in her field of vision. From the moment Misaki Itakura met Yoko Okino this time, she no longer felt the same excitement and enthusiasm in her heart. Instead, her heart was immediately filled with panic. Not long ago, she had promised Yoko Okino that she would stay by Akaikawa Kyajuku's side. Now, because of her neglect of duty, Akaikawa Kyajuku had been attacked and nearly killed. Misaki Itakura had no idea how to explain this to Yoko Okino. Miss Yoko. Misaki Itakura's voice was low, and she didn't dare look Yoko Okino in the eye. How is Chan? Misaki Itakura heard an emotionless voice in front of her. Her heart clenched, and intense panic surged within her. She hurriedly recounted everything the doctor had just told her. The doctor said Mr. Akaikawa will be discharged from the hospital in 2 or 3 days. He could recover in as little as 2 weeks. Misaki Itakura stammered in a panic. So what? Are you saying that since Chan's injury isn't serious, you can sit peacefully among the audience and enjoy watching the movie starring me? Misaki Itakura had never heard such a cold and unfamiliar tone from Yoko Okino before. She was stunned. Unexpectedly, Yoko Okino, who had been participating in the film festival on stage, appeared hidden among the throngs of tourists. No. That's not what I meant. Misaki Itakura trembled as she replied, her voice shaking. She wanted to refute Yoko Okino loudly. She was only Akaikawa Kyajuku's manager, not his bodyguard. Even if she had been by Akaikawa Kyajuku's side, there was likely little she could have done to help him. True, it was wrong of her to leave the artist alone during work, but what right did Yoko Okino have to treat her so coldly? Besides, Akaikawa Kyajuku had been the one to suggest that he didn't need her to accompany him. However, Misaki Itakura said nothing. Because for some reason, faced with Yoko Okino's chilling aura at that moment, she couldn't muster the courage to refute her. I'm just a manager, not a bodyguard. What obligation do I have to protect Akaikawa Kyajuku? You, Yoko Okino, what qualifications do you have to treat me with this attitude? Misaki Itakura suddenly raised her head in shock as she heard this. Those words hadn't come from her mouth. They had come from Yoko Okino in front of her. Yoko Okino had guessed her exact thoughts. It was just like when she had first met Akaikawa. People who seemingly had nothing in common with each other appeared to monitor her inner thoughts at all times, voicing them with pinpoint accuracy. A growing sense of terror began to rise in Misaki Itakura's heart. That cheerful and lively image of Yoko Okino that she had held onto for 6 years suddenly crumbled. She began to seem terrifying, frightening. Before Misaki Itakura could recover from the shock of Yoko Okino's words, she saw Yoko Okino tilt her head slightly, giving her a sweet, cheerful smile. Miss Itakura is right. I'm being a bit presumptuous. So from now on, I won't trouble Miss Itakura with managing Chan's work. I'll handle Chan's future work arrangements myself. Misaki Itakura watched Yoko Okino smile sweetly at her before turning, opening the door, and entering Akaikawa Kyajuku's hospital room. The next moment, a great sense of grievance erupted within Misaki Itakura's heart. Chapter 139, You finally called me sister again. I don't know how long I slept. When Akaikawa Kyajuku woke up from his sleep, the night had already fallen outside the hospital. Because the wound on his neck had been sutured, Akaikawa Kyajuku could still feel sharp bursts of pain radiating from his neck whenever he turned it. Of course, injuries of this degree were already common for Akaikawa Kyajuku, and he paid them little attention. After shifting his gaze from the window, he noticed a woman lying beside his bed. Through the bright moonlight streaming in through the window, Akaikawa Kyajuku could clearly see the chestnut-colored braid tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. It's Okino Yoko. Akaikawa Kyajuku thought to himself. After this period of getting along with her, and especially the scene 2 days ago at the film exhibition, where Okino Yoko had rushed to pull him out of Hoda Yashitake's office regardless of the danger, Akaikawa Kyajuku could see that Okino Yoko genuinely cared about him. If she were just an ordinary sister who cared about her younger brother, that would be one thing. But obviously, Okino Yoko wasn't actually the sweet, air-headed heroine image from morning dramas in the eyes of the public. Of course, Akaikawa Kyajuku didn't think that a simple-minded idol could become Japan's top female star within just 6 or 7 years of debuting in high school. Akaikawa Kyajuku had no intention of delving into Okino Yoko's secrets. As long as he knew that Okino Yoko wouldn't harm him, that was enough. Speaking of which, since Okino Yoko is here, Miss Itakura is probably taking the blame again. Akaikawa Kyajuku couldn't help but think to himself. Indeed, Miss Itakura Misaki, the agent, was the unluckiest person in this whole incident. To allow Kyoji Toda to show up and find him, Kyajuku had deliberately sent Misaki Itakura away. And now, after being hospitalized due to self-inflicted injuries, Misaki Itakura would undoubtedly vent her anger on Okino Yoko. While Akaikawa Kyajuku was lost in thought, he noticed Okino Yoko, lying beside his bed, slowly sitting up. In no time, 2 identical pairs of blue eyes met in the air. Okino Yoko first showed an expression of surprise, then quickly turned around, took a mirror from the dressing table, and checked her makeup. She doesn't want me to notice that she just cried. Akaikawa Kyajuku glanced at the slightly darker, damp spot on the sheets beside him and thought to himself. Kuchan, you're awake. Why not rest a bit longer? If you have a neck injury, try not to move it. Okino Yoko quickly recovered from her slight panic and spoke to Akaikawa Kyajuku in a gentle tone. All right. Akaikawa Kyajuku responded. Perhaps noticing that Akaikawa Kyajuku no longer seemed sleepy, Okino Yoko began to inquire about his condition with concern. As they chatted, Akaikawa Kyajuku noticed that Okino Yoko seemed hesitant to speak several times. She was clearly struggling internally about whether to bring something up. Finally, Okino Yoko appeared to make up her mind and decided to abandon her inquiry. But just as she was about to give up, Akaikawa Kyajuku spoke up on his own. I've been accused of being the killer in my mother's car accident again, and the detective wants to force a confession out of me. After Akaikawa Kyajuku said this, he noticed the mature and gentle expression that Okino Yoko always wore freeze instantly. Her eyes widened for a moment, and then her expression quickly shifted. Genuine surprise rarely lingers on a face for more than a second. Okino Yoko's quick effort to mask her reaction only revealed the enormous waves Kyajuku's words had caused in her heart at that moment. How? How could such a thing happen? This is too much. It's simply too much. Akaikawa Kyajuku heard Okino Yoko murmur in a soft, confused voice as her delicate lips moved unconsciously. He also noticed the subtle furrow of her brows, the momentary clench of her jaw, and her lip curling inward briefly. All were signs of anger. It's perfectly normal for a sister who cares about her younger brother to show anger after learning that he's been wronged and injured. But what slightly concerned Akaikawa Kyajuku was that Okino Yoko had deliberately suppressed her emotions, whether it was surprise or anger. You don't want to show negative emotions in front of me? Are you afraid I'll worry, or do you have other concerns? As Akaikawa Kyajuk speculated about Okanoyoko's intentions, he suddenly noticed her palms trembling slightly. He reached out and held Okanoyoko's hand. He saw a moment of surprise flash across Okanoyoko's face, but she didn't show the slightest hint of resistance when he grabbed her hand. "Sister Yoko, your hands are so cold." Akaikawa Kyajuk smiled at her. There's a connection between changes in body temperature and human emotions. For instance, fear triggers a fight or flight response, redirecting blood from the skin to muscles and internal organs, which can lower the surface temperature of the skin. Anxiety often results in a persistent feeling of unease, sometimes causing cold extremities like hands and feet. Sadness and shock can also lead to a temporary drop in body temperature. However, for Okanoyoko to have such constantly cold hands, it could only mean fear and anxiety, two emotions often experienced together. Her micro-expression at this moment also aligned with this observation. Akaikawa Kyajuk tried to use his words to encourage Okanoyoko to open up to him. But he hadn't expected that after hearing what he said, Okanoyoko would freeze in place. On her delicate, flawless cheeks was an expression resembling that of a little girl who had finally found her long-lost, precious doll. Her slightly red and swollen blue eyes, from crying earlier, instantly brimmed with tears. Okanoyoko stubbornly bit her lower lip, as if trying to suppress her emotions. Yet the tears still fell uncontrollably, like broken beads sliding down her porcelain white cheeks. "Hey, Sister Yoko, what's wrong?" Akaikawa Kyajuk wore an expression of alarm and spoke in a panic. Then he felt Okanoyoko's palm in his hand suddenly tighten, gripping his hand firmly. At the same time, Okanoyoko used her other arm to wipe the tears still streaming from the corners of her eyes. The small hospital room immediately echoed with her cries of evident joy. "Shan, you finally called me sister again." Chapter 140, a new crucial objective. Okanoyoko originally believed that after their mother, Ryoko Akaikawa, passed away, her younger brother would live alone in peace. To her surprise, Kyajuk Akaikawa directly joined her talent agency. He even deliberately chose projects in the same locations as hers. Okanoyoko initially thought that, after losing their mother, her brother simply wanted to rely on her, someone he hadn't seen in a long time. However, after spending some time with Kyajuk Akaikawa, she realized his attitude towards her was completely different from what she had expected. Even in private, Kyajuk still addressed her as Miss Yoko, just like everyone else. Okanoyoko understood that they were trying to maintain the appearance of a professional, hierarchical relationship within the company. But using such a formal title in private felt unnecessarily cold. Even though she had tried to restore the more familiar nickname she used for him in the past, her brother's choice of words and attitude toward her had hardly changed. This made Okanoyoko uneasy. She began to wonder if she had misunderstood her brother's intentions. Now, having learned that Kyajuk Akaikawa was once again considered the suspect in a car accident, she couldn't help but feel a familiar fear for his safety. But then, her brother held her hand. In doing so, he accidentally revealed his true feelings, putting to rest the worries she had harbored for so long. Indeed, her brother was just like her, he didn't want the other person to worry too much about him. Okanoyoko didn't want Kyajuk Akaikawa to become famous. She knew that as long as he remained in the public eye, danger would inevitably come for him sooner or later. But she hadn't expected her fears to materialize so quickly. Okanoyoko quickly wiped her tears, clasped Kyajuk Akaikawa's hand with her other hand, and bowed her head, speaking in a pleading tone. "Please, Kyajuk, promise your sister that you'll stop being an artist." Okanoyoko silently begged for a positive answer from her brother. To her surprise, Kyajuk abruptly responded with a seemingly unrelated question. "Sister Yoko, I want to ask, did you have a boyfriend last year?" "Huh?" Okanoyoko raised her head abruptly, her eyes widening as she stared at her brother's delicate face, so similar to their mother's. After a moment, a faint pink hue appeared on her fair cheeks. What are you talking about?" "Kyajuk, why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Okanoyoko's voice rose sharply as she stared at Kyajuk in shock. Hearing Okanoyoko plead for him to stop being an artist, Kyajuk suddenly realized something was amiss. He vividly remembered the scene where he was questioned by detectives and criminal investigators following last year's car accident. At that time, their questions had focused entirely on him and their mother. There had been no inquiries about Okanoyoko or her relationship with them. As the primary suspect, it was impossible for the police to overlook her personal connections. This led Kyajuk to a realization: although the Metropolitan Police Department knew that Okanoyoko was his sister, they had never suspected her of any involvement in the crime or its aftermath. This could only mean one thing: the Metropolitan Police believed Okanoyoko had no connection to the events involving Ryoko Akaikawa or their family. In other words, on the surface, Okanoyoko had not interacted with their mother or the original owner of his body for a long time. But Kyajuk observed Okanoyoko's current behavior carefully. It was clear she genuinely feared for his safety and was begging him to leave the entertainment industry. Now that I think about it, Kyajuk mused, I remember seeing news about Okanoyoko on TV the day I was cleared of the car accident case. At the time, he hadn't known Okanoyoko was his sister and hadn't paid much attention to the news. But now, recalling it triggered an alarming realization. The news had aired between stories about Mori Kogoro winning 1 million yen on a horse race and high school detective Sarao Misuyami solving a serial murder case. The report in question was: National idol Okanoyoko has been absent from filming for 4 consecutive days. Experts suggest she may have a boyfriend. Kyajuk vividly remembered hearing this 2 days after being interrogated by the detectives. This was why he had asked Okanoyoko if she had a boyfriend. From her timid and surprised denial, Kyajuk judged that she wasn't lying. In other words, Okanoyoko had been absent from filming since the car accident. This contradicts the Metropolitan Police's conclusion that she hadn't been in contact with the original owner or their mother for a long time. Moreover, her plea for me to leave the entertainment industry clearly indicates she knows something, but she's deliberately hiding it. Kyajuk had already deduced that the 3 insurance policies found in the original owner's home suggested an intention to commit suicide. However, from the car accident inspection report Gyauji Toda had shown him earlier, he had ruled out the possibility that the original owner had killed their mother and then attempted suicide. This left only one conclusion: Ryoko Akaikawa had been murdered by a third party. In truth, Kyajuk had little interest in the original owner or what had happened between them and their mother. This indifference stemmed from his belief that the original owner had been responsible for Ryoko Akaikawa's death. Only Kyajuk knew the truth: the original owner should have died on August 23 of the previous year. His time travel had inadvertently rendered the overdose of triazolam ineffective. This was why the evidence initially pointed to the original owner murdering their mother before taking their own life. But now, with the realization that a third party was responsible for Ryoko Akaikawa's death, everything changed. Just as Gyauji Toda had stated, the Metropolitan Police had found no motive for anyone to harm Ryoko Akaikawa based on her personal relationships. Although her medical records revealed a history of schizophrenia, those records were dated and showed no signs of recent incidents. Kyajuk couldn't imagine anyone harboring such hatred toward a mother like her. This led him to believe that Ryoko Akaikawa's death was part of a larger conspiracy, one he was unaware of. As long as the person who killed Ryoko Akaikawa remained alive, Kyajuk's own life would be in constant danger. In this scenario, uncovering the truth about the original owner and their mother became crucial. This wasn't about proving his innocence or bringing the culprit to justice. Kyajuk simply couldn't tolerate someone with malicious intentions lurking in the shadows, spying on him.